Chapter 211. By the time he received the notification that the mining operation was complete, Xianxia was almost done with his work. The transport car had transported the seeds Cheto had prepared and the raw materials Lycrabe, and the others had chosen to the spaceplane. Hui Mao and the others were also eating until they were full. They were all very satisfied with their harvest. Let's go. We can come back if we need anything. Xilin gathered everyone and returned to the mining site. After a quick inspection, everyone boarded the spaceplane and returned to the starship parked outside the planet. Then, they began their return journey. Every squad's operation time was different. When Xilin and the others returned, there were still 3 squads mining energy and metal ores outside. "How's the harvest?" Xianxia asked Xilin while looking at a group of people unloading cargo not far away. Celine smiled. It was obvious that she was quite satisfied with the rewards of this voyage. "Not bad. We didn't find any good metal ores, but the energy ores are passable. More importantly, we managed to transplant some of the more important plants to the planet. We'll be able to save a lot of raw materials, and the potency and quality of the medicine won't be too bad." The specific situation of that planet had already been submitted to the technical team. The technical team of the 6B Squadron would combine the information collected by the various squads and perfect the star map. Every once in a while, they would report it to the relevant personnel of the A Squadron so that the star map of the Vanguard's area would be more detailed and convenient for their future operations. Xilin and Xianxia chatted for a bit before arriving at Sigma's little garden. In the past, Sigma had only planted a few low-grade native plants in this small garden. Although the area was quite large, there wasn't much substance to it. Sigma had only come up with the idea after watching some of the old media videos stored in the base. However, after putting it into practice, he discovered that there weren't many species to be planted. There were only large patches of weeds, unlike the colorful gardens in the videos. Sigma had no idea what to plant in this small garden. This time, however, Sigma's little garden was more than fulfilling. Previously, he had stored some of the fish eggs sealed in the starship's aquarium and given them to Sigma to keep in its little garden. Now that he had transplanted these trees, Sigma believed that it wouldn't be long before the little garden became a sight to behold. Right now, Wheeze and the others were spending almost all of their time in Sigma's little garden coming up with random ideas. They had very little experience in planting, so all they could do was spout nonsense. The good news was that Sigma had done some research in this area, and Cheto was there to help stabilize their morale. More than 90% of the transplanted trees had survived. There were still a few eggs in Sigma's garden. They were Lovag's eggs. The Lovag guardian beast had entered a breeding season, but Sigma was in charge of incubating its eggs. Right now, the little garden's environment was perfect for incubation, so there was no need for special equipment to control the temperature and humidity of the eggs. A few days later, 6 or 7 second-generation Lovags had hatched. The Lovags were omnivores. According to Sigma, they ate a wide variety of foods and were very resistant to hunger. The newborn Lovags, however, weren't as resistant to hunger. Since there wasn't any extra meat, they had no choice but to eat vegetables and feed them nutrient drinks to replenish the nutrients they needed to grow. The first generation of Lovag beasts had definitely eaten meat before, and most of them were probably humans. This was Silin's judgment. When he first came to this place and encountered the Lovag beasts looked at him like they were looking at a familiar prey. These little fellows who had just been born not too long ago looked at people with very kind eyes. Perhaps the chip that replaced their brains had an executive program like that, but they had never killed or eaten meat before. He couldn't bring these little fellows along when he went out to mine, so Xilin was wondering when he should catch some bugs for these little fellows to eat. Xilin didn't go looking for the worm. Not long after he made up his mind, something happened on the planet before he could carry out his next operation. On this day, Xianxia looked at the situation of the operations of the various squads in his hands. He wanted to make a summary because in a few days, the A Squadron would send someone over to check on the development of the B Squadrons and reward the best with resources. Xianxia was engrossed in reading when he suddenly received an urgent notification from a team member. "Commander, there's a space plane flying toward us." We didn't get a reply to the warning we sent. All we got was a continuous distress signal. What should we do? Normally, an unknown flying object will be warned first, and if the warning didn't work, they would shoot. However, the space plane kept sending distress signals, and no one responded to the 6th Division's communication link. Are there any signs of life on it? Xianxia asked. There are signs of life on it, but they're not obvious. They're almost completely still, so we can't get any other information. No results from scanning the spaceplane? No, at least there are no parasites or viruses on the outside of the spaceplane, the team member replied. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, how long until it arrives? About 5 minutes. Based on the spaceplane's flight trajectory, it will be outside the base's range when it reaches our planet. The coordinates are. The team member reported some of the analyzed data to Xianxia. Pay close attention. Xianxia's intention was to let the spaceplane land, but they had to be on guard. Whether the spaceplane was a threat or not, they had to treat it as a threat and not fight a battle unprepared. Yes, Commander. After the report was done, the team member began to do the follow-up work. His voice sounded more excited, and it was obvious that he was looking forward to a target to vent his boredom during this period of time. After ending the communication with the team member, Xianxia connected to another communicator. Attention all squads. Attention all squads. An unidentified spaceplane is about to arrive on this planet. Xianxia informed everyone in the base of the situation. Everyone knew what to do next. Some of the people who were sleeping got up, grabbed their weapons, and ran out excitedly to meet up with their team members. Xianxia was observing the growth of the trees in Sigma's little garden. Some of the trees had already begun to bear fruit. When he heard Xianxia's notification, he put down the fruit in his hand and walked out. The blue bar on Sigma's face flashed, and it quickly understood the situation through the base's reconnaissance device. But today was different. It didn't need to do anything. The 6th Division would make their move, so Sigma was very curious about what they were going to do. He ordered the little love egg on his arm to jump to the ground and left the little garden. Once everyone was gathered and assigned, there was no need for detailed instructions. This kind of cooperation had been done many times before. All right, that's it. Let's move out. Pay attention to your defenses. As soon as Celine finished speaking, the group of people eagerly grabbed their weapons and armed themselves to the teeth and left. What's wrong, Tico? Celine asked when he saw Tico standing there with a frown on her face. Something's wrong. Tico pointed at the rabbit nestled in her coat pocket with her chin. Right now, the rabbit's ears were drooping and its head was buried, as if it was trying to hide from something. After checking the rabbit's status, Celine turned on the communicator. Attention, everyone! Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The cheerful Carrie and the others immediately turned serious. Celine wouldn't casually say Level 1 alert. If he did, then it had to be a very dangerous target. After receiving Celine's message, Xianxia asked Celine how he came up with the conclusion. Celine only said that it was a hunch. Although he didn't know why Celine said that, Xianxia still ordered the squad to be on Level 1 alert. It was too late to destroy the spaceplane. Destroying it would affect the satellites orbiting the planet, and if it got too close, it could affect the planet's B-class livable environment. They could only go on Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert? Are you kidding me? Didn't you say it was a space plane the size of a fart? Is it that dangerous? Some of the team members complained. After all, Level 1 alert was not a joke. At this time, the space plane had already passed through the atmosphere and was falling somewhere not far from the base. The people on the ground were already waiting not far from the estimated landing point. In the air, there were people piloting the fighter jet. Although Yudo's hands were sweaty, his control was still stable. Level 1 alert. Boom! The space plane crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The space plane was also largely damaged. Some of the team members wanted to rush up to take a look, but they were stopped. If it wasn't for Level 1 alert, they would have definitely gone up to take a look. But now they couldn't. Creak! Creak! The sound of the hatch opening was heard. Through the images from the satellites in space and the monitors floating around the crater, everyone saw that there were 8 holes on the top of the spaceplane. It wasn't the hatch they had imagined. There was no logo on the spaceplane. There was no representative stamp or serial number, so they didn't know who was on the spaceplane. The spaceplane was still sending out a distress signal, but no one was in the mood to save anyone right now. As hunters, they had been through too much, and they wouldn't lower their guard just because someone was asking for help. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 cylinders were ejected from the spaceplane and flew in different directions. Each cylinder could only hold 1 human. Half of the cylinders were transparent, and through the transparent wall, they could see that the spaceplane was filled with humans. There were men and women, young and old, but they all looked like ordinary people. They looked like ordinary humans. 8 more cylinders flew out before the first one even hit the ground. Round after round of cylinders were ejected. Some landed directly on the ground, while others opened their parachutes in the air. However, based on their speed of descent, it would take at least 2 minutes for them to reach the ground. They were the targets of the fighter jets. Lying on Sigma's back, Xianxia suddenly felt uneasy and angry. It was a familiar yet annoying feeling, and it couldn't help but feel the urge to rush up and start killing. Aside from Xianxia, Qifeng felt the same way. A threatening growl escaped from his throat. Noticing the 2 fellows' reactions, Celine signaled everyone with his eyes to be on high alert. The cylinder closest to Silin's group stood upright. Through the transparent wall, they could see a woman in her 20s inside. She wore a knee-length skirt, had fair skin, and had a nice figure. Her eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes made people want to caress them. One of the team members gulped. Holy shit, it really is a murder weapon. There were a few more cylinders like this one around them. There were at least 10 of them in front of each team, and there were even more farther away. Some of the cylinders were filled with cute children, just like the first time Silin met Tang Xiao. They had pink cheeks, and they looked innocent even with their eyes closed. The uneasiness in Silin's heart grew stronger as he thought of something. The doors of the cylinders were obviously reinforced. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been damaged even if they fell to the ground. The moment the cabin door opened, Silin fired multiple shots, and the people inside the cabin were all shot in the forehead. The woman was one of them. Everyone was wondering why Silin acted so quickly. Wasn't he being too impulsive? However, the next moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Although the people who were shot by Silin's glabella were bleeding, the rate of blood loss wasn't as fast as a normal person who was shot. Only a tiny bit of blood flowed out of their wounds, and none of them had fallen to the ground. What the hell is going on? Before Carrie could finish, the people opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their eyes were blank and unfocused. Everyone felt a chill hit them in the face, and they started firing without hesitation. But while they were firing, the people inside the cylinders began to change. Their bodies began to grow taller and swell. Before the blood on their cracked skin could flow down, they were covered by new skin. The new skin was pale, and bloodless. The beautiful woman had become as hideous as a monster. The meridians all over her body wriggled rapidly, and her fair arms were mixed with more and more pale and blood. They quickly thickened, and her slender fingers became like the claws of an eagle. There were even lines on them. The splattered flesh and blood did not affect the people's mutation. Instead, it seemed to have stimulated the blood of these monsters. They let out terrifying roars and rushed towards Silin's group. Every step they took made Silin and the others tremble. Although these mutated monsters were huge, their movements were quite fast, and they could dodge the shots. This was still a planet on the ground. After the cylinders in the air opened up, the people who walked out of them also began to mutate during the landing process. Bat-like wings spread out on their backs, but they were not like the membranes of bats. Their wings were thicker, and every flap could quickly change the airflow, allowing them to fly in the air flexibly and avoid the attacks of the fighter jets. Yudos controlled the fighter jet to attack one of the monsters. These monsters were very agile and had a high sense of danger, so it was difficult to lock onto them. Their long claws easily left deep marks on the fighter jet, so while attacking, they had to control their close contact with these monsters. One of the fighter jet's wing was wrapped by the long tongue of a monster. The saliva on the monster's tongue was highly corrosive, and it corroded the wing. If Yudos had not cut off the long tongue in time, 1/3 of the fighter jet's wing would have been destroyed, its flight would have been affected. If that had happened, they would have been in danger. The monster that had its tongue severed by Yudos opened its mouth and screamed. The severed tongue was rapidly recovering, but when a monster swung its tongue, its saliva splattered onto a fighter that happened to be flying past, and 2 holes were corroded into the wing of the fighter. The situation in the air was more difficult, and the situation on the ground was not easy either. These biohumans had obviously undergone biochemical modification, and even if their heads were cut off, they would not die. This undoubtedly made the situation even more difficult for the team. This guy was simply a human-shaped weapon. This was definitely a premeditated incident. Sillin took out something that looked like a bow. An energy stone the size of a child's fist was installed on it. He aimed at the monster at the front and pressed the button. Whoosh! An arc of light shot straight at the monster, cutting it vertically in half. The strange thing was the monster that was cut in half did not bleed much. The green blood mixed with the blood seemed to have solidified, sticking tightly to the piece of meat. What was even more shocking was that the monster that was cut in half began to change. The cut began to heal and then grew until it became a complete body. In other words, the person that was cut in half was like some kind of animal that grew into 2 independent bodies. It was useless. It was useless even if it was cut in half. What was going on? Carrie raised his cannon and tried to blast them to smithereens, but these monsters' super high foresight didn't give him a chance to aim at all. As soon as Carrie's cannon moved over, the monsters dodged out of the way. Fuck damn it, this is too fast. Carrie could not help but curse after his first blast missed the monster. Vice Captain, what do we do now? Someone asked. They had already taken out their lightsabers. Of course, they were not afraid of a direct melee. However, after seeing the scene of 1 turning into 2, everyone was a little hesitant. If they were split into 5 pieces, would 1 turn to 5? No one could say for sure. Therefore, they were now in a predicament that they did not know what to do. Sillin had not been in contact with these guys for long. He did not have the time to analyze why these guys had such insane abilities. Do I have to grind them into mud? As soon as Sillin thought that, a long scream came from a base. Yeah, the scream this time was much louder than the one Sillin had encountered. It was so piercing that it felt like his eardrums were going to burst. The people from the 6th Division were not the most angry when these modified humans barged into the base, but the Lovag guardian beasts. Their mission was to protect the base on this planet, and these new monsters had undoubtedly crossed the line. Yeah, there was another sharp whistle. The Lovag beasts rushed over one after another. There were some on the ground and in the air. Behind them, some of the younger Lovag beasts followed the adult Lovag beasts, waving their pincers excitedly. Chapter 2:12. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Sillin and the Queen retreated a certain distance away and left the battlefield to the charging Lovags. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be accidentally injured by the excited Lovags. Sillin estimated the number of Lovags. The ratio of adult Lovags to the mutated humans was close to 2-1. About 2 Lovags were fighting against 1 mutated human. In terms of body size, the mutated humans were stronger than the Lovags. However, no one could say for sure since they had never seen the Lovags' true combat power. Sillin never knew why the Lovags had so many pincers, and all of them were huge. Most of the animals that Sillin had seen only had 1 pair of pincers. Therefore, when he first saw these fellows, he felt that it was strange, but he could not explain why. Now, Sillin finally knew why the Lovags had so many pincers. The charging Lovags did not bare their fangs and claws like the insect beasts that Sillin had seen before. Instead, when they got close to the mutated humans, they suddenly moved their 3 pairs of pincers. The joints on the pincers twisted in a strange way, forming a circular shield. Bang! The mutated humans were sent flying as if they had been hit by an armored vehicle. Outside the battlefield, Celine and the others were a little stunned when they saw this scene. Is this their battle strategy? Carrie gulped. If they were hit like that, they would probably fall apart. After sending the mutated humans flying, the Lovags did not stop. Instead, they continued to charge forward. They knew that their enemies would not be so weak. The mutated humans stood up after landing on the ground. Their twisted bodies wriggled and quickly recovered. They seemed to have been angered by the Lovags. They roared and charged at the Lovags, sharp bones growing out of their fingers. However, they were smarter this time. They did not charge forward directly. Instead, when they were about to hit the round shield made of pincers, they suddenly jumped up and attacked from above. Against the mutants' attack, the Lovaga beast's reaction was fast. Sillin saw one of the Lovags detach a pincer leg from its round shield and quickly clamped onto the mutant's arm. Then, it slammed the mutant's arm onto the ground. Pa pa pa! It was like slapping a fish. Carrie and the others were stunned again. Looking at the Lovag beast's actions, it seemed like it was a piece of cake for it to grab a mutant of this size and smash it into the ground. It was hard to tell that the Lovag beast was so strong. Just like ants, they looked like they didn't have much meat, but they could lift things that were 400 times their own weight and drag things that were 1,700 times their own weight. And this was just an ordinary ant. After being modified, the ant would be several times stronger. Sillin suspected that the Lovags had a gene that gave them a similar ability. Sillin and the others watched the battle unfold. The attack power of the Lovag beasts could not be underestimated. No matter how they looked at it, the Lovag beasts had the upper hand. Not to mention, they also had the advantage in numbers. If a Lovag beast's pincer leg was forcefully torn off by the mutant, it would quickly grow a new one. Similarly, if a mutant's hand was chopped off, it would quickly grow a new one. Monsters against monsters. They are indeed a perfect match. Carrie sighed. Hey, why don't we make a bet on how long these Lovag guardian beasts will take to deal with these mutants? Xianxia rested his gun on his shoulder and looked at Carrie. Sure. Carrie looked at the situation on the battlefield and raised 2 fingers. 20 minutes. I bet that they will be able to deal with these problems in 20 minutes. Xianxia shook his head and raised 3 fingers. 20 minutes is too short. These mutants' recovery ability is too strong. I think they will need at least 30 minutes. They definitely won't be able to deal with them in 20 minutes. Carrie looked at Sillin. Hey, Vice Captain, do you want to join in? Sillin did not immediately reply to Carrie. Instead, he turned around and took out the ultra-low-temperature cold beam freeze gun from a box. What are you doing with that? Carrie asked curiously. Something's not right. Sillin pointed in a direction. There was a mutant that had just been chopped into 3 parts by the Lovag beast. The mutant was sliced into 3 parts, the top of the shoulder, the torso, and the bottom of the waist. However, the moment the Lovaga beast shifted its target, the muscles of the mutant that had been sliced into 3 parts immediately began to contract. A portion of the muscles rapidly dissolved and formed new cells. Some of the cells in the blood also quickly gathered on the cut surface, forming a special callus. Then, under the watchful eyes of Carrie and the others, the 3 parts formed 3 new independent bodies. Each of the independent bodies was exactly the same as the mutant that had been chopped into 2. This scene repeated itself. However, a few minutes ago, Sillin had chopped the mutant into 2, and this mutant had been chopped into 3 parts. This, Carrie and Xianxia retracted their previous thoughts. If each mutant that was chopped into several pieces could become independent clones, how were they supposed to fight this war? Do they really have to blast them into smithereens? Sillin picked up the freeze gun and selected a mutant. He fired a cold beam at it. The body of the mutant that was fighting against the Lovaga beast quickly froze. However, it did not turn into a block of ice like an ordinary human. These mutants could still move, but their movements were much slower. Every movement would shake off the ice that had formed on their bodies. The only thing that was frozen was their skin. The ice that fell off was their outer skin. When the outer skin fell off, the mutants' movements would return to their original state. Imagine how painful it would be for an ordinary person to have their skin peeled off inch by inch. However, these mutants did not seem to feel the pain at all. Their eyes were only filled with killing intent and numbness. Regardless of whether these mutants felt pain or not, this was not Sillin's goal. For the Lovag beast, it was their habit to first take down their enemies, kill them, and then turn around to eat them. The killed enemies would be eaten by the baby Lovag beasts. This time, they had planned to cut the invaders into pieces and feed the baby Lovag beast that had just been born. Who would have thought that the invaders that had been cut into pieces would come back to life? The Lovag beast's anger increased again. The mutant that was hit by the cold beam suddenly slowed down and was cut into 10 pieces by the furious Lovag beast. However, the same thing happened again. These pieces of meat started to change again. However, the time it took for them to become whole was longer than the time they were cut into 2 or 3 pieces. Sillin raised his freeze gun again and fired a few shots at the same mutant. The mutant that was hit by the cold beam had slowed down considerably. Before the mutant was hit by the cold beam, it was about to jump away from the Lovag beast's round shield. However, it was shot by Sillin before it could jump. Pack! The frozen mutant that was hit head-on was smashed into palm-sized chunks of flesh. Callie and the rest could not help but shiver when they saw this. The bloody pieces were stepped on by the mutants and Lovag beasts, and in the end, they were almost turned into meat paste. In this state, he probably won't. Before Carrie could finish a sentence, a few protrusions appeared on the meat paste. The protrusions grew bigger and bigger, and the guard's meat paste slowly disappeared. Fuck, what the hell are those things? Carrie cursed. Yudi looked at the time. It's been 10 minutes, and the number of mutants has increased by several times. The Lovag beasts are at a disadvantage now. Although the number of clones has increased, the strength of each new clone has decreased compared to their mother, Celine said. How could this happen? It's because of the cell's versatility. The cells in the mutants are always in a highly stimulated state. When a mutant is completely destroyed, the best cell will be selected from the isolated body to differentiate. The other cells will provide the cell with nutrients and energy. Therefore, the clones that are cut into less pieces will be stronger than the clones that are cut into more pieces. This is because these clones absorb more energy when they differentiate. Just as Sillin said, these mutants did not necessarily realize this flaw. Instead, they instinctively began to absorb the pieces of their own kind that were cut into pieces and assimilate them into themselves. Then what should we do? Carrie scratched his head in frustration. He had no idea where to start. Moreover, the mutants and the Lovag beasts were fighting each other, and it was getting more and more intense. The smaller Lovag beasts did not approach them on their own. They only moved around the periphery. Before the pieces of the mutants were fully formed, the smaller Lovag beasts would rush over and take a few bites. However, due to the gluttony of the smaller Lovag beasts, some of the pieces were completely devoured by the smaller Lovag beasts before they fully formed. This way, there were fewer clone mutants. When Snowball saw this scene from afar, it turned its head to glance at Sillin, Tang Xianxia, and the others. Seeing that none of them were paying attention to it, Snowball charged towards them with a whoosh and bit down on a mutated human that was still in the process of dividing at the periphery of the battlefield. Xianxia, hurry up and come back, Tang Xianxia said anxiously. No matter how strong Xianxia's adult form was, Xianxia was still a juvenile. His ability and temperament were not mature yet. If he was accidentally injured by the Lovag beasts or stabbed by the mutant's claws, it would be enough to make him suffer. Xianxia was just a glutton. When he saw the smaller Lovag beasts eating, he was just a little jealous. He still had some self-awareness and was a little afraid of death. After rushing over and taking a bite, he quickly ran back, chewing the meat in his mouth as he ran. Carrie and the others were speechless. Fatty, no matter what, you still have human meat in your mouth. It doesn't matter if he is a mutant or not. He is still a human. How dare you eat human meat in front of us? As soon as Xianxia returned, Tang Xianxia grabbed his ear. Tang Xianxia picked up the gun and started hitting Xianxia's fat butt. Diaz had said that disobedient children should be spanked. However, this white fatty did not seem to care about Tang Xianxia's beating. Moreover, he was not afraid of pain. With Tang Xianxia's strength, he could not even pull a hair off his body. Xianxia took the initiative to let Tang Xianxia hit his, but while chewing the meat in his mouth in satisfaction. What does it taste? Huimao asked with blinking eyes. It seemed that as long as Xianxia said good, he would also go and eat it. Oh, crunch! After chewing and swallowing the meat, Xianxia grinned and said, not bad. Wuxia immediately ran towards the direction of the carcass and started eating. Xianxia looked at Huimao's back and looked at Tang Qiuqiu pitifully. However, Tang Qiuqiu's hand that was grabbing his ear did not loosen at all. Acting pitiful was useless. Just as Xianxia looked at Tang Qiuqiu with a wronged expression, Silin walked over. Xianxia was not afraid of Tang Qiuqiu, Carrie, or Shotten, but it was afraid of Silin. It couldn't tell why. Usually it could play with Silin, but once it made a mistake, it didn't dare to face Silin. So when Silin walked over, Xianxia's body stiffened and its round head drooped down. Silin squatted down and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia tilted its head to the side. Silin raised his hand and turned Xianxia's head to face him. Xianxia's eyes tilted to the side, but it didn't want to meet Silin's eyes. Shing! The wrist knife in Silin's hand popped out. Hearing this sound, Xianxia shivered and raised its fat hand to hold its head. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy. I didn't say that. Silin grabbed Xianxia's face. Since he was with Mo Hung, he had developed this bad habit of grabbing other people's faces. Be good, lick it. Xianxia blinked, not understanding Silin's meaning. Silin waved the wrist knife in his hand and pointed at Xianxia's tongue. Lick the knife once, and it's best if you spray more saliva. Didn't I see you spitting saliva at the Miantuan last time? Just spray more saliva on the knife. The Miantuan, who was gloating on Yudi's shoulder, shook its tail and turned its head away, not daring to look at Yudi. How'd he find out about such a stupid thing? Being stared at by Silin, Xianxia pitifully spat saliva at Silin's knife. Every time he spat, he would tremble. Looking at Silin's expression, if Silin showed any signs of anger, he would be ready to roll away with his head in his hands. However, it seemed that Silin really wasn't angry. So the fat man spat more and more energetically. The others didn't understand why Silin was doing this, but when Yudi pointed at the mutated human that Xianxia had bitten, they gradually understood. The mutated human that Xianxia had bitten had yet to fully form, especially the place where Xianxia had bitten, there was still a bite mark. Even if half of these mutated humans were chopped off, they would quickly split into a new body. Why would there be a bite mark? And from the looks of it, there was no sign of it recovering. The reason why this split body remained this way was because of Xianxia. Silin had seen the mutated humans that Huimao had bitten. Although there were signs of suppression, it wasn't as obvious as Xianxia's. Xianxia didn't have a venom sac like snakes, which meant that the suppressor should be in Xianxia's saliva. That was why Silin did something that made Xianxia spit at him. After his wrist knife was stained with Xianxia's saliva, Silin tidied up his equipment and rushed forward alone. With lightning speed, he slashed a mutated human that was fighting with the Lovaga beast in half. Then, he quickly retreated, not wanting to continue fighting. Everyone observed the mutant that Silin had cut into two. Unlike the mutant that had been cut into two at the beginning of the battle, this mutant did not begin to divide and recover immediately. The two halves of the mutant trembled, and no callous cells formed at the incision. Instead, the greenish blood that seemed to have solidified and stuck tightly to the flesh gradually melted and flowed out. Carrie and the others' mouths turned into an O shape. They all turned their heads to look at Snowball, a group of shining eyes. Xianxia shrunk into Tang Qiuqiu's arms again and again. Carrie turned around, grabbed his greatsword, and ran to Xianxia. Come, Xianxia, spit it out for Big Brother. After Silin confirmed the effectiveness of his attacks, he retreated and said to the spectating Sigma, tell the Lovags to share some of the mutants with us later. They'll be responsible for covering for us and eating. It's best if they can finish the food fast. Everyone knew that Sigma could communicate with the Lovaga beasts, not to mention that he was the one who implanted the chips into them. Therefore, Sigma was in charge of negotiating with the Lovaga beasts. After Silin briefly explained the situation to Sigma, Sigma promised to complete the mission. Are you ready? Silin asked Carrie and the others. Yes. Lycrave has already taken a sample of his saliva and brought it back for research. I'm sure we'll get the results soon. The weapons in the hands of Callie and the others were all stained with Xianxia's saliva. In order to spit on their weapons, Xianxia's mouth was dry and he had to drink a lot of water. That's good. Celine made a hand gesture, signaling the start of the operation. After holding back for so long, Carrie and the others charged toward the battlefield. Celine looked at the situation. As long as he could slow down the cloning speed of the mutants, the Lovaga beasts would devour them before they could complete their cloning. So, after solving this problem, Celine decided to investigate another matter. The incident this time was obviously premeditated. Those mutants were specially developed humanoid weapons, and that space plane was flying towards the planet where the 6B Squadron was stationed. However, Celine needed to find out which side had sent the assassins over. The mastermind would definitely try to cover up and erase all traces, but Celine still had to look for it. If he was right, the spaceplane would no longer exist after all the mutants were killed, and it would be even more difficult to find any clues by then. Celine approached the spacecraft and quickly weaved between the mutants and the Lovaga beasts. It was hard to see his figure. The holes on the spacecraft that popped out of the cylindrical cabin were already closed. There was no gap for him to enter. After Celine circled the spacecraft, he called Hui Mao, who was happily chewing on the mutants, over. What? Hui Mao smirked and licked his paws in front of Celine. Try to open the cabin door. Be careful not to let the system inside detect any signs of intrusion. Hui Mao paced back and forth, then squatted down in a corner of the spacecraft. Strings of characters flashed in his eyes. Chapter 213. Not long after, Hui Mao raised its head and looked at Celine. Celine, it's done. Done? Celine looked at the aircraft. He didn't see any openings. Its main hatch isn't at the side, but under its belly, Hui Mao said. Under its belly meant that it was at the bottom of the aircraft. However, wouldn't the main hatch of an aircraft of this shape usually be at the side? If it was at the bottom, it wouldn't be easy. Celine looked at Hui Mao, and Hui Mao started to dig. For a cat, it was rare to be able to practice digging to this level. Therefore, Hui Mao had always been proud of its ability to dig. With Hui Mao's help, Celine quickly entered the interior of the aircraft from the bottom. After entering, he could see the situation inside the aircraft at a glance. This aircraft was mostly used to store those cylindrical cabins. Once the cylindrical cabins were released, the inside was much emptier. He took out the detector to check. There was no special reaction. Everything was normal, but Celine felt uneasy. Thinking back to the rabbit, could it be that the rabbit was only here because of the mutated humans? It was a pity that the rabbit couldn't speak. The gray cat circled around the space plane curiously and twitched its nose. There's a familiar smell. What smell? Celine couldn't smell it out. If someone had stayed here before and hadn't cleaned the place properly, Celine would definitely be able to smell it out. In other words, the people who stayed here had been cleaned up when they left. At this time, he couldn't help but admire Hui Mao's senses that were more sensitive than a detector. Hui Mao walked around the cabin again and determined a general route. It raised its paw and pointed at the places where there was a slight residual smell. There are many kinds of smells, but there's one that's very familiar. It's probably in these few places. If the smell had been cleaned at the same time, then the places where there was a faint residual smell should be the places where the person stayed for a long time, or the places where some liquid from the person's body dripped. Ah, I remember now. Hui Mao shouted, it's that. When we went to the level 1 prison, we smelled that stench. It was disgusting like a rat. I killed a few of them, but I didn't eat them. They were so smelly and disgusting. After I killed them, they were sticky like a puddle of water. Something like a mouse? Was it as sticky as a puddle of water after being slapped to death? Wait, see if it's this one. Celine took out a small bottle from the scroll. At that time, he had collected some samples, but he had never analyzed it in depth. He didn't even get close to it. As soon as the bottle was opened, Hui Mao yelled, "This is it. It's disgusting. Take it away." As expected, in that case, it was indeed not Azrael or someone from other forces, but Fog or Wuxia. That person. Celine remembered that he only brushed past that person at that time. He didn't do anything, but Sillin could feel the haze in that person's heart. So, which side was that person from? Forget it for now. There was no time to think about that. Sillin's uneasiness grew stronger. There must be something else in this aircraft. But Huimao didn't smell anything special. What could it be? Sillin analyzed the places that Huimao had pointed out with the residual smell. Then, he walked through a few possible routes based on the results of the analysis, but he didn't find anything. There were still 3 possible paths left, and Sillin was currently walking along one of them. This path would give him a certain amount of distance from where he had stopped. However, when Sillin reached the intersection point of this distance, the intense feeling of unease grew even stronger. This is it. Sillin didn't doubt his intuition. Wheeze. How many people have stayed in this area before? Sillin pointed at the area and turned in a circle before asking the gray cat. Not many. Only one person stayed close, right there. Huimao walked over and raised his paw to pat the ground. That's it. You come over first, don't get too close. Sillin walked over carefully and touched his finger to the cabin wall. Feeling the information transmitted from his finger, Sillin finally knew the reason for the uneasiness. There was something mysterious about this cabin wall. There were weak radioactive elements inside, but this level of radioactivity wouldn't make the human body uncomfortable. Moreover, the cabin wall was made of anti-radiation material, so the detector couldn't detect the radioactivity inside at all. The radioactive materials placed here had obviously been carefully calculated. When the amount of radioactive materials decayed to a certain extent, a box inside the cabin would mutate. The contents of the box would flow out and fuse with the materials that had gone through the decaying process, forming a high-energy bomb. The power of this bomb could blow up a thick layer of skin on the ground in this area. If it exploded now, the people from the 6th Division and the Lovag beasts outside would be injured by the shockwave produced by the bomb. The few that could survive would be heavily injured. Sillin looked at the approximate time of the high-energy bomb's formation. There were still 10 minutes left. Instead of contacting the base from here, Sillin had only activated the communicator when he was outside. If he had activated the communicator directly from inside, Sillin didn't know if there would be other mysteries that would cause this high-energy bomb to form in advance. After a brief explanation of the situation here, Xianxia immediately drove a large aircraft over personally. Now that the situation of the mutants on the battlefield had been suppressed, it would be over in 30 minutes. Therefore, Xianxia didn't need to supervise the battle. He drove the aircraft over and cooperated with Sillin to transport the aircraft out of the planet. As the aircraft had sunk into the ground, it wasn't easy to pull it out. Therefore, a large area around it was dug up along with rocks and sand. The commotion here had obviously attracted everyone's attention. However, before the mutants were completely dealt with, they couldn't keep looking at the aircraft. Since Sillin and Xianxia had done this, it meant that there was something wrong with the aircraft, and they had no choice but to throw it out of the planet. Now, what the team members needed to do was to complete the mission of getting injured. The spaceplane Xianxia was piloting extended 2 large pincers and clamped down on the foreign spaceplane, carefully transporting it out of the planet. After it flew out of the planet, it sped up and threw out a couple of thrusters to attach themselves to the large piece. The thrusters pushed the spaceplane far away, while Sillin and Xianxia piloted the spaceplane back. 10 minutes later, the flames of the explosion ignited. As they had been pushed out of the range of the explosion, the planet wasn't affected. Sillin explained the situation to Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't know much about the mist and Wuxia, so he couldn't tell which side did it. However, one thing was for sure. This planet was being watched. Whether it was the mist or Wuxia, these 2 forces were extremely dangerous. The strength of the 6th Division alone wasn't enough to go against them. Therefore, Xianxia reported the situation to the A-Team. Not long after, the A-Team would send someone over to check on the situation of the stronghold. They would solve the problem together. By the time Sillin rushed out of the spaceplane, the situation on the battlefield was already very clear. Only a few mutants were still holding on, and they became the targets of the Lovags. The rest of the 6th B Squadron were watching the show from a distance. Unlike the previous love eggs, these love eggs didn't directly cut the mutants into pieces. Instead, they bit them and ate them. "What's going on?" Sillin walked over and asked. Carrie raised his chin and pointed at the love eggs who were looking at the last few mutants pitifully. He then turned to the last battlefield. "It seems that the more the mutants split, the more the love eggs don't like them." It was like a bowl of soup. After drinking a little, water would be added to the original spot, and water would be added again. After a few times, the soup would be diluted, and the taste would definitely not be good. In the end, the remaining mutants were eaten, and the love eggs would lick the cells that had not split in time. This time, they were indeed full. The love eggs had grown a lot, and the speed at which they ate them surprised everyone. After the love eggs returned to their nest, Xianxia ordered his men to do a thorough cleaning of the area to kill any potential threats. Although the matter was resolved, the crisis it brought made Xianxia feel uneasy. He only felt better when the A-Team arrived. Sillin didn't know the people sent by the A-Team, but they were all veterans like Somba and the others. However, they didn't put on airs in front of Sillin. They called Sillin over to ask about the situation and didn't ask anything else. As for what the A-Team discussed with Xianxia after Sillin's departure, Sillin didn't know. He wasn't in the mood to know either. Right now, he was busy researching something that might save his life in the near future. The A-Team had left a squad behind to guard the base. They valued this place a lot, so much so that they had sent technicians over to inspect it. They couldn't stop praising the place. In fact, Sillin, Huimao, and Cheto knew that Sigma was the reason this base was as strong as it was today. Sigma had maintained, perfected, and improved the base over the years. They looked at some of the tree species planted outside the base. They were genetically modified species planted to improve the planet's environment, and now they had taken root and sprouted. Not far away, a group of little love eggs were running behind Xianxia. They caught Huimao's ball every time he headed a ball over to them, and they were having a lot of fun. These love eggs weren't hostile towards the people of the 6th Division just because they had eaten meat. It was because of the chips inside their bodies that they were different from normal beasts. "What are you looking at, Sillin?" Huimao jumped into the room through the window and climbed onto Sillin's shoulder. Sillin scratched Huimao's chin and said, "You guys look like you're having a lot of fun." Huimao raised his chin for Sillin to scratch. Then, he said lazily, "A bunch of brats." Sillin curled his lips. "Other than being older, you're about the same as them. How's it going? How's your work?" Huimao asked while wagging his tail. "Not bad, but let me ask you a question, Whis. With your abilities, what are your chances of winning against Bart and Somba? Huimao opened his eyes and thought for a moment. "I don't know. To be honest, the gray cat was well aware of its weaknesses. It was confident that it could beat the duo in a head-on clash, but a battle wasn't just about brute force. Strategy was also a part of it, and Bart and Somba looked like old foxes who had been through hundreds of battles. The gray cat's brain might be powerful, but it didn't know how to come up with many schemes and schemes. It didn't even know how to panic, and if Sillin could see through it with a single glance, then there was no need to even mention those two foxes. You want to fight with them? We can work together. You use your brain, and I'll use my claws. I don't believe I can't beat them," Huimao said. Sillin shook his head. "They're not my enemies, but I'm stronger than the two of them combined." Huimao's ears twitched. "I know. You're talking about the people you met in the prison. They were very strong, and they were also very cunning. All right, are they really going to attack the base?" Huimao didn't need to ask the people of the 6th Division. He could understand things through Sigma. The entire base was Sigma's eyes and ears. "I think so. Don't be afraid. I've discussed it with Sigma, and they're planning to refurbish the base and install a few cannons on the perimeter. We have the materials now anyway, and Yudi even said that he'd like to help us install cannons yesterday." Seeing that Huimao was getting excited, Sillin didn't interrupt. He scratched Huimao's chin and looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. 2 days later, there was another team mission. 2 rank C habitable planets were found to be rich in rare metal ores. The ores were just in time for the construction of new defense facilities. Silen's team and Zarathustra's team went out to mine. Each team was responsible for monitoring the situation on one planet. Huimao didn't come with them because he was in the middle of his excitement. Silen left Cheto at the base to supervise them. It was to prevent them from fooling around. On the starship, Silen listened to Carrie, Beaver, and the others discuss the construction of the base's outer defense facilities. He sat in silence. Unease, still unease. Silen was never a person who acted unprepared, but this time, he still felt very uneasy. Tico walked over and stopped in front of Silen. She looked at Silen worriedly. "What's wrong? Do you need something?" Silen asked. "It's not me. I just wanted to ask Lieutenant Silen what you need, or should I say, what you expect to run into." Tico pulled a chair over and sat down. She took out the little rabbit from her pocket and passed it to Silen. The rabbit's ears drooped, and its eyes looked at Silen with obvious worry. Silen had never seen this rabbit look like this before. There was even a hint of reluctance in its worried eyes. Silen didn't know why he could see this kind of meaning in the rabbit's eyes, but he felt that it was because of its eyes. The rabbit's mouth couldn't speak, but its eyes could. "It's been like this ever since we left the base. It always looks at you like this, but it doesn't look like this when it looks at anyone else." Tico stared straight into Silen's eyes. "What happened? Is there something you're not telling us?" Silen rubbed his hands on his face. "I can't avoid it. I can't avoid it." When he saw the rabbit's eyes, he knew what he was going to encounter. Silen didn't answer Tico's question. He closed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the back of the chair. 5 minutes later, Silen opened his eyes and stood up. He patted the rabbit that was looking at him and said to Tico, "It's okay." Tico didn't take Silen's words seriously. She knew the rabbit in her hand too well. She knew what each look meant. So when she saw the rabbit staring at Silen, she was so shocked that she dropped the knife in her hand. That look meant that Silen was likely to die this time. Otherwise, the rabbit wouldn't be so reluctant and worried. Silen went to look for Yudi. Diaz wasn't around, so he explained some of his plans to Yudi. After all, in the entire 6th Division, only Yudi had the most authority and was able to analyze problems calmly. When the time was right, it was best to be decisive. By now, their starship was quite far away from the base planet and was about to land on the metal-rich planet. However, Silen didn't give the order to land. Instead, he ordered the weapons to be ready. The members of the control room were in position to check on the energy supply and defense system. Carrie opened his mouth, but was forced back by a look from Yudi. Right now, Carrie was depressed and confused. He felt like his heart was being scratched by Huimao's claws, but he couldn't ask. "Ready?" Silen looked at Yudi. Yudi nodded. "I'm ready." "Good, begin." As soon as Silen's voice fell, Yudi issued a series of orders. The starship that was originally flying towards the metal-rich planet suddenly turned around, activated its protective shield, and flew away. Carrie couldn't hold it in anymore and glared at Yudi. Right now, the protective shield was activated to the maximum. How many energy blocks had been wasted? Furthermore, they had used those special energy blocks. At this point, there wasn't even an explanation. Before Carrie, who was about to open his mouth to ask, could say anything, the starship suddenly shook. "We've been attacked." Through the image on the screen, everyone could see that the starship behind them was gradually revealing its true appearance. There was actually a starship lying in ambush there. What was even more surprising was that the detectors and scanners on their starship didn't notice anything at all. The cannons on the starship behind them were all aimed at Silen's starship. If it weren't for the protective shield, the starship would probably be half paralyzed by now. At the very least, it wouldn't be able to escape at such a speed. "Who are they?" Carrie asked. "I want to know too." Silen looked at the starship chasing after them and left the control room. Chapter 214. When he reached the door of the control room, Silen turned around and said to the others, "As the vice captain, I'm handing over the control of this starship and the command of this operation to Yudi." Although the hierarchy among the hunters was not as strict as the military, they still had to follow the rules at critical times. Otherwise, it would be a mess. Therefore, when the situation was serious, everyone would consciously follow the orders of the Supreme Commander. But now, when they heard Silen say this, they were a little confused. Handing over control at the last minute? Why? Since Sillin had handed over the command to Yudi, they would have to follow Yudi's orders for the rest of the operation. It was obvious that the starship behind them was not to be trifled with. But Vice Captain Carrie chased after him, ready to get to the bottom of it. But Sillin did not say anything. He pressed a button, and the door to the control room closed before Carrie could reach it. When Carrie opened the door again, Sillin had already taken the elevator to the spaceplane's parking lot. Sillin looked in the direction of the starship behind them. He could sense the person on that starship. They would meet sooner or later, but Sillin did not expect Osculos to come so soon. From the looks of it, the Fog or Wuxia's people must have cooperated with Osculos and attracted some of the military's attention. That was why Osculos was able to shake off the military and come to Sillin. After picking a small spaceplane and taking a few energy stones with him, Sillin quickly checked its weapons and equipment before flying out of the starship. Although the firepower of a small spaceplane was not as fierce as that of a large spaceplane, it was more agile. Large spaceplanes required too much firepower and were not suitable for a single person to control. On the starship behind them, that kid went out. The person who spoke was the person Sillin and Hui Mao had talked about not long ago. It was the person who had brushed past Sillin in the passage of the prison. Beside him was the woman with the blue blade that Sillin had met before. Osculo chuckled as he leisurely sipped on his recliner. He finished his drink, stood up, and walked out of the room. Not long after, an aircraft left the starship and chased after Sillin. Inside the starship of the 6th Division, everyone in the control room saw Sillin fly away from the starship. Tico and Yudi looked worriedly at the flying craft that was getting further and further away from them and sighed. Sigh, I say, what is Sillin thinking? Also, who are those people behind us? Carrie was almost going crazy. Now is not the time. Yudi turned to look at the main control panel in the control room. Do not slow down or land on a nearby planet. Raise the energy shield and activate the thrusters to the maximum. Return to the base at full speed. Sillin had told Yudi not to slow down or land on a nearby planet. It would be suicidal to stop and fight. That was why Yudi had ordered his team members to return at full speed. Otherwise, they would not be able to stop the people behind them. Carrie grabbed Yudi's collar and shouted, "Can't you fucking tell us why? Is it fun to keep everyone in the dark? Fuck." Yudi looked at Carrie expressionlessly and pushed Carrie's hand away. I'm just completing the mission given to me by the vice captain and bringing everyone back to the base safely. What the fuck are you talking about? Carrie angrily kicked the chair beside his feet. The chair hit the wall and shattered into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from behind were still fierce. Although the starship had an energy shield to protect it, the impact of the energy shield still caused it to sway. Fuck, who are they? Do we have to keep running back to the base like this? Carrie was not the only one who thought this way. Many others were thinking the same thing. It was too useless to return to the base in such a sorry state. The people of Vanguard were beaten to this state, and they did not even fight back. How shameful would it be if word got out? Seeing that everyone's emotions were gradually becoming unstable, there were signs that they wanted to fly out and fight or find a place to fight. Yudi finally relented. After all, it would be counterproductive to keep them in the dark too much. Mist or Wuxia, which one do you think you can fight? Yudi looked at Carrie and the others. As soon as Yudi said this, the control room fell silent. Mist or Wuxia, who could they fight? Not even one of them. It was not that they were afraid of death, but they were afraid that their death would not be worth it. Bravery did not mean that they would be sending themselves to death. Yudi glanced at everyone and turned back. Follow my orders just now. Return at full speed. This time no one was angry. They consciously did their own things. Doing their own things was the greatest help to the team. Carrie took a few deep breaths and suppressed his emotions that were on the verge of bursting out. He asked, then Sillin, he has his own plans. Yudi did not say anything else. He opened the star map and looked at it. From time to time, he would give instructions on the route of the starship. Looking at the other party's flight, it was obvious that they had done some analysis of the area. Yudi did not expect to be able to get rid of the people behind them. He only wanted to return to the base safely. Sillin had said that the other party knew about the existence of the base. The biohuman incident last time was also caused by the other party. This time, even if their team did not come out, those people would still attack the base. When they sent the mutant aircraft, they did not use biochemical bombs or other long-lasting bombs. Instead, they only used ordinary high-energy bombs. It was for the sake of the base. When he answered Carrie's question, there was one thing that Yudi did not say. Star Hunter Osculos. A person of that level would be too much of a blow to the morale of the military. Just a mist in Wuxia alone would put a lot of pressure on them. Adding Osculos to the mix, Yudi suspected that some people would be more passive. Therefore, even though Yudi could see that some people had questions about the aircraft, he only changed the topic. When Yudi first heard Sillin's thoughts, he was shocked. No one knew why someone of Osculos' level would keep an eye on Sillin. Sillin piloted the aircraft and flew to a planet that he had already chosen. This planet was one of the 2 underdeveloped B-grade planets that the 6th Division had discovered when they were searching for a foothold. According to Sillin's analysis of the planet's environment and species, he had the highest chance of survival on that planet. Sillin had considered taking out Osculos' aircraft in space, but Osculos was a star hunter. Not only was he experienced, but he also had better materials and tools than Sillin. Although Sillin used the special energy ore that he had discovered before, which could increase the defense of his energy shield by several levels, Osculos' energy shield had to be undamaged. Once he left Vanguard's territory, Sillin's chances of turning the tables would be even slimmer. Therefore, when he was simulating the route, Sillin decisively chose that planet. As long as he could buy some time, Hui Mao and the others would come to his aid. By then, Sillin's life would be spared. After all, Osculos was still alone in this place. As Sillin calculated his next course of action, he dodged the attacks from Osculos' aircraft. That being said, the spaceplane's attack was nothing more than Osculos' amusement. He wasn't counting on it to destroy Sillin's spaceplane, not to mention that he wasn't expecting it to. Although he did not plan to kill Sillin in space this way, Osculos did not want Sillin to run too far away. He did not have much patience. Osculos looked at Sillin's aircraft and pressed a button on the side of his hand. A series of rivet-like objects flew out. There were 9 of them in total, and they were all aimed at Sillin's aircraft. They were highly sensitive tracking devices. Sillin managed to dodge 8 of them, but he was still hit by 1. The rivet-like object could absorb energy and attach it to the energy shield, speeding up the loss of energy. It seemed that Okuro could not wait any longer. After being chased by the military for so long, Osculos was not in a good mood. Sillin did some calculations as he stared at the energy display that was rapidly decreasing. Then, he piloted the spaceplane to avoid yet another round of energy absorption rivets. Finally, he saw the planet. Sillin was about to adjust the controls and land when there was a sudden boom. 2 more rivets were attached to the aircraft. At this rate of energy loss, there was no way Sillin could reach the desired landing spot. Han Xiao landed the aircraft in a forest with great difficulty. He had no idea how many branches the aircraft had scraped off, but the tree branches shook the aircraft violently. Before the aircraft came to a complete stop, Sillin jumped out of the emergency hatch and ran into the forest. Osculos' aircraft landed on a high ground next to the forest. The hatch opened, and Osculos walked out of the aircraft. He was still in the same outfit that Sillin had first seen him in. Looking at the forest and the aircraft that had just stopped, Osculos jumped down. He was falling from a cliff that was more than 500 meters high, but he did not seem to be falling freely. Osculos looked in the direction of the forest and waved his hand. His footsteps changed. His speed did not change, but his direction changed. He followed Osculos' footsteps and landed in that direction. Celine, who was running, felt a wave of telekinesis that was rushing towards him at high speed. Sillin had only ever felt a wave of telekinesis like this from Gaydar. It was too fast. Sillin had already pushed his speed to the limit, but the people behind him were quickly closing the distance between them. No wonder Gaydar had said that escaping from Osculos would be difficult. Sensing the rapidly closing distance, Sillin pulled out his gun, but before he could turn the gun, the barrel was snapped in half. Sillin felt like he had been punched by a giant fist. He slammed into the stone wall behind him, and his whole body sunk into it. Before Celine could react, he was grabbed by the neck and dragged out of the stone wall. His feet left the ground. Osculos grabbed Sillin's neck and lifted him up. He looked at the bleeding head and body of Cillin and said slowly, "I'm sorry to have kept you alive for so long." Bang! Cillin was smashed again, but this time he was not smashed into the stone wall. Instead, he was forced into the ground. Cillin's physical fitness was pretty good. Many A-rank combatants could not compare to Cillin's physical strength. However, even with such a strong body, Osculos had managed to shatter many of his bones with just one hit, and his muscles looked like they had been forcefully torn apart. Osculos was obviously very experienced. He knew which bones to break and which could incapacitate a person. Gaydar had also said that Osculos was a person who liked to torture and kill. Cillin listened to the sound of his bones being crushed, but the immense pain did not stop Cillin's train of thought. In fact, every time the chip was activated, the pain was no better than when his bones were crushed. When Osculos crushed someone's bones, he would make sure to preserve the nerves so that they could better transmit the sensation of pain. "You don't seem to mind this level of pain," Osculos said slowly. Osculo was very dissatisfied with the fact that Cillin did not scream or scream in pain. A thin knife, about the width of a finger, protruded from Osculos's wrist. "Actually, I really hate Gaydar. He wants to replace me, but he never does it himself. He likes to use other people to deal with me. What I don't understand is that with the style of that old faker, Zada, he would waste his energy on you this time and let me be pestered by the military for so long. Tell me, how am I going to repay this debt?" Osculo spoke like he was meeting an old friend, but he was swinging his knife at Cillin. Inside the 6th Division's base, Huimao and Sigma were arguing about a design, and Xianxia had joined in and pointed at them. Cheto didn't have the time to interrupt them at all. However, Huimao suddenly froze. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his eyes became as deep as a whirlpool in the ocean. Sigma, who was still explaining its reasons, suddenly stopped talking when it noticed Huimao's abnormality. Beside them, Xianxia and the Miantuan backed away in unison. They felt like something was wrong with Huimao right now. It was as if he was about to start a massacre at any moment. The instincts of animals were very sensitive. The small Lavaga beast that had been jumping around suddenly left the area and sought refuge with the big Lavaga beasts. It was at this moment Yudi's starship finally arrived at the base planet. Alarms blared all over the base, and everyone quickly entered combat mode. This time, however, the Lovags didn't come out. Instead, they hid inside their nests. The little Lovags trembled uncontrollably and squeezed themselves against the big Lovags, as if it gave them a sense of security. Since they were prepared beforehand, they moved quickly and efficiently. Shotten ordered his men to cover Yudi's landing and attack the starship at the same time. They absolutely couldn't let them land here. Fortunately, the starship didn't try to force its way in. It simply circled around the perimeter. When Yudi's group finally landed safely, Carrie immediately told Shotten about Cillin's situation. "Captain, hurry up and send reinforcements to Cillin. Otherwise, he'll be in trouble if he's alone." Carrie volunteered to join the rescue team. Shotten looked at Yudi. What did Cillin mean? Yudi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He meant that he should leave first, and then we'll send reinforcements. Shotten clearly thought deeper than Carrie. Who's chasing Cillin? It's Osculos. Who's Osculos? Carrie was confused. However, Shotten and the other members of the A-team almost jumped up. "What? Osculos? Are you sure? It's that guy?" Shotten pointed above his head. Everyone knew who Shotten was referring to by that guy. Yudi nodded. "That's what Cillin said. Why would Osculos have his eyes on Cillin? That shouldn't be the case. Osculos has always had high standards." Someone from the A-team mumbled. When Yudi heard this, he wanted to kick the person out of the team. "Captain, now's not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and form a rescue team. I'm afraid Cillin will be in trouble if we don't," Yudi urged. "Hey, Who is this Osculos you're talking about? Carrie was still confused. Another member of the A-team explained, Osculos is the most unique and twisted lone hunter in the 6 stars of Hunt. If it was a lone hunter, then Carrie definitely knew about the oddities among the star hunters. However, the name Osculos did not appeal to Carrie. What? Carrie was taken aback for a moment before he grabbed Yudi and lifted him up. He roared, Why the fuck didn't you tell me earlier? He's going to die. Carrie and Yudi both volunteered to join the rescue team. Although the people from the A-team looked at them with disdain, the two of them ignored them. The problem was that a few old guys were still trying to figure out the cause of the incident. Damn it, don't you think you deserve to be ignored just because you're from A-team? You're just taking advantage of your seniority. If you have the time to figure out the cause of the incident, why don't you just go and save him? Xianxia and the others from the 6th Division also wanted to join the rescue team, but Xianxia refused. Since they were going to face Osculos, the most suitable people to join the rescue team were the A-team. Even if the B-team went, they wouldn't be of much help. While Xianxia was commanding the starships, wandering outside the planet, and setting up a rescue team, a large hole was broken open from the inside out of the base. At first, Xianxia thought that the base was under attack, but when he saw Hui Mao in his metal form, he told his men to put away their guns and not fire at him. Hui Mao let out a loud roar after he jumped out of the hole, and the sound waves almost knocked out the people around him. Thankfully, the sound waves weren't directed at them. They would have died a long time ago if they were. Hui Mao's roar was directed at the starship that was circling around the planet. After the roar, all the surveillance screens on the starship turned garbled. When they finally recovered, Hui Mao let out another roar. This time, however, a beam of white light shot out of Hui Mao's mouth and headed straight for the starship. The energy shield that was originally protecting the starship was pierced by this beam of white light, and a large hole appeared in it. However, it was clear that Hui Mao wasn't planning to waste time with them. A pilotless space plane flew out of the base on its own. A figure flashed by and landed next to the space plane in just a couple of jumps. No ordinary person possessed that kind of jumping ability. After Cheto entered the space plane, Hui Mao jumped into it as well. Chapter 215. Neither Cheto nor Hui Mao touched the control panel, but the space plane started on its own. Every button, and every command was being input in an orderly fashion. It was the result of Hui Mao's control. Just now, Hui Mao suddenly felt a great sense of oppression and panic. It had nothing to do with itself. The cause of this sudden emotion wasn't here. It knew that something had happened to Sillin. Whis didn't like to think, but once it did, it would notice that Sillin had been behaving strangely during this period of time. When it recalled the conversation it had with Sillin not too long ago, Whis was very regretful right now. Why didn't it leave with Sillin? Why did it build this stupid cannon instead? Cheto sensed Hui Mao's abnormality and learned the reason why Hui Mao was behaving like this through the communication method unique to machines. That was why he decided to go with Hui Mao without hesitation. Although Hui Mao wanted to destroy the invading starship as much as he could, he was in a hurry to find Sillin. Never mind, I'll let these bastards go for now. Under the watchful eyes of the 6th Division and the invading starship, Hui Mao's space plane left the planet in no time at all. In fact, it didn't even bother to look at the invading starship. Something must have happened to Sillin. That cat and Sillin are connected, Diaz said worriedly. Then send some reinforcements right away. The remaining people on the starship should be enough to deal with it. Xianxia turned around and went to make the necessary arrangements. On a planet with a B-grade habitability, Selene's situation was very bad, very bad. Osculos had thrown him to the ground twice, and his bones were about to fall apart. Several of his joints were crushed, and he couldn't even fight right now. There were several cuts on Sillin arms near his arteries, and blood was pouring out of them. Sillin didn't say that he would give Osculos Arillo's star map fragment and ask him to spare his life. There was another reason Osculos wouldn't spare Sillin's life, not to mention that Sillin wasn't the kind of person Osculos was. Osculos had no intention of asking Sillin where Olillo's star map fragment was. As soon as Scylla died, the fragment would sense it, so Osculos was just enjoying the pleasure of torturing someone. Osculos was a madman. He had killed countless people, and most of them weren't because of hatred. Those people died very miserably. They were all tortured to death. Scylla had never understood why people like Osculos, such as the other 5-star hunters, the few in the military, or the political organizations in the Alliance, didn't do anything about it. After all, a person like Osculos was too dangerous. He didn't care who you were from the military or the Big Four. Anyone who ran into him was doomed. No one could guarantee that something like this wouldn't happen to one of their own, let alone a ticking time bomb like him. That was why Scylla and Cheto had worked together to hack into some databases. They hacked into the databases of the military and the Big Four, as well as the core databases of other important organizations. Although they didn't get any direct information, Scylla came to a conclusion based on the bits and pieces of information they got. There were some violent organizations behind Osculos. Of course, to Osculo, those groups were just tools that he could do without. He was still a self-centered, maverick man. He had no friends, no allies, and only a bunch of violent people who weren't even loyal to him. Then, it was these violent groups that posed a huge hidden danger and threat to the entire Alliance. After all, there were far too many such violent groups in the Alliance, and peace wouldn't cover every part of GL. There were even more places like the war-torn planets at Sector V that existed in the Alliance. That being said, there were plenty of times when the military and politicians would negotiate with Osculos to keep these violent organizations in check. It was a balance. Just as Gadar had said, a star rank hunter wasn't just about personal strength. It was also about their influence. Every star rank hunter was incredibly influential, even Osculos, who was known as the most unique star rank hunter. Osculos licked his knife, but there wasn't any blood on it. The knife wasn't stained with blood, and the droplets of blood would drip down the blade on their own. I heard that you're the one who killed that little skeleton. Little skeleton? Scylla's pupils shrank abruptly. Skeleton King Caranio. You remember now? Osculos moved his fingers, and a new wound appeared on Scylla's thigh. It was another wound that was bleeding. I was hoping that the little skeleton would make some noise, but you killed it before it could. Osculos said, as if he were talking about a pet he used to have. Scylla couldn't see any hatred or resentment in Osculos' eyes. There was only a tiny bit of regret. It was regret that Scylla killed Caranio too early. It was regret like a pig that was thrown into a pot before it was fully fed. You want to cough, avenge him? Scylla coughed out a bit of blood and said, Avenge. Osculos flicked his knife carelessly, and the tip of the knife left a new, bone-deep wound on Scylla's leg. Right now, every time Osculos made a cut on Scylla's leg, Scylla would scream in pain. Osculos was very satisfied with the sound. Does he have the right? He's just a useless piece of trash. Back when Caranio wasn't Skeleton King yet, Poison Fong didn't exist in the world, and Caranio ran into Osculos when Poison Fong wasn't a violent organization in Sector V yet. However, Osculos was in a good mood at the time, and he noticed that Caranio's bloodline was a little special. Not only did he spare Caranio's life, he even strengthened Caranio's constitution and told Caranio that Osculos would punish Caranio if he couldn't take down that area in a year's time. After that, Osculos left the area. He wasn't the kind of person who would stay for any force or organization in the first place, so he went off to find his own fun. A year later, Poison Fong ruled over that area, united the violent organizations in the area, and killed all who refused to obey them. They became a new rising force. That was the birth of the Skeleton King, Caranio. At the time, Scylla discovered traces of artificial carving on Caranio's body, but he never found a clue as to why. Osculos was the one who did it. Osculos thrust his blade into Scylla's abdomen while saying this. Then he slowly pulled the blade out of Scylla's body and stared at the blood dripping off the blade. The blade turned completely bloodless once more. Scylla let out a loud cry and started convulsing all over his body. Right now, Scylla's body was covered in dozens of cuts of various sizes, and the ground was covered in blood. Although the blood loss and wounds weren't enough to kill him, it was still excruciating. So he's going to be disemboweled soon, isn't he? Osculos seemed to think that this was fun, so he stabbed Qian Lai a few more times. Poke, poke. But when Osculos stabbed Qian Lai again, Silen's body twitched a little, and Osculos's blade hit Silen's navel. Whoosh! Suddenly, flying needles that looked like chick feathers suddenly shot out of Silen's navel and headed straight for Osculos. Osculos jumped back and swung his blade to block the needles. While Osculos was swinging his blade to block the needles, metal bands emerged from Silen's body and wrapped around Silen. Then, a tablet unfurled on Silen's back, lifted Silen, and flew away at high speed. Silen had spent a lot of extremely rare materials and a huge amount of brain power to create this device. The advantage of these two devices was that they could catch the enemy off guard. Otherwise, they would be completely useless if the enemy noticed and took precautions against them. Silen had been waiting for an opportunity all this time. Judging from information he received from Gada, Osculos would not only bleed a person, but also disemboweled them. He wouldn't kill them in one go. That was why Silen had set up the needle device on Qian Lai's abdomen. With Osculos's abilities, Silen wouldn't be able to activate the device with his weak telekinesis, nor would he have the chance to activate it manually. Therefore, it would be best if Osculos activated the device himself. Silen's painful wails and spasms were just a ploy to numb Osculos. Plus, Silen was nothing in Osculos' eyes. Plus, Silen's joints were crushed by Osculos, and Silen was cut so many times. That was why Osculos was a bit careless at the time. When the knife went down, Silen pretended to be panicked and in pain, so that the tip of Osculos' blade could just touch the device's mechanism. The most important thing for a person was to know their own limits. Silen knew that he would be caught by Osculos. If he wanted to attack this star hunter, he had to get very close to him to have a real chance of injuring him. Given Osculos' way of doing things, he wouldn't let his guard down unless he was allowed to stab him. Moreover, Silen was sure that Osculos wouldn't stab Silen's vital organs. He wouldn't even hurt his internal organs. It would only make Silen bleed a little more. After all, Osculos' hobby was to torture people. The reason Silen endured the cuts was to lower Osculos' guard as much as possible. He ordered Osculos to slash him a few more times while calculating the best time to act. Every part of this series of actions had been carefully calculated by Silen, and he had rehearsed it many times in his mind. The metal plate quickly carried Silen away from Osculos. Osculos, who had blocked the flying needles, looked at the holes on the ground and the edges of his clothes that had been corroded by the flying needles. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the knife twice in the air, shaking off the corrosive smell. Then, with a wave of his hand, a hoverboard flew to Osculos' feet. Osculos hopped on the hoverboard and chased after Silen. While Celine was being carried away, he did not stay idle. Instead, he looked at the surrounding terrain and environment. When he saw a forest, his eyes lit up with joy. That place was not far from the place he had expected. Silen took something out of his ring and tossed it into the air. Then he put on his protective mask. When the thing flew into the air, there was a loud explosion. For a moment, 100,000 square kilometers of the sky was covered in smoke. It created a heavy smog that severely affected vision. Osculos, who was chasing after him, didn't expect Silen to do something like this. Although he had encountered some small fries who threw smoke bombs before, Silen's smoke bomb was a little too big, wasn't it? If one looked from outside the planet, the entire area would be covered in smoke. It was too big for Osculos to disperse in a short amount of time. Fortunately, Osculos stopped and used his mind to sense the situation around him. The kid had hidden his presence very well. Osculos couldn't sense Silen's exact location even after he was a certain distance away. He looked at the scanner. It was obviously affected by the smog. Even though he didn't know how the kid had created a smog weapon like this, he had to admit that the kid had some skill. Not only did he have so many traps, but he also had such a big trick up his sleeve. Osculos wasn't angry. Instead, he was excited. Interesting. He liked hunting like this. It was too boring to kill in one go. It was more fun with some twists and turns. After throwing out the smoke grenade, Scylla threw out a few more small cans before it landed at the predicted spot. The jars broke open as soon as they hit the ground, and the contents melted into the ground. Be it the flying needles, the smoke bomb, or the small jars, they were all tools that Scylla had researched to save his life based on the information he had gathered about Osculos's style. It turned out that these methods were indeed useful. However, he would have to pay a price. Some blood and broken bones were nothing compared to losing his life. The location that Scylla had chosen was not a safe place. Instead, it was one of the most dangerous places on the planet. That was because there was a dangerous species in the forest, lizards. In this jungle area, there lived some big guys that were more than 5 meters long and weighed more than 200 kilograms. They were definitely at the top of the food chain here, and they were the largest poisonous animals of this generation. Even giant pythons had to take a detour when they saw them. Despite their small size, they were ferocious when they pounced on their prey. They could run very fast, too. These lizards had strong necks and sharp teeth, which allowed them to attack fiercely. Their skin was hard and rough, and there were many bumps on their bodies. There were spikes on their backs, dark brown scales, and huge, sharp teeth in their mouths. These violent, ugly, cold-blooded creatures would make anyone who saw them shudder. However, Scylla was very excited when he saw them. Fortunately, they did not all run away today. There were quite a lot of lizards around the nest. When he saw the mountain behind the big guys, Scylla knew that he had arrived at his destination. However, a giant lizard like this wasn't something Scylla could rely on. It was nothing more than a common prey for Osculos, and he could come and go as he pleased, even if it was an entire lizard nest. Therefore, Scylla would add something special to them. Scylla used all his energy to heal one of his arms. Now it could hold a gun steadily. Scylla took out a modified gun and controlled the direction of the metal plate. At the same time, the gun in his hand also fired multiple shots. The first shot hit the side of a lizard's mouth. The bullet exploded into pieces when it hit its thick skin. Some liquid flowed out of the broken bullet. The lizard growled angrily when it sensed that it had been attacked. Their cries were very hoarse and sounded very strange, giving people a creepy feeling. Scylla's shot had missed. The wound on his arm still affected him, but he quickly adjusted. The second bullet went straight into the lizard's mouth as it screamed. When one lizard screamed angrily, the other lizards opened their mouths to scream as well. This was communication between them. Scylla's next few shots went straight into the mouths of the screaming lizards. However, there were two that Scylla could not find a chance to shoot at. The giant iguanas hissed as they chased after Scylla. In reality, some of the giant iguanas did not need to crawl over. They only needed to stand guard, and Scylla would go over. This was because Scylla's target was the cave, the giant iguana's nest. At the entrance of the cave, there were 6 or 7 lizards lying there. They looked at Scylla with cold and ferocious eyes, and their tongues flicked from time to time. Scylla controlled the direction of the metal plate to avoid the lizard's big claws. If he was hit by those big claws, Scylla would definitely die on the spot. A big claw grabbed over, and Scylla controlled the metal plate to dodge. The big claw only grabbed the edge of the metal plate, leaving a mark. Scylla had analyzed the attack power of these big guys' claws. They were quite powerful, which was also one of the reasons he chose these lizards. Feeling the stench from the lizard's mouth, Scylla fired while controlling the metal plate to fly into the lizard's nest through the gap between the 2 lizards at the cave entrance. After entering, Scylla immediately sprayed some potions on himself. These potions could conceal his scent, which was very similar to the surrounding lizards. At the same time, Scylla pressed a button on the metal plate. Then, Scylla, along with the metal plate, gradually disappeared. Of course, he wasn't actually vanishing. He was just turning invisible and distorting the air around him to confuse his vision. Moreover, he had lowered his body temperature to match his surroundings. This way, it didn't matter if the lizards were looking at him through heat or light reflection, they wouldn't be able to detect him easily. The wound had already been sealed with a liquid spray film, so the blood would not flow out again. Therefore, Scylla, who had already treated the wound, stayed quietly inside the lizard's nest. He watched the giant lizard run inside angrily, then crawl out again. He breathed carefully through his mask. Sometimes, even the slightest abnormal breathing could alert these big guys. Pala, pala pala. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves could be heard outside. This sound was like the sound of nature to Sillin. The rain of this generation had always been unpredictable and unpredictable. It came and went abruptly. But now, Celine looked at the falling rain outside, and the corner of her lips curled into a smile. Although he had calculated that it would rain every day in this area, he could not calculate the time of day. Timely rain. Chapter 2:16. In the jungle, after every rain, there would always be new characters that stood out. Perhaps they were just unknown at first, but they would gradually improve and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The increasingly heavy rain washed away the haze in the air, and the raindrops fell to the ground along with the suspended particles in the air. The blurry scenery gradually became clearer. The giant lizards seemed to enjoy the rain today. They stayed outside and let the rain wash over them. On the other side of the forest, Osculo walked at a steady pace. He did not ride a hoverboard or fly a drone. Osculo's strength lay in his perception, which surpassed that of a machine. As long as he wanted to find his prey, he would definitely be able to find it. This was the perception of a top hunter. Osculo liked to solve problems in a primitive way. Gaydar had said that Osculo was a cruel and arrogant person. He would only fiddle with equipment when he was not paying attention. In reality, he trusted himself more. No human or machine could change his mind, even if it was wrong. Therefore, the leaders of many violent groups that were related to Osculo were more or less influenced by his habits. For example, Skeleton King and Carreño were like this. In the rain, Osculo did not use any mechanical equipment. He wore the hood on his coat and walked in the rain. He felt that the machine was an irritating thing, always chattering beside him, annoying him to no end. If Scylla knew what Osculo was thinking, he would be amazed at Osculo's understanding of machine language. However, Osculo was not a person who listened to others' opinions. Osculo put away his long sword. He did not like his blade to be stained with anything other than blood, especially the raindrops that he considered dirty. Osculo did not move quickly, but he was very purposeful. He confirmed a direction and kept walking in that direction. He did not doubt that he would be able to find his prey. The direction that Osculo was walking in was the lizard nest that Scyllin was in. At this moment, Scyllin, who was hiding in the lizard nest, was focusing on recovering his body. He had already injected himself with the quick-acting medicine that he had prepared beforehand. Moreover, his own recovery rate was astonishing. The wounds on Scylin's body, big and small, had already begun to heal. The smaller and shallower wounds had already begun to scab, and the bigger and deeper wounds were rapidly healing. The muscles that had been severed seemed to be connected by strands of silk. They closed up and then fused into one, returning to their original state. A few broken meridians also stretched out and connected spontaneously. Blood began to circulate normally again. The shattered bones healed without a sound, as if they were executing a set of procedures. Every step seemed to have been carefully calculated, and every step was perfect, returning to its original position. As for breathing, Jinya had once said that people would have a specific breathing pattern in different situations. You could determine a person's physical condition just by looking at their breathing. When the body healed spontaneously, there would be an optimal breathing rhythm. Under this optimal rhythm, the body would be able to recover efficiently with medicine in the shortest time possible. Many people who often experienced life and death situations would not pay attention to the rhythm of their breathing when they were recovering. Instead, they would follow their instincts. Experience had made their bodies accustomed to that rhythm. Scyllin was one of them. He did not need to deliberately adjust his breathing rhythm. With his eyes closed, Scyllin felt the recovery of every part of his body. He also felt every pore and every hair on his body to reflect the condition of his surroundings. His heartbeat. There were many heartbeats, and they did not just belong to Scyllin. There were many lizard eggs in the lizard's nest, and heartbeats of varying intensity could be heard coming from the eggs. Silen's heartbeat was mixed in, and these lizard eggs provided Silen with the best cover. As for the lizards outside the cave, the medicine that Silen had shot into their mouths had already seeped into various parts of their bodies. However, the medicine's effects would not be too obvious in a short period of time. As long as the lizards did not have strong emotional fluctuations, the medicine's effects would not immediately show up. Silen, who was recovering with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a direction outside the cave. Not long after, the lizards outside also looked in that direction. They stuck out their forked tongues and stared in that direction with cold eyes. Their animal instincts told them that a troublesome fellow was coming. The rain in the forest came and went quickly. The light shining through the clouds shone in their direction. Tender sprouts had sprouted all the way from the forest to the grassland. It seemed to be full of life. A drop of water slid off a tender leaf and created a series of ripples in the puddle on the ground. A spider-like creature smaller than a sesame seed crawled down from the leaf and dragged a crystalline thread behind it. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A person slowly walked out of the shadows of the forest. It was Osculos. He did not hide his tracks or the sound of his footsteps. He liked the fear his prey showed when they heard his footsteps. Osculos faced the lizards. These ferocious-looking creatures were at most small prey in his eyes. He could kill them with a simple swing of his blade. Do you think you can escape from my blade by hiding in the holes of these little worms? Osculos chuckled. Although the laughter was very soft and not suppressed, it made people feel as if the sky was filled with blood. The lizard at the outermost edge crawled toward Osculos. As it crawled, it stuck out its tongue and swung its tail, turning the grass on the ground into dust. Osculos did not dodge when he saw the lizard crawling toward him. Instead, he watched the poor prey's movements with interest. The lizard moved faster and faster, its sharp claws splashing mud everywhere. When the lizard opened its mouth to bite Osculos with its sharp teeth, there was a flash of white light from the metal, and the lizard was split in half. Blood splashed out and mixed with the puddles on the ground that had not yet dried up. Silen closed his eyes again and focused on healing his wounds. He ignored Osculos, who was standing not far from the cave. The hunt had only just begun. The lizards were enraged when they saw their comrade killed. The smell of blood in the air further stimulated their violent instincts. They roared hoarsely and crawled toward Osculos. This time, however, Osculos narrowed his eyes. These lizards were changing rapidly. Their entire bodies were changing as if someone was inflating them. With every step they took, they would swell up. The further they went, the more their cells were stimulated to divide, and the faster they expanded. The rough skin on the surface of their bodies became thicker and thicker, and the thorns on their backs stood up like spears. With every step the lizards took, the ground trembled more and more violently. By the time they reached Osculos, they were almost 10 times their original size. Osculos raised his hand and slashed each of the 5 lizards. This time, however, they were not cut in half like the first lizard. The blood stopped flowing and the wounds healed. In fact, they had swollen even more in the short time it took for Osculos to attack. Osculos looked around. More than 80% of the lizards had started to swell and become violent. The lizards that did not change were eaten by the mutated lizards. Osculos did not know if the changes in the lizards had anything to do with Silen, but one thing was for sure. Silen knew that the lizards would change, which was why he hid here. In truth, the substance Silen had injected into the lizards' mouths was a substance he had extracted from the giant tree on the plant planet. He had modified it to become the medicine he was using on the lizards right now. The medicine would make the lizards gigantified, but at the same time, the unnatural gigantification would make the lizards lose their sense of self. They would become violent and bloodthirsty, which was why they would kill their own kind that did not change. The mutated lizards charged at Osculos. Facing more than 10 mutated lizards, Osculos was not going to have an easy time. However, this did not mean that Osculos could not cut the lizards in half with one slash. Inside the cave, Scylla did not open his eyes, but he had a gun in his hand and was loading it with bullets. Although Scylla's movements were very quiet, Osculos could hear him clearly from outside. He was especially sensitive to danger. The gun in Scylla's hand was aimed at him, and Osculo himself was feeling a strong sense of danger. This was why he was paying extra attention to Scylla. Scylla abruptly opened his eyes the moment the giant lizards pounced at Osculos. Then he raised his gun and emptied every single bullet in it. The lizard cave was not a straight line. It had a small curve, so Scylla could not see outside from where he was. However, Scylla's bullets followed a strange curve and flew out of the cave, heading straight for where Osculos was. Every bullet grazed the gaps between the lizards. Osculos swung his sword, deflecting all the bullets with a clang. He had an energy shield, but Osculos did not want to use it. He felt that using one would be a sign of weakness. Plus, the barrier would slow him down. Osculo trusted himself more than the barrier. Most people, even Scylla, would not have the time to deal with the incoming lizards after blocking all the bullets. The lizards could crush them with a single stomp, but Osculos could. Almost as soon as he blocked the bullets, the light from his sword flashed. The lizard at the front was cut in half before it could crush Osculos to a pulp. It was no longer 5 meters long, but 100 meters long. Osculos had managed to cut it in half with a single slash. It was not a simple slash. There were too many factors that went into it, such as strong concentration, perfect integration of the mind and the sword, and skillful and precise swordsmanship. Although only a third of the blade had sunk into the lizard's body, the wound was torn open. It was as if some powerful force had torn the lizard apart. The slash was so fast that it was impossible to see the shadow of the blade. All that could be seen was the lizard that had been cut in half. This was only the beginning. Before the lizards could react, they were cut in half. Even though they had thickened their skin and strengthened muscles and bones, they were just pitiful prey to Osculos' sword. The blood on the ground became thicker and thicker, and the stench of it spread. Osculos, who was immersed in the excitement of the blade cutting through flesh, did not notice that the grass around him had begun to grow crazily, and they were also heading in his direction. In the air, thin threads floated in the wind. At one end of the threads were tiny spiders the size of sesame seeds. Some of these spiders landed on the ground, while others landed on Osculos' body. The ones that landed on the ground also crawled in Osculos' direction. The dozen mutated lizards had been cut down in less than a breath's time. The giant lizard on the ground was still twitching, and blood kept flowing out. Osculos was about to go look for Scylla after he was done with the giant lizard, but he suddenly stopped and looked around vigilantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vines curled in from all directions like a beast that had seen a delicious meal. Osculos had seen many strange plants before, and he knew that plants were often scarier than animals, so he cut them down one by one. However, these plants grew too quickly. It seemed that as long as he did not uproot them, they would continue to grow. Osculos slashed at the vines again and again, lifting them up along with the soil. However, unlike the plants he had seen before, these vines didn't stop growing after they left the soil. Even when they were lifted into the air, they didn't stop growing. When they landed on the ground, their roots quickly grew back, and the vines that were chopped off would grow into a few more plants after they landed on the ground. One of the vines that had fallen on the lizard that had been cut in half quickly took root in the carcass and grew madly. Osculos swung his sword and cut down the vines that came at him while looking for a chance to kill the kid hiding in the cave. Just then, a sound came from inside the cave. Osculos also sensed that Scylla was heading toward the cave. Is that kid trying to sneak up on me? It was not that Osculos looked down on Scylla, but he looked down on everyone other than star hunters and heavenly edict warriors. To him, this little bastard was just a young man who had not seen much of the world and had not been through many life-and-death situations. Although Osculos looked down on Scylla, he still spared some of his attention to observe Scylla's movements while chopping down the wildly growing vines. The moment Scylla walked out of the cave, Osculos abruptly spun around and swung his blade at Scylla. He was incredibly fast, but Scylla was prepared for it. He activated the energy shield around his body. However, the shield was broken almost as soon as it was activated. The fact that Osculos's sword was able to break through an energy shield activated by a special energy block without being damaged showed how good the material was. Although the shield was broken, it still slowed down Osculos's movements. Scylla used this time to fire another round of fiber needles. When Osculos returned to block the needles, Scylla gave him a slash. It did not hit Osculos's vitals, and Scylla could not find the right time to do so, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Osculos's arm was cut, but Scylla's waist was also injured. The old wound had not yet healed, and now there was a new one. The wound on Scylla's waist did not slow him down in the slightest. He swiftly ran away from that place. After blocking the needles, Osculos turned around and cut down the vines that were chasing him. Then he ran after Scylla in a flash. Just as Osculos's sword was about to reach Scylla's back, Osculos suddenly felt dizzy. After all, he was an experienced fighter. He quickly noticed that something was wrong with his body, as well as the things that had burrowed into his body. He had always thought that they were just spiders in the forest. He did not expect them to be parasites, and parasites that secrete poisonous substances at that. Osculos stopped attacking Scylla first. He knew all too well how powerful these little things were, so he began to mobilize his muscles and even his internal organs. The sudden tightening of his muscles crushed the parasites to death. Scylla, who had not gotten far, was shocked to see this. Until now, Scylla had only seen Osculos do something like this. Other people could not even stop the parasites from moving, much less kill them. He might be able to kill the parasites, but could he resist the poisonous substances that the parasites secrete? The parasites were not living creatures. They preferred dead bodies. Therefore, when they chose a suitable host, they would kill the living host and then absorb the substances needed for their growth at this stage from the dead host. This substance would only be produced when the host was in the process of decay. There were some on the lizard as well, but the lizard was competing with the vines for nutrients, so the most attractive parasite in this area was Osculos. Compared to viruses, the parasites had independent thought processes. These parasites were one of the parasites that Bart had given to Scylla. Scylla had modified the parasites' genes a little to create them. The parasites secreted venom that could quickly lower the host's blood pressure and prevent the blood from clotting. Normal hosts, even those with rank A genotypes, would pass out before they could even struggle. After that, the host would bleed for hours until they died. Ordinary wounds wouldn't be like this. Ordinary wounds would stop bleeding very quickly. Osculos could clearly feel that his spirit was not as focused as before. The wound that Scylla had left on his body had not healed immediately, and it was still bleeding. The vines around him pounced on him again. Scylla did not dare to run too far away. If he ran out of this area, he would have nothing to rely on. The other areas did not have this many vines, nor did they have such a good environment for them to grow. Osculos could not wait for Scylla to leave this place, so Scylla would not let him do as he wished. He jumped between the vines, using the dead lizards and the vines as cover. Whenever he found an opportunity, he would shoot his fiber needles at Osculos and cause him trouble. Osculos was confused. Why did the vines not go after Scylla instead of him? There was no way he would believe that this had nothing to do with Scylla. Scylla admired Osculos's physique for being able to withstand the parasite's venom for so long. Osculos blocked the fiber needles that Scylla shot at him, but as the venom seeped into his body and more parasites floated over, he was under a lot of pressure. Unfortunately, Scylla was very slippery. He almost got hit a few times, but the kid still managed to slip past him. As for why the vines kept chasing after Osculos, the answer was something that Osculos would never have guessed. The fiber needles were not merely corrosive, as Osculos had thought. They were coated with some kind of drug that could excite both the vines and the parasites. Just like how Yudo's blood had made the vines go crazy, the vines were now looking at Osculos like he was blood. Even the blood of the lizards did not excite them as much as they did. These drugs had drained a lot of Silen's energy and brain cells. Silen had experimented with them before, and even Silen's special body could not block the venom immediately. It would take him some time to expel the venom, which was why he was confident that he could use the parasites to deal with Osculos. Only when he was prepared would he have the confidence and the opportunity. Osculos kept using his knife to block the fiber needles, so the smell naturally lingered on the knife. As long as the knife was not corroded, the smell would not dissipate. Osculos did not like to use guns, because he could not use the same bullet to kill every trophy. Osculos liked his knife very much. He used it to harvest every trophy, letting the blood of each trophy drip across the blade. It was as if the life of the trophy had flowed from the blade to the tip of the knife, and then dropped to the ground. That was why Osculos was not going to put down his sword easily, nor was he going to wash it. He did not expect the vines and parasites to do something like this. The reason for all of this was because of his knife. He had to focus on 3 things at the same time. He had to avoid the vines, prevent the parasites from entering his brain and organs, and stop Silen from jumping around. Osculos was not a person who liked to avoid things, so when he first encountered the vines, his first choice was to slash at them. Now, however, he was forced to avoid them. It had been a long time since Osculos had been this angry. He was now surrounded by a thick, murderous aura. A normal person would have retreated a long time ago, but 2 of the 3 creatures that Osculos was facing were not human. The only human he was facing was an anomaly. Right now, Silen's goal was to stall for time. Osculos was very stubborn when it came to his prey, and he was still angry. He looked like he would not stop until he killed Silen. I'm not afraid of your anger, but I'm afraid you won't be angry. A person's thought process would be affected by anger. Still, Silen had to admit that Osculos' attack power was incredible when he was enraged. The giant lizard's carcass had been destroyed in a single hit, but Silen was lucky that he had dodged the attack in time. The only reason he hadn't turned into mincemeat was because they were blocking his path. That should be enough. While Silen was dodging the vines, he took out a gun from his ring. It looked the same as the one he had used before, but the bullets were different. Osculos was regretting his decision. When did the parasites enter his body? That's right, back then, when the kid was hiding in the lizard cave and fiddling with the bullets, he deliberately released the sound for him to hear, so that he would be vigilant and pay more attention to the bullets, instead of the parasites that were drifting over. The parasites' toxins were too strong. Osculos' body could not withstand it, and the toxins were getting deeper and deeper. If this continued, he would die. If he could not finish off the kid in 2 minutes, Osculos would have to leave for now and go after Silen after the toxins were removed. But Osculos did not want to give up. He was a star hunter, but he was forced to this extent by a nobody. If the military saw him like this, they would laugh at him. While Osculos was thinking, Silen hid among the vines and fired at him again. 8 bullets flew at Osculos from 8 different directions, almost surrounding him. You want me to retreat? I won't. Osculos' stubbornness led him to take the wrong step. Silen had never fired 8 bullets in a row before, but Osculos did not think too much about it. He did not think about the difference between these 8 bullets and the ones before. He swung his sword and blocked all 8 bullets. However, when the knife came into contact with the bullets exploded. Even though the scale of the explosion was not that big, and it was only 5 meters away from Osculos, the shock wave from the explosion still affected Osculos quite a bit. Wounds appeared on his body from the explosions, and blood flowed out of them. Due to the parasite toxin's ability to dilate blood vessels and inhibit blood clotting, a lot of blood flowed out of the wounds even though they weren't that big. Osculos' blood had stimulated the vines, and they swarmed toward Lucian. Osculos was a human, not a steel beast. He knew where his limit was, and the new wounds allowed the poison to spread even further. Osculos had to spend time recuperating and expelling the poison from his body. The blood he had lost had also caused him to lose a lot of oxygen, and his movements were a lot slower than they had been before. Osculos cut down the vines that pounced at him with his sword. He stood there and looked at Silen, who was jumping between the vines and the lizard's carcass. It felt like he was standing in an even colder place. Scylla saw the look in Osculos's eyes. He knew that Osculos was going to leave for now, but Scylla did not let his guard down. He kept changing his position so that Osculos would not have a chance. The details were the deciding factor. Against someone like Osculos, Scylla could not afford to be careless for even a second. Osculos's hovercraft flew over, and Osculos turned around and jumped. Osculos did not like to retreat, so even if he wanted to leave, he only turned around and jumped with his back to Scylla. He was not afraid of Scylla attacking him from behind. It was hard to say whether Osculos was overconfident or arrogant. Either way, Scylla did not attack him. Right now, Scylla's body was almost at its limit. In order to maintain his high speed and evade Osculos's attack, he injected himself with 3 vials of Riculab stimulant. 3 vials was the theoretical limit Riculab told him, and 2 vials was already the limit for Scylla and Scylla's group. Any more than that, and they would explode and die. Osculos stepped on the treetops and jumped right into the hatch that had just opened. Osculos would not use the hovercraft's weapons against Scylla. The more he hated Scylla, the more he wanted to kill him. Scylla spat out a mouthful of blood as he watched the hovercraft rise into the air. The vines, however, were not excited by Scylla's blood. Scylla had been injected with the relevant drugs, so his blood was still in it. Scylla had also sprayed some on himself, so the vines and parasites are not affected by Scylla at all. After Osculos left, the vines and parasites shifted their target to the dead lizard. Not even Scylla had planned to kill Osculos directly. He was a star rank hunter after all, and even if he was a stubborn, twisted, and dictatorial star rank hunter, he was still a star rank hunter. This time, Scylla realized the difference between them. Scylla leaned against the lizard's body and sat down. He had just caught his breath when he suddenly looked up at the sky and smiled. Osculos, I can only say that you're unlucky today. After Osculos entered the hovercraft, he set it on autopilot and started to recover. He did not like to rely on drugs. Every time he endured a drug or poison, his body would automatically develop a resistance and improve his constitution. Osculos liked this feeling. Just as Osculos was about to recover and expel the poison, he abruptly opened his eyes and enveloped the entire hovercraft with his telekinesis. Normally, Osculos would have made sure that nothing would go wrong, but in his current state, he was still a bit lacking. From a small area to a large area, from the thrusters to the control panel, the invasion program was pretty strong. Osculos stared in a certain direction. A hovercraft had burst out of the clouds and revealed itself. It was none other than Hui Mao and Cheto's hovercraft. Right now, Osculos had to defend against 2 powerful invaders, Hui Mao and Cheto. If Hui Mao and Cheto broke through the defense line, Osculos's hovercraft would go out of control. Or rather, the hovercraft would change owners. The green characters in Hui Mao's eyes were flashing brightly. Cheto wasn't idling around either. Enveloped by Osculos's telekinesis, the hovercraft's magnetic field was a hindrance to Hui Mao and Cheto. On the ground, Scylla took out a handheld electromagnetic cannon. He had never thought of using this thing against Osculos because it was too weak to lock onto someone like Osculos. But now was the time to do so. Osculos didn't have the spare energy to defend himself against Hui Mao and Cheto if he wanted to dodge the electromagnetic cannon. If he wanted to defend himself against Hui Mao and Cheto, he would have to endure the bombardment. So, which one will you choose, Osculos? You can only choose one of them in your current state. A bright beam of white light shot straight at Osculos's hovercraft. In the end, Osculos chose to dodge it. But before he could envelop the hovercraft with his telekinesis again, Hui Mao had destroyed the hovercraft's energy system. Boom! The flames of the explosion shot out in all directions, even covering the original natural light, startling the animals on the ground and causing them to scurry around. He had to admit that Hui Mao and Cheto's arrival timing was perfect. They didn't give Osculos any time to recover at all. If Osculos had recovered just a little bit, he would have had a chance to escape. But clearly, the god of fortune wasn't on his side this time. Scylla thinks that Gaidar had predicted this outcome. That was why he said what he said at the time. Sillin flew toward the hovercraft as he watched the debris fall from the sky. Sillin wouldn't feel at ease until he was sure that Osculos was truly dead. The wreckage of the hovercraft landed in the forest, and the forest was ablaze. The rain that had not lasted for long did not make things any better. The trees that could burn were still burning, and the moisture was quickly evaporating. Amidst the flames, a figure pushed aside the uneven steel plate above him and staggered out. The clothes on his body were burnt, and his skin was charred black. However, there was still blood gushing out. This unforeseen event had caused the poison to seep deeper into his body, and the blood vessels had expanded to an extremely life-threatening degree. However, the wound did not heal much. Osculos's current state could not be described as wretched. No one would believe that this was the star hunter Osculos, the Lone Ranger. Even though there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed, Osculos was still holding his sword. The blade was still gleaming coldly, and it had not changed in the slightest because of the sudden change. Osculos turned his head stiffly in a certain direction, and then started walking in that direction. He started running faster and faster, and with every step he took, the wound on his body widened. Logically speaking, what he needed to do right now was find a quiet place to recuperate. He should not be doing such strenuous exercise. But right now, Osculos's life and death were no longer his concern. When he sensed that the cunning prey was getting closer and closer, there was only one thing left in his mind: kill the prey. Sensing Osculos's movement, Sillin turned around and ran. He did not expect Osculos to be able to run so fast in his current condition. The distance between the two of them was shrinking. Sillin was already trying to find a way to hide behind the trees, hoping to use them as cover to block Osculos's path. However, he did not expect Osculos to be so agile. It was like the shadow of a black ghost. Only the bloodstains on the ground indicated that such a person had passed through here. Right now, Osculos was like a soul reaper from hell. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. Osculos was getting closer and closer. Sillin could already feel the hairs on his body trembling. I can't escape. If I can't escape, then when Osculos's blade came slashing at him, Sillin turned around abruptly and ran into Osculos. He swung his wrist blade even faster. Splat! The sounds overlapped, and it was impossible to tell whose flesh they came from. On Sillin's shoulder, there was a 10-centimeter-long wound that extended from his left shoulder to his chest. Sillin's wrist blade was still stuck to Osculos's neck. Drip, drip, blood dripped down in large droplets. Both Sillin's and Osculos's. Sillin had wanted to cut off Osculos's head, but he was surprised that he could not. He had only managed to cut a small wound, and the blade was still stuck there. Fortunately, the artery had been severed. The flow of blood wasn't as intense as a normal person's anymore. Osculos's blood pressure was so low that he was close to death's door, but he still had the strength to chase after Sillin and stab him. A giant claw had penetrated Osculos's heart, and there were two hands on the blade. One belonged to Sillin, and the other belonged to Cheto. Without Cheto's hand, the blade would have cut Sillin in half already. If Hue Mao's claw hadn't penetrated Osculos's heart, he could have delivered another blow. It was a close shave, and every factor was critical. Splat! Hue Mao crushed Osculos's head with a single swipe. The headless Osculos was standing tall despite being stabbed in the heart. The blade in his hand trembled a little, but it didn't loosen its grip. It looked like he was going to stab Sillin again. Osculos was a legend. He didn't rely on any force or organization, and he had fought his way to the top all by himself. More than half of the violent groups and underground organizations in the League of Stars had Osculos' shadow behind them. Or rather, Osculos was the one who created them and allowed them to usurp power from the older generation and become a special underground force in the League of Stars. However, Osculos had never stopped for a single person. He was a stubborn loner who brought blood and took it with him. A man like him was destined to die a tragic death in this era. Even if he didn't fall into Sillin's hands today, he would one day fall into the hands of the military or the cunning politicians. Osculos's existence was to keep the leaders of the underground forces in check. They weren't afraid of the military or the 4 great hunter regiments. They were only afraid of one person, and that was Osculos. Once Osculos was gone, the entire underground force would descend into chaos. What would happen to the League of Stars then? Sillin collapsed to the ground. Even though Osculos's final attack hadn't been complete, it had still dealt a heavy blow to Sillin. If it was someone else who suffered such a wound, they would probably have died. Huimao kicked the headless Osculos aside and transformed back into his metallic form. Then, he ran up to Sillin and circled him. "Are you all right, Sillin? Are you going to die? Do you need some blood? Do you need—" Cheto sprayed some medicine on Sillin's wound and stopped the bleeding first. "All right, don't touch me for now. I'll recover on my own." After that, Sillin closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Huimao crouched down and looked at Sillin. Then, he moved closer to Sillin and pricked up his ears to listen to Sillin's heartbeat and breathing. Then his ears drooped. Things didn't look good. We suddenly remembered something and ran back to Osculos's side. Then, it turned around and ran back to where Osculos was. Osculos was still gripping his sword tightly in the same position as before. There was the sound of flesh being torn apart, followed by a burst of energy. Then, there was a loud bang, followed by Huimao's angry voice. "Meow, meow. What kind of sword is that?" Chapter 217. Cheto was analyzing Osculos's tissue sample he snatched from Huimao's mouth when he heard Huimao's cry. There was a cat tooth lying next to him, and Huimao was running circles around it. Osculos had turned to ash, but the blade he left behind was still intact. Huimao clenched his teeth, but a moment of carelessness caused his own tooth to fall out. A blade that could break a cat's tooth had to be extraordinary. It had to be a very special blade. Cheto analyzed the blade for a moment, but he couldn't find a key element in it that wasn't recorded in his database. Cheto's body was made of a very special material, but this blade had almost severed his entire hand. Of course, he could reattach his hand very quickly even if it was severed. "Let's keep this blade until Sillin wakes up." Cheto put the blade aside and continued analyzing Osculos's DNA. Osculos's genes were a lot better than a rank A, and several times stronger than an A+ constitution. His genes were a little similar to Sillin's, but his DNA helix was different from other people's, and he didn't have a lot of silencing genes. Cheto analyzed Osculos's DNA sample before looking at Sillin again. Right now, Sillin's wounds were starting to heal. Maybe it was because of the severity of his injuries and the stimulant, but the healing speed was very slow. At the very least, his vital signs were stable. There was a starship parked not far away from Vanguard's assigned area. 2 people were sitting at a table in a room inside the starship. One of them looked relatively young, and he was playing with a yo-yo. He was watching the person opposite him flip the cards open and rearrange them. He didn't understand what they were doing, but it was interesting. Suddenly, the person opposite him put away all the cards on the table with a wave of his hand. Then, he pulled out the topmost card, put on the table, and flipped it over. The yo-yo player caught the card and paused for a moment before asking, "What's the meaning of this?" He didn't know what the patterns on the cards meant, but he had seen this card before. When this card appeared, an important person in the military had died. So who was it this time? Gaydar stared at the card and said indifferently, "Osculos." "Huh." The yo-yo in the man's hand broke into pieces. With a shake of his hand, the man shook off the debris and asked seriously, "Are you serious?" Gaydar glanced at him. "When did I joke about this?" The man took a deep breath. "If this is true, congratulations. You will soon replace Osculos as one of the 6 stars of the hunt." For the sake of balance, there had to be a new star hunter. The 6 stars of hunting and the 4 heavenly edict generals were indispensable. Gaydar didn't seem happy about the man's words. That person continued, "Second, this is really good news. The League of Stars is going to be chaotic." Following that person's words, Gaydar's second card fell. Looking at the patterns on the card, Gaydar frowned. "How could this be? What do you mean?" The man asked curiously when he saw Gadar frown. Gadar didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he said to the man, "The shortcut can be activated. This is great. I've been waiting for this for a long time." By the time Sillin woke up, it was already night time in this part of the planet. Cheto had parked his space plane nearby, but both he and Huimao were guarding Sillin. Seeing that Sillin had woken up, the gray cat happily came over and rubbed his ears. Then it bent its paw and showed the fallen cat tooth to Sillin. "Sillin, that blade broke one of my teeth." Sillin sat up and stared at the blade Cheto was holding. He said, "This blade is very strange." Sillin then pried Huimao's mouth open and looked inside. "New teeth grew out already?" "Of course," Huimao said proudly. Sillin rubbed his head. He had mostly recovered, but it would take some time for him to fully recover. The wound was healing very slowly. "Thank goodness you came in time, or you would have had to pay your respects to me in the future." The mention of this excited Huimao. He told Sillin about how he sensed Sillin's danger, how he used his extraordinary senses to determine the direction and what happened at the base. Sillin scratched Huimao's chin and asked, "How's the base doing?" "It's fine. The starship left not long after," Cheto answered. "Didn't you say there was a rescue team? Why haven't they shown up yet?" Sillin looked at the time. It had been 2 days since he fell unconscious. Cheto's eyes flashed. "I only told them that you're fine, but I didn't tell them your exact coordinates. No wonder the rescue team didn't see a single person. That's fine too. Saves people the trouble of knowing what happened here." Sillin rose to his feet and put the blade back into his ring. Then he looked around. It was nighttime, but Sillin could see his surroundings clearly thanks to the faint light of the space plane. "You destroyed Osculos's body. Did you not see the star map fragment?" Sillin asked. Huimao opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. There was a ring on it, but it was gray and dull. It looked very ordinary. A subspace container? It didn't collapse even after you tossed it around like that. Sillin picked up the ring and flicked its ears. "Am I that stupid?" Huimao raised his chin proudly. Sillin curled his lips inwardly. "Who knows?" He took out the star map from inside the ring and left the other items untouched. Then he tossed it back to the gray cat. "Keep this ring for yourself and store your fish biscuits. However, don't touch the memory cards and materials inside, or trouble will come looking for you." If the military found out that they were the ones who killed Osculos, they'd definitely be on the lookout for it. Huimao's eyes narrowed into slits. "All right, come on, let's return to the base. Cheto, give us a hand." Cheto helped Sillin up the space plane. Sillin was still staggering a little. Huimao walked at the front with his tail wagging. But before they boarded the space plane, Sillin, Cheto, and Cheto looked up at the same time. "Who's here?" Huimao looked up and flicked his ears. "Whoever it is, it's not from the 6th Division," Sillin said. Cheto's eyes flashed. "There's an external signal requesting communication. Connect." Gadar's voice entered their ears as soon as the call connected. "How do you feel?" Gadar asked with a smile. Sillin stared at Gadar's image and let out a sigh. "As a hunter, you should never give your prey too much time to prepare. Don't let them know too much about you, or they'll die a miserable death." The one who knew Osculos the most was Gadar, not Sillin. If Gadar hadn't told Sillin so many of Osculos' habits, Sillin wouldn't have been able to escape from Gadar's blade, much less kill Osculos. The call ended after that. All Gadar wanted to do was tell Sillin that they were here. "It looks like we won't be able to return this time. Can you contact the base, Cheto?" "Not yet. I can't connect." Cheto looked at the sky. "Something is interfering with the signal. Are we going to invade?" "Never mind. Gadar must be fearless if he's here. Let's wait and see." Although he hadn't spent a lot of time with Gadar, Sillin was sure that it wouldn't be easy even if Cheto and Huimao worked together to invade the base's interference system. After the spaceplane landed, Gadar walked out. There were 2 people behind Gadar. One of them was the invisible man Sillin had seen before, and the other was someone Sillin didn't recognize. It was Azrael's man. It looked like they were very familiar with each other. Who would have thought that Gadar and Azrael were this close? Gadar tossed something to Sillin, and Sillin caught it. It was a star map fragment, but it wasn't Sillin's type. It was probably the type Lung was looking for. Fulfill your promise. Are we going to open the shortcut now? Sillin asked. Gaydar nodded. This meant that they had all the remaining fragments. Judging from the man's expression, Sillin knew that he wasn't going to ask him to contact the 6th Division. There's no need to doubt it, Gaydar said as if he knew what Sillin was thinking. I've contacted Ji Feng. You'll meet him in a bit. Since we're working together, it's only natural that we show our sincerity. Sillin was confident in Ji Feng after witnessing Osculos's abilities. He was a little more confident with a star rank hunter backing him up. Can I contact the commander? Sillin asked. No, but I can tell him what you want to say. All right then. Tell the commander to bring Sigma over, Xuanmoyan said. Sigma? I don't know who you're talking about, but I'll grant your request. Gaydar shot a glance at the man, playing with the yo-yo next to him. The man gave him a "there's nothing you can do about it" expression before returning to the spaceplane. A short while later, the man returned to his spaceplane. I've conveyed the message. Then, he returned to his yo-yo. By the time Ji Feng arrived, it was already daytime in this area. Ji Feng had brought 5 people with him, all core members of the A-Team. When they learned that Sillin and Hui Mao had killed Osculos, the A-Team members behind Ji Feng stared at Sillin as if they'd seen a ghost. Ji Feng, however, simply smiled. Someone like Osculos would have done it sooner or later. That said, congratulations, Gaydar. You're about to become a star hunter. It looked like everyone had seen it clearly. However, the way Ji Feng looked at Sillin made Sillin's hair stand on end. It reminded Sillin of Elder and Mohong. Sigma was silent when Ji Feng and the others brought it to the spaceplane. This was the first time it had come out in years, and it was only because of Ji Feng's shortcut. However, Sigma's silence shattered the moment it saw Sillin and Hui Mao, and it started chatting with Hui Mao in robotic language. No one could understand what they were talking about. Knowing that Ji Feng was telling the truth, Sigma was so happy that the blue light on its face rippled like a wave. Sillin took out 3-star map fragments, and the man playing with the yo-yo in Azrael, named Xianxia, took out 2. The moment the 5-star map fragments were taken out, they created a strong gravitational pull. When they combined into one, a complete star map appeared in front of them. However, it was only an image. There were no coordinates, and it was impossible to tell which sector they were in. A key appeared on the star map, and the words "shortcut" were written on it. The key turned and pointed at Sigma, whose blue light was dancing wildly in excitement. You can't know the destination without the key, Gaydar said. No one thought that the key was pointing at Sigma. They just assumed that it was in that direction. As soon as Gaydar finished speaking, Sigma's body glowed with light. It was a star map projection. The 2 star maps merged into one. The star map was complete, and one of the planets was flashing. It was the destination. This map. Ji Feng frowned and thought for a moment. It seems to be near our group's territory. It is, Xianxia said. Juno just searched this star map, and it is indeed near Vanguard's territory. Sillin's pupil shrank. Juno, the creator of Al? Gaydar smiled. That's good. I was wondering what to do if we were in another force's territory. Haha, I'm going back. I'm going to find Master. Sigma was so happy that he was spinning around in circles. Every member of the Reaper squad turned to look at him. They asked Sigma a few questions, but Sigma only gave them a simple answer without giving them any details. But now is not the time to bicker with Sigma over the details. After recording the star map, Sillin boarded Ji Feng's spaceplane. Gaydar also boarded Ji Feng's spaceplane, and the rest of Azrael returned to the starship. Back on the spaceplane, Ji Feng told Sillin about Osculos's death. He was very satisfied with Sillin's performance, and the look in his eyes was even more similar to Mo Heng's. At the same time, Sillin learned from Ji Feng that the people who attacked the 6th Division's base were from a mist. The base didn't suffer much damage, and there were no casualties. Now that Osculo is dead, there will be chaos in the League of Stars. Those who were suppressed by Osculo will definitely make a move now that the shackles are gone. After the shortcut incident, everyone needs to be prepared for it. Ji Feng's words were directed at Sillin. Sillin was the one who made most of the decisions in the 6th Division, and Shotun's influence was gradually losing to Silen's. Moreover, many people in the A-team thought that Silen had long since replaced Shotun's position. Jifeng's attitude showed how much he valued Silen. If it weren't for the fact that Silen was unwilling to be promoted to the A-team, Silen would have been promoted a long time ago. Since the location marked on the star map wasn't too far away, everyone arrived quickly. Their target planet was an inconspicuous D-rank planet. Even Ji-Feng, Gaydar, and the others had to put on their protective suits. Sigma and Whis took the lead and ran at the front. Everyone looked at them with envy. This was the benefit of being non-human. Huimao and Sigma didn't need to do much scouting and analysis before they found the planet. It was an entrance, and after passing through the entrance, everyone realized that the entire planet was a machine that could create a warp jump point. Sigma was the one who activated the machine, and it knew some of the commands it had stored in its memory since a long time ago. Knowing that it would soon be able to return home to its master after so many years excited Sigma, but at the same time, it was also filled with regret. Sigma wouldn't have felt this way before they met the people of the 6th Division. But now it was a little reluctant. Maybe this was what humans called conflicting emotions. While Sigma was busy, Jifeng, Gaydar, and Azrael asked about the shortcut. They all had the same plan, to verify the warp jump point and make sure it was safe before arranging for people to enter. They had to be prepared. Are you sure this warp jump point works both ways? Jifeng asked Sigma. Sigma didn't answer him, even though he was busy. Of course. How else would I have come here in the first place? Jifeng had already told everyone that Sigma didn't belong to the League of Stars, but he had a feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't the warp jump point, but he had a feeling that things weren't going to go as he imagined. Jifeng shot Gaydar a glance. He knew a little about Gaydar's capabilities, but Gaydar was just looking down at the ground. No one knew what he was thinking. Silen was with Huimao and Cheto not far away. They weren't needed anymore. From a certain perspective, if Silen didn't have the star map fragment, if Jifeng and Jiadao weren't protecting him, the Grim Reaper wouldn't have allowed him to stay in this place. In fact, they would have robbed him of the star map fragment a long time ago. Can this shortcut really take us to a place outside of the League of Stars star system, Silen? Huimao asked. I think so. Silen hadn't seen it before, so he couldn't be sure. Huimao licked his lips. I hope that the other side of the shortcut is a world with a lot of food and less crazy scientists. Silen scratched Huimao's chin and didn't say anything. Every system had its own way of existence, and the complexity of every system was not the same. For example, in the Star Alliance, some places were peaceful and beautiful. Some places were constantly in chaos. Some places were prosperous, and some places were in dire straits. None of those things could be said for sure. But Silen was more curious about the place where Sigma was made. At the same time, Silen had an idea. Silen had been investigating the Fuji House of Upper Tree for many years, but to no avail. He didn't know if there were clues on the other side of the shortcut. Ah, it's done, Sigma shouted. Everyone perked up when they heard this. Let's check the node stability first, Sigma said. It didn't take long for Jifeng, Gaydar, and Xian Zhao's communicators to ring. Jifeng turned it on, and the person on the other end said excitedly, Commander, a space-time vortex has appeared outside. Let's go out and take a look. Sigma led the way and ran to the front. Since Sigma had gone out, the people inside followed suit. However, Silen suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. When they went out, the space-time vortex in the air was very clear, and it looked like it was growing bigger and bigger. So this is the shortcut, Huimao exclaimed as he looked at Silen. Huimao was so shocked that all the hair on his body stood on end. Chapter 218. The magnetic field around Silen suddenly grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, the space around Silen's body had already started to distort. Silen finally understood why he was feeling so strange. The curly leaf pattern on his finger was reacting to the open space-time vortex. An enormous suction force pulled Silen towards him. To be more precise, the suction force was directed towards the leaf curl pattern. However, Silen, who was stuck to the leaf curl pattern, had become the one receiving the suction force. A green light appeared from the curly leaf pattern and enveloped Sillin entirely. Sillin was standing at the back of the group. After all, the front was reserved for people like Gaydar and Ji Feng, so Sillin stood at the back of the group on his own accord. Right now, everyone was looking at the space-time vortex in space, and no one was paying attention to Sillin. That was why no one had noticed the anomaly at the beginning. When Hui Mao turned his head to look, the light had just come out from the curly leaf pattern. The light gave Hui Mao a very frightening feeling. Hui Mao often acted on instinct, so when he saw the light, a thought appeared in his mind. Sillin is going to the other side of the space-time vortex. That was why Hui Mao jumped over and hugged Sillin's arm with his claws. His tail was also tightly wrapped around Sillin's arm. Hui Mao had appeared in this world for many years, and Sillin was the only person he truly trusted. Everyone else, even the people of the 6th Division, Hui Mao's trust was still a little leeway. But what if something happened to Sillin, or he suddenly disappeared? Would he be captured by those strange scientists and dissected? Also, he wouldn't starve as long as Sillin was around. If he was left alone, wouldn't he return to his original standard of living? Absolutely not. In fact, Hui Mao's actions were faster than his thoughts. The latter thoughts only came to his mind after he grabbed Sillin. Cheto was a beat too slow. By the time he arrived, the light had already enveloped both Sillin and Hui Mao, and he was directly knocked away. Even Ji Feng and the rest couldn't get close to Sillin. Moreover, the magnetic field around Sillin was getting stronger and stronger. Sillin and Hui Mao's silhouettes were starting to fade, so no one dared to force their way closer. Hui Mao spat out the ring from his mouth as he watched Cheto get bounced away. If he and Sillin weren't here, would Cheto be lonely? Would he be harassed by the other members of Vanguard? Would he starve? Would he? No matter what, the items inside the ring were enough to support Cheto's independence. It must have been hard for the cat to think of such things for Cheto during such an emergency. Truth be told, Hui Mao thought that Sillin was an absolute meal ticket and that he would definitely live a better life than Cheto. That was why Hui Mao took care of his own people. At first, Hui Mao wanted to say something to Cheto, but he didn't get the chance to do so. The light grew brighter and brighter, and Sillin and Hui Mao's silhouettes grew more and more blurry. Finally, a ray of light flashed and shot straight into the spatial vortex above them. After the light entered the spatial vortex, it slowly weakened until it disappeared completely. Everything returned to its original state. However, the surroundings were dead silent. There was no communication. Everyone stared blankly at the vanishing space-time vortex. Did the shortcut they'd been waiting for disappear just like that? Ignoring everyone else's thoughts, Cheto reached out and caught the ring Hui Mao had spat at him. Then, he closed his fingers around the ring and held it firmly in his palm. This was the ring he stripped from Osculos. Hui Mao had always treated it like a treasure, and Sillin had even planned to use it as a granary for Hui Mao and Cheto. But now, Cheto was the only one left. Cheto tried to contact Hui Mao and Sillin, but he couldn't get a single life signal from them. Neither Sillin nor Hui Mao could be reached through their communicators. It was as if the two of them had vanished into thin air. Both of them had vanished just like that. Although he was just a robot, Cheto was experiencing a feeling he'd never felt before. He couldn't put his finger on it because it was too complicated. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be painful. Very, very painful. Sigma would express its thoughts completely, but Cheto was a lot more reserved. He still wore the same expressionless face he'd used all year round, but his eyes were starting to show a lot of emotions. It was just that Cheto didn't let anyone see it because he was staring at the ring on his finger. Eh. Sigma let out a confused cry as the blue bars on its face turned into several big vertical lines. Sigma's cry snapped Gaydar and the others back to reality. Did they go in? Xi and Zhao asked. Gaydar and the others didn't say anything. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. Sigma yelled and charged into the passageway to check on the machine. Ji Feng and the others followed him into the passageway. They wanted to know what the fuck was going on. Sigma covered his head with both hands after he entered the passageway. The blue bars on his face were flashing irregularly. It was clear how chaotic his emotions were right now. All of the machine's energy had been used up, and the connection node's programming was messed up. Some of the instruments were suffering from major or minor problems, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their programming was messed up or damaged. It would take a lot of time to fix them. Huimao had created a kind of machine language radiation before he was sucked into the space-time vortex. Even Cheto and Sigma were affected for a moment, but they were special enough to survive it. The same couldn't be said for the other instruments, be it the space planes parked not far away or the instruments inside the planet. Everything was affected and their programming was messed up. Even Death Starship, which had retreated relatively far away because of the space-time vortex, was affected and lost control for a while. Sigma sobbed as he stared at the instruments. Then, he looked at Cheto and asked, "What do we do? We can't use the shortcut for now. How long will it take before we can use the shortcut again?" Cheto asked. Ji Feng and the others were also listening attentively. "Probably 3 to 5 years. I can't say for sure, but..." Sigma stared at the string of characters and a flashing icon on the central screen. In the end, he let out a sigh and didn't finish his sentence. Both Gaydar and Ji Feng asked Sigma some questions, but the answer they got was ridiculous. Sillin and Whis might have been sent to the other side of the space-time vortex. "I don't know why," Sigma said with a frustrated and aggrieved expression. Its trip home was ruined, and both Sillin and Huimao were gone. It was going to be lonely. Sillin didn't know what the others would think after he left. He felt like he was isolated after the green light enveloped him, and he lost consciousness the moment the green light shot toward the space-time vortex. A long time later, he finally regained consciousness. Right now, Sillin felt like his entire body had been torn apart and pieced back together. It was so painful that he couldn't even begin to describe it. There was a lot of noise, the sound of thrusters and flying cars, the sound of people shouting something, the sound of metal falling to the ground. Everything slowly quieted down. A while later, Sillin opened his eyes. The scene in front of him reminded Sillin of the small room he used to live in on planet Brown Earth. The room was simple and crude. One could even call it shabby. There was an old robot sitting in the corner with its wiring exposed. It looked like it had been there for a long time because a layer of dust had covered its body. Celine moved his fingers. He felt fine. But sitting up took a lot of Sillin's strength. His muscles hurt like they were branded with iron. He hadn't recovered from the injuries he had suffered from Osculo, and he had experienced a painful trip to the space-time vortex. Sillin was in so much pain that he had to suck in a deep breath. He finally recovered. Exhaling, Sillin saw Huimao hugging his arm like an octopus. But now, Huimao didn't move. He was frozen in place and wasn't breathing. Sillin could feel Huimao's life force. Although the guy didn't breathe or have a heartbeat, he was still alive. Sillin flicked Huimao's ear. He didn't move. He poked his belly. Still didn't move. Sillin frowned. Did it crash? Sillin was still wearing the same clothes, but the protective suit was left on a shelf next to him. It was torn in many places. Suddenly sensing something, Sillin turned to look. The peeper shrank back, but not long after. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. 3 very similar round heads popped out from the door. They didn't look very big. They were looking at Sillin with wide eyes. Their eyes were full of curiosity, but they were also a little scared. They were really kids. They showed their thoughts on their faces. Sillin smiled at them, but didn't say anything. He wasn't sure what was going on and was afraid of saying something wrong. A smile could show kindness, especially to kids. They could get encouragement from a smile. Seeing Sillin smile at them, the 3 were encouraged and smiled back at Sillin. Although the decorations in the room were shabby, which meant the owner wasn't well off, the 3 had chubby faces. They didn't look malnourished. It was obvious that the owner cared a lot about the children's growth. One of the little kids shrank his head and ran away, shouting something. Sillin couldn't understand. It was a strange place indeed. Sillin knew the regional languages of all the sectors in the League of Stars, but Sillin didn't understand what the kid was shouting. After one little bean left, one of the remaining two little beans was a little braver. He slowly walked over, crouched beside the bed, and looked at Celine. He said something, but Celine couldn't understand him. The kid said something again. Celine made a puzzled expression to show that he didn't understand. But he was a kid after all, so he didn't think about whether Celine could understand the language. He turned and said something to the kid who was still peeking out from the door. As they were talking, footsteps came from outside the door. It was obviously an adult. An old man was pulled in by the little kid who ran away just now. He walked in with a loving smile on his face. He looked old with a hunched back, but he was in good spirits and could be considered healthy. His hands were rough and full of calluses. When he saw Celine sitting up, he said something. Celine looked at the old man in puzzlement, showing that he didn't understand what they were saying. Even the other little kid pounced on the old man, pointing at Celine and saying something. Old Chang was repairing the machine when his grandson ran over to say that the person they brought back was awake. He was sitting on the bed and smiling at the three of them. Old Chang put down the work in his hands and was pulled by his grandson by the finger. Because it was the triplets' birthday, Old Chang promised to take them for a trip outside the planet. A few days ago, he took a trip outside the planet in his broken little space plane. But on their planet, they couldn't afford the energy consumption of the space plane, not to mention the quality of the space plane, and not to mention whether it could perform long-distance navigation and warp-speed flight. It was already good enough for a family like theirs to barely maintain the maintenance costs of an old space plane. To solve the problem of energy, Old Chang had saved up for a long time to make this trip. And with the condition of their space plane, they couldn't leave the planet at all. They could only fly around symbolically. Fortunately, his grandson had sharp eyes and saw the person floating in space. Because Celine was wearing a protective suit at the time, Old Chang automatically classified Celine as an engineer working in space. Space missions were dangerous. One careless mistake, and one would be thrown into space and then abandoned. Old Chang knew many situations like this. Many engineers died in space like this. The rich would use maintenance robots, but the poor could only rely on manpower. They couldn't afford that kind of maintenance robot, and they didn't trust the cheap maintenance robots. So, more people who couldn't afford it tended to hire maintenance engineers to complete the work in space. The money they earned was earned with their lives on the line. When Old Chang was young, he also did such things. But now that he was old, he couldn't let go of the little ones at home. He didn't come into contact with such things anymore and just focused on his current job. Old Chang also saw Hui Mao wrapped around Celine's arm. Old Chang sighed. It wasn't easy to have such a loyal pet. Unfortunately, when they found this person, Hui Mao was already stiff. It must have been dead for a long time. If Hui Mao knew what Old Chang was thinking, he would definitely be furious. Old Chang had never seen the type of protective suit Celine was wearing before. Old Chang guessed that this person might not be from this planet. But Old Chang was someone who had done space maintenance work, after all. He had a good impression of Celine. When he saw Celine's age, he felt even more sorry for him. Such a young man actually took on such a dangerous job. If he hadn't met them, or if his protective suit hadn't been torn, he would have been dead. Celine's protective suit was only torn after Old Chang rescued Celine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save Celine. He wouldn't even have been able to feed him the pills. According to his grandson, this person seemed a little slow, but Old Chang felt that this young man didn't understand what they were saying. After thinking about it, Old Chang switched to a different language. He spoke in the imperial capital's language with a strong accent, which was also the common language of the empire. Can you understand me? Celine really did understand these words. At the same time, Celine was shocked. This was very similar to the language that Xianxia taught him when he was young. Xianxia said that it was the language of his hometown, but Celine hadn't found such a language in the League of Stars. He didn't expect to be able to hear it here. Yes, I can understand some of it, Celine said tentatively. Hearing Celine's words, Old Chang's eyes lit up. So you're from the Imperial Capital Star region. Celine scratched his head, looking embarrassed. In fact, he had no idea what the Imperial Capital Star region meant. Seeing that Celine didn't deny it, Old Chang classified Celine as a young man who grew up in the Imperial Capital Star region but came from a poor family. For some reason, He had to carry out a dangerous job. Usually, only people from the Imperial Capital Star region would have such a standard pronunciation. In other star regions, there were very few people with such a standard pronunciation. This was very difficult to fake. At least, in all these years, Old Chang had never heard of anyone on this planet who could speak such a standard Imperial Capital language. You're a mechanical engineer, right? You can say that. Old Chang looked at Sillin with a pitiful expression. It wasn't easy to make a living in the Imperial Capital. Since he had come to such a small place, he must have been forced to do so. Sigh, poor child. Sillin maintained his most superficial smile, but when he saw Old Man Chang's expression, which was 70% pity and 30% affection, the corner of his mouth twitched again and again. My surname is Chang. You can call me Grandpa Chang like the kids around here, Old Chang said as he handed Sillin a glass of water and a few pills. Celine took the pill and ate it immediately. Then, she thanked Old Man Chang. Old Chang smiled happily when he saw Sillin eat the pills so readily. If it were anyone else, they would have studied the pills for a long time with suspicion. Old Chang didn't know that when Sillin took the pills, he immediately analyzed the ingredients of the pills. They were all basic tonics, which was why he ate them so readily. If Old Chang knew the truth, would the hearts of all the old people on the ground be broken? My name is Sillin. Sillin didn't say much. He only said that he was alone. Old Chang chatted with Sillin, and Sillin got a brief understanding of the family situation. The three little kids that Sillin met were 5-year-old triplets. They were 6, 7, and 8. Old Chang directly called them Little 6, Little 7, and Little 8. There were no other names. The situation here wasn't good. The survival rate of a child in a family was too low, so every family would save a lot of children. Because of the high mortality rate, people here usually didn't give their children official names. They would only give them other names when they grew up or under special circumstances. Old Chang's wife passed away early. They finally had a capable son, but he left them because of an accident. His daughter-in-law had been working hard to give birth. After his son passed away, she became thinner and thinner. After giving birth to the triplets, she passed away. Old Chang and 6 children were left behind. Why did he say 6 children? Both the eldest and second children didn't survive. However, the 11-year-old twins, Chang Little 3 and Chang Little 4, lived up to expectations. They got into a good school and left this area to study. As for Chang Little 5, he was born with a poor body because of the setbacks he experienced in his mother's womb. He often fell sick and grew up on medication. Old Chang now earned some basic living expenses in his small repair shop to support himself and his children. This area of the planet was densely packed with families similar to Old Chang's family. They opened a small repair shop in their own homes to support their families. Chapter 219. Early in the morning, Old Man Chang had already opened his small repair shop. In this area, most people did not have the extra money to buy another shop, so they all converted part of their houses into shops. Some houses had shops on the ground floor and housing above, while others had shops at the front and housing at the back. In short, the shops and housing were basically connected, so this area felt more crowded. There was no pattern to the distribution, and from a high altitude, it looked like the ground was cracked randomly. The surrounding houses were not tall, mostly 2 or 3 stories, and there were fewer 5 or 6 stories. Small worn-out aircraft and flying cars that were as old as Yudo's old car could be seen everywhere. Old Man Chang's house was not big, but it had 3 stories. The first floor was used as a shop, and the second and third floors were residential areas. Perhaps it was because there were too many people back then that there were more rooms. The room that Sillin stayed in was only one of the larger ones. It used to be Old Man Chang's room, but in order to take care of his grandchildren, Old Man Chang moved in with his 4 grandchildren. Although the triplets were only 5 years old, they were very sensible. Despite their young age, they helped Old Man Chang a lot. Just like now, after Old Man Chang opened the shop, Chang Xiaolu and Chang Xiaoba helped to deliver parts and clean the machinery. When they saw that Old Man Chang was tired, they would bring him a glass of water. Chang Little 8 was with a girl. She was the child who hid behind the door and did not approach Sillin from the start. He was not as open to strangers as his two older brothers, but one could tell from the look in the little fellow's eyes that he was actually a clever child. Grandpa, little Seven wouldn't bother that big brother again. He's not coming to work. Chang Xiaoba handed old man Chang a glass of water and complained with a pout. In the past, the triplets worked together, but now only Chang Xiaolu and Chang Xiaoba were here to help. That mischievous little Seven had run away again. Old man Chang rubbed his granddaughter's head and said with a smile, "It's fine. I told little Seven that he can watch from the side, but don't disturb his rest. Little Seven will come down later when he's bored." Old man Chang knew his grandson well. Sillin was sleeping most of the time, so he could recover faster. Therefore, if Chang Xiaoba went, Sillin would most likely be sleeping and no one would pay attention to little Seven. This way, little Seven would not be able to stay idle. He would come down later to watch. It wasn't that old man Chang wasn't wary of outsiders. It was just that old man Chang felt too much pity for Sillin. Sillin was sent out on a space maintenance mission at such a young age. Although his family was poor, old man Chang would never allow his grandson or granddaughter to develop in that direction. Thinking of similar experiences when he was young, old man Chang could not help but sigh. How Sillin? However, old man Chang had guessed wrong this time. Out of curiosity, Chang Xiaoqi went upstairs to check on her big brother who was eating, sleeping, and taking medicine all by himself. The first thing she saw was a gray cat squatting on the short table next to the bed. Because old man Chang couldn't get away from work, he basically prepared food and pills here and put them on the table. When Sillin woke up, he could eat them directly. Now, Chang Xiaoba saw the cat, who had been judged dead for a long time, squatting on the low table and eating the food prepared for the patient. Chang Xiaoba's mouth was wide open, and he was a little stunned. Noticing the movement on Chang Xiaoba's side, Hui Mao raised his head and glanced at Chang Xiaoba listlessly. After determining that there was no threat, he continued to bury his head and eat. Originally, Chang Xiaoba wanted to call Grandpa and Little 6 and Little 8 to come and see, but he remembered that Grandpa had said not to make a noise in front of the patient. However, Chang Xiaoba was now very curious and did not want to leave. After all, he was a child, and it was difficult to suppress his curiosity. Chang Xiaoba looked to Hui Mao, and then carefully and slowly moved to the side. Until Chang Xiaoba walked to the side of the low table, Hui Mao did not raise his head, but his ears moved along with Chang Xiaoba's movements. Chang Xiaoba bit his finger, and seeing that Hui Mao did not look at him, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Kitten." Hui Mao's ears flickered, but he still did not raise his head. There were two reasons why Hui Mao ignored Chang Xiaoba. First, it was eating and was not in the mood to pay attention to this little brat who had almost zero fighting power. Second, it did not understand what this little brat was saying at all. Chang Xiaoba continued to bite his finger and shouted twice, but seeing that Hui Mao still ignored him, he became bolder and raised his chubby little hand, which still had a dimple, towards the cat's head and poked. After poking, he immediately withdrew his hand. This little brat still had this bit of intelligence. Hui Mao finally raised his head and glanced at Chang Xiaoba. His eyes were still in a lazy, half-open state, and his mouth was still chewing. He lazily blinked his eyes, lowered his head, and continued to fight with the food. Chang Xiaoba was now full of energy, and after Hui Mao lowered his head, he continued to poke. However, this time he did not poke. Just as he was about to poke the cat's head, Hui Mao raised his front paw and slapped it down, then stepped on it. Hui Mao did not extend his claws. After being in contact with humans for so many years, he still had a basic understanding. After this series of actions, Hui Mao still did not raise his head and continued to step on Chang Xiaoba's chubby little hand and continued to bury his head in his food. Chang Xiaoba, who had his chubby little hand stepped on, did not cry, but instead chuckled. It did not hurt. Of course it did not hurt. Hui Mao did not use much force, nor did he extend his claws. Instead, the soft pads of flesh on the sole of his foot made Xianxia feel very comfortable. Xiaoba's guts grew, and his playful heart grew. He pulled out his chubby little hand, and then immediately covered Huimao's soul. Huimao finally raised his head again, stuck out his tongue, and licked his lips, and looked towards Xiaoba. Right now, the little brat was happily looking at him. He yawned lazily and habitually prepared to lick his paw, but he realized that the situation was not right, so he pulled his foot out from under Xiaoba's chubby little hand, licked it, wiped his face, and then covered Xiaoba's chubby little hand again. Xiaoba laughed happily, pulled out his hand, and covered Huimao's paw again. Huimao. So, when Sillin woke up, he saw these two childish guys playing a paw-folding game. Sillin dared to bet that this cat was definitely not fully awake. Otherwise, it would not be so patient to fold a little bean's palm. Xiaoba, on the other hand, was so happy that he wanted to jump up. Alas, childish kids are much happier. Aware of the situation on Sillin's side, Huimao's half-opened eyes finally opened, and he withdrew his foot. Then, he flicked his tail and gently whipped the little brat, then jumped to Sillin's side. He didn't dare to jump directly on Sillin's body. Now that Sillin was in the recovery period, it was better to avoid it. Sillin, you're finally awake. Huimao was finally awake now, and he walked over happily. When he woke up, he was also in a bad condition. He checked around and found that there were a lot of mechanical products around, but they were all low-end goods. He didn't know where he was. He didn't have a mind to care too much, but after eating some food, he had recovered a little. Xiaoba bit his finger and looked at them, not understanding Huimao's words. But this cat's meow was actually different from other cats. Sillin patted Huimao's head, then smiled at Xiaoba and said, "Xiaoba, do you have any more food? Help me get some." "Yes." Xiaoba grinned and immediately rushed out with his short legs. The storage cabinet was not far from here. Although Xiaoba didn't know how to speak the imperial language, he could understand some of it. In addition, Sillin had learned some of the language here in the past few days, so basic communication between the two was no longer a problem. Hearing Sillin's language, Huimao looked at Sillin doubtfully. "I've never heard the language you're speaking. This isn't the League of Stars. It should be on the other side of the space-time vortex. So before you learn the language here, you should just be an ordinary cat." Huimao shook his whiskers. "Are you saying that I should learn to meow like a cat?" Sillin looked at Huimao as if he was talking nonsense. "You're a cat to begin with." "Okay, but I'll be able to learn the language here very soon." It didn't take more than a minute to understand the language here through the machinery here. "By the way, Sillin, you don't look right now." Huimao raised his paw and pointed at Sillin's face. When he woke up, if he hadn't been too familiar with the connection between him and Sillin, he would have really thought that the guy lying next to him was someone else. "Don't look right." Sillin propped himself up and looked at his current situation through the reflection of a small metal plate not far away. He couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that when he passed through the space-time vortex, the genetic phenotype had been reset and returned to his original appearance. The current Sillin had returned to the appearance he had on planet Brown Earth. His physique had also undergone some slight changes. Sillin rubbed his face and felt that this face was still the best and pleasing to the eye. No matter how much the genetic phenotype was artificially changed, it was still not as comfortable as his original appearance. "This is my original appearance," Sillin said. "Oh." Huimao looked at Sillin curiously. In the past, he had heard from Carrie and the others that Sillin had other appearances. He didn't expect that this was his real appearance. Sillin gave Huimao a simple explanation of their experience after being sucked in by the space-time vortex. If it wasn't for old Chang's family, Sillin didn't know how long he would have stayed in this unfamiliar galaxy in space. The little guy who played the claw game with you just now is Xianxia, one of the triplets. Huimao was about to explain that he had played the childish game with the little kid because he hadn't woken up yet. However, when he heard Xiaoxia's footsteps, he stopped talking and started to communicate with the machinery in the area to learn a new language. Xiaoxia came over with a large plate. On it was a large piece of meat from an unknown animal. Next to the meat were two small fish. It seemed that it was specially prepared for Hui Mao. The food on the tray was a little heavy, so Chang Xiaoqi had to hold it with all his might. Silin hurriedly accepted it and rubbed Chang Xiaoqi's head. "Thank you, Xiaoqi. It's still warm. Did you make this yourself? You're very capable." "No, it's not that difficult." Chang Xiaoqi looked at Hui Mao and laughed. Silin picked up Wee's plate from the short table and placed the 2 fishes on it. Then he said in the Empire's common language with a slight accent, "Wees, this is Little Seven's kind regards." Hui Mao had almost understood the language in this short period of time. He could understand Silin's words. He bared his teeth at Chang Xiaoqi, indicating that he understood. He jumped to the side of the plate and began to eat the fish. He didn't need to eat it to know that the fish didn't taste good just by smelling it. But now, Hui Mao wasn't picky and immersed himself in eating the 2 fish. "Xiaoqi, don't you want to eat?" Silin cut a piece of meat and handed it to Chang Xiaoqi. Chang Xiaoqi shook his head. "I'm not hungry." His eyes were fixed on Hui Mao. He raised his chubby little hand and put it down. It seemed that he wanted to touch Hui Mao. Silin smiled and began to eat the meat on the plate. The food on the plate came from compressed capsules. This relatively cheap compressed capsule was commonly used by the people at the bottom of the society. It was convenient and time-saving. One only needed to put the selected capsule into a special machine and press the button. It would only take half a minute. Even though the operation was simple, it was not easy for a 5-year-old child like Chang Xiaoqi to do this alone. The children of the poor matured early. Silin ate while looking at the curly leaf pattern on his hand. This thing was like a navigation needle that had drawn Silin to this place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for only Silin to change at that time. The Jin family was probably in the capital star region that Old Man Chang mentioned. Unlike the League of Stars, this planet belonged to the 23rd star region of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire's 26 star regions. It was just a small, unremarkable planet. In his original star system, genotype determined one's future. But here, it was very difficult to stand out without a good background, even if you had great innate qualities. Using the League of Stars' A-rank standard, many people became bodyguards for nobles whose genes weren't that good. Then, human life was like grass. He looked at the food on the plate. These capsules were relatively cheap, but they were still meat. The poor wouldn't eat them for a long time. Their meager income wasn't enough to support them for a long time. Old Man Chang probably didn't have much in his family either. The compressed capsule Silin was eating were probably enough for Old Man Chang and his family to eat for a day. Old Man Chang loved his grandchildren very much, and it was obvious from the food they ate. Adhering to the principle of suffering everything, but not the children, Old Man Chang had spent a lot of effort on this group of children. The family savings had not increased much, and a large part of the reason was that this group of half-grown children had eaten. The triplets were chubby, and it was obvious that they hadn't starved much in the past. Chang Xiaoqi watched happily as Hui Mao finished the 2 fish. Hui Mao didn't hesitate to say thank you to Chang Xiaoqi after he was done eating. He spoke in the local dialect perfectly. Chang Xiaoqi's eyes widened as he pointed a chubby finger at Hui Mao. "You can talk." Hui Mao licked his paws and wiped his mouth. "Why can't I talk?" Chang Xiaoqi didn't answer. But when he saw Hui Mao's silly smile, he thought of something and ran downstairs. "Grandpa, little 6, little 8, there's a smart cat here." The corner of Silin's mouth twitched. It seemed that in the eyes of these little kids, a handsome guy like him was far inferior to the foodie Hui Mao. When Hui Mao heard the words smart cat, he immediately classified Chang Xiaoqi as someone who had a discerning eye for talent. He squatted there and raised his chin, looking like he was an elite. Old Man Chang, who was repairing the machinery, put down his work, wiped his hands, and walked upstairs. Next to him, Chang Xiaolu and Chang Xiaoba, who were helping him, immediately rushed upstairs when they heard Chang Xiaoqi shout. They were surprised to see the cat, which had been thought dead for a long time, squatting on the low table proudly. Old Man Chang, in particular, carefully tapped the cat. At first glance, it didn't seem different from other cats, but when he observed it closely, he found that it was very spiritual. Grandpa, Chang Xiaoqi took Old Man Chang's hand and said proudly, "The kitten said hello to me." Chang Xiaolu and Chang Xiaoba's eyes lit up. There were people on their street who had pets that they could talk to, but those families treasured them. The triplets had only seen them from afar a few times, but they had never gotten close to them. When they heard Chang Xiaoqi's words, Chang Xiaolu and Chang Xiaoba couldn't hold themselves back. They surrounded Hui Mao and chattered. When he heard the triplets' praise, Hui Mao raised his head and puffed out his chest, pretending to be serious. Then he said in a standard dialect, "Hello," glancing at Hui Mao, who looked serious, but who knew if Hui Mao's heart was already fluttering. Silin curled his lips. "What moron?" Silin introduced Hui Mao to Old Man Chang and the others again. "This is a pet that I met by accident a few years ago. It has been following me ever since. Its name is Wheeze." When he heard Silin's words, Old Man Chang didn't think too much about it. He smiled and watched the triplets talk to Hui Mao. However, he was still a little surprised that this cat could speak in a local dialect. Silin explained that this was because he had met some people on this planet before, and Hui Mao had learned this accent from them. Old Man Chang didn't show any reluctance when Chang Xiaoqi took the initiative to give the best meat compression capsule and 2 fish compression capsules to Silin and Hui Mao. In another 2 days, Silin would be almost recovered. When Old Man Chang asked Silin about his plans, Silin expressed the hope that he could stay here to help Old Man Chang for the time being. After all, Silin was familiar with machinery maintenance, so he didn't need to pay him a salary. He just needed to take care of his meals and accommodation. He couldn't go to the imperial capital for the time being. Right now, Silin hadn't figured out the situation in the Saran Empire. Silin wouldn't act rashly, so he chose to stay here for a while to fully recuperate and adjust his state before taking action. After all, Silin didn't have anyone to rely on here. Old Man Chang was very happy that Silin could stay and help. There were also empty rooms in the house. It was a burden for Old Man Chang to feed an adult and a cat, but with Silin's help, the harvest would be greater. However, Old Man Chang insisted that he would pay Silin a salary. It wasn't good for a young man to have no money. Silin and Hui Mao stayed. The happiest were the triplets, so they could play with the kitten. The triplets cheered, and Old Man Chang smiled at the 3 little guys, his eyes full of love. Silin couldn't help in his current condition, but Hui Mao could. So after lunch, there was a scene in the shop. 3 little kids followed behind Hui Mao, moving parts. However, Old Man Chang did save a lot of effort. When a part was needed, Hui Mao and the triplets took it from the parts rack. The model was also very accurate, unlike before when Old Man Chang had to describe it in detail before the triplets could get the correct model. Old Man Chang was happy. It seemed that this cat wasn't just for show. Chapter 220. 2 days later, although Silin hadn't fully recovered, he was able to move around quite freely. Old Man Chang had been in a good mood for the past 2 days. Although Hui Mao didn't look reliable, he proved to be very useful during Old Man Chang's repairs. He worked extremely fast with the 3 little beans in tow. Old Man Chang usually earned 100 MB a day at most, and that was when he had work to do. If he didn't, he wouldn't earn anything. That being said, Silin heard that things had been going well for the past 2 days. He received 1 or 2 orders every day, and Old Man Chang's average income was over 120 MB. Old Man Chang was so happy that he went out of his way to buy a box of compressed fish capsules and cooked for Wheeze every day. After Silin regained his freedom, he helped Old Man Chang with his work. Old Man Chang was a repair shop, and he wasn't the only one. The entire street was filled with repair shops. Repair shops were quite famous among the lower class. One reason for this was that the repair fees here weren't expensive, and the other reason was that many people knew each other. They were all on the same level, so they took care of each other. Old Man Chang's shop was not considered big in the repair shop street. There were many shops that were bigger than Old Man Chang's, but Old Man Chang was quite content. After all, there was a limit to his manpower. Old Man Chang knew how many orders he could take, and if he couldn't handle more, the customers would get impatient. Most of the people who visited Old Man Chang's shop were acquaintances, and one of them was one of them. The owner of the car had gotten into some friction with another flying car while making a delivery. He didn't think much of it at the time, but when he came back, he discovered that the car consumed a lot of energy and it wasn't fast at all. He made a strange noise every 2 steps, so he decided to take advantage of the fact that he didn't need to make a delivery today to get his car repaired. After complaining for a while, the owner looked at Old Man Chong. "Old Man Chong, can you fix this car today? I still have to make a delivery tomorrow." Old Man Chong thought for a moment before saying, "I'll put this order on hold for now. Since you need it urgently, I'll fix your car today. It should be ready by tomorrow." "Huh, Old Man Chong, I knew your shop was the best. I still have to go back to work, so contact me when you're done." Usually, there would be a queue in the repair shop, and regular customers would be taken care of. For this car owner, Old Chang's shop was a regular customer with a good price. Hearing Old Chang's words, the owner of the car was quite satisfied and left after saying a few words. When Silin came down, he happened to hear the man saying goodbye. Looking at the flying car parked at the maintenance station, Silin had rarely seen this kind of flying car when he was in the League of Stars. The flying car looked rather old, probably more than 10 years old. It wasn't big, but it had a lot of space inside. There was even a small compartment at the back that was specially used to transport small amounts of goods. You can often see this kind of car on the maintenance street. Old Man Chong put down the machine he was repairing and took a sip of water from his grandson. When he saw Silin coming down, he smiled. "Silin, how do you feel?" "Pretty good." In order to show that he could move freely, Silin stretched his arms and did some simple exercises. This series of movements proved that he had indeed recovered quite well. Looking at Hui Mao, who was sorting out the recycled second-hand parts, Silin walked over to the newly delivered flying car and looked at it. "Is there a problem with the energy system?" Old Man Chong nodded. He adjusted the joystick at the side and moved the maintenance station a little further in, raising a partition in the middle. Seeing Silin look over in confusion, Old Man Chong explained, "You can't let children come into contact with this." Silin nodded in understanding. When it came to important metals or energy systems, Old Man Chong definitely wouldn't let his grandchildren come into contact with them. It didn't matter to adults, but it had a huge impact on children's growth. Radiation sickness and heavy metal poisoning were common occurrences. People in this area didn't have that much time to get their bodies checked out. They would only notice when the symptoms were fully manifested, but by the time they noticed, the illness was already quite serious. 80% of the children who died early on the street died because of this. Treatment was expensive, and not every family was as attentive to their children as Old Man Chong. If pregnant women often came into contact with such things, it was likely that they would give birth to children with severe deformities or congenital diseases. Such children wouldn't live long. But in order to survive, all of the family members had to work together. Walking on this street, you would find that even pregnant women with protruding bellies would tie themselves up to do things. Otherwise, they would be despised. They weren't like those rich ladies in the upscale districts. On this maintenance street, families who raised their children like triplets were definitely rare. It was also a blessing for the 3 little fellows. The 3 little fellows were obviously very familiar with such things. After seeing the raised partition, they consciously stayed away from it. There were specialized tools and parts racks there, so they didn't need to hand over spare parts frequently. "Let me help you. I've come into contact with this before." "Don't. You're in the recovery period. It's not good for you to come into contact with these things." Old Man Chong waved his hand. "It's fine. I've been lying in bed for so many days. I need to work on my muscles and bones." Seeing Silin's insistence, Old Man Chong pointed to a cabinet. "There are gloves and protective tools over there. You can take them with you." Silin walked over and opened the cabinet. There was a full set of protective gear inside, including gloves, outerwear, and shoes. Old Man Chong was already wearing a pair of protective gloves. In other words, other than the 2 pairs of gloves, the rest were all single pieces. This wasn't surprising. Protective gear for maintenance purposes wasn't cheap. Silin only wore a pair of gloves. He didn't wear outerwear or shoes, but he gave them to Old Man Chong. "You kid, it's fine. I'm used to it. I'm immune to it." Silin expressed that it didn't matter if he didn't wear it. He walked to the maintenance platform and began to examine the flying car. Old Man Chong quickly discovered the problem with the flying car. There was indeed a malfunction in the power system. Old parts consume energy, but this is too much. I've taken a look. There's indeed a problem with the power system, but it's not a permanent solution. A few key parts also need to be replaced, but it looks like they won't be willing to do so. Let's not worry about those parts for now. Old Man Chong explained the situation to Silin as he examined the flying car's problem. Repairs were one thing, but in this area, if they wanted to attract repeat customers, the repairs had to be done according to the customer's needs. After living in this area for so many years, Old Man Chong had more or less figured out the thoughts of the people here. He didn't need others to specifically mention it to maximize the satisfaction of the customer's needs. This also protected the customer's face. Silin was good at maintenance, but he was far inferior to Old Man Chong when it came to maintenance. When he was with Mo Hong, he had a different style. Mo Hong was the type who pursued perfection and had high requirements for every part. Therefore, in comparison, Mo Hong's style was completely unsuitable here. As he listened to Old Man Chong impart his experience, Silin listened attentively. From time to time, he would ask a few questions and help Old Man Chong. The repair of the flying car's power system wasn't difficult. It could be completely fixed before dinner. However, with Silin's help, the repair was completed more than 2 hours earlier. The repair process was also a lot easier. Old Man Chong was very happy that someone was helping to share the burden. Having a helper really made a difference. However, after repairing the power system, Silin took a look at the flying car's main operating system and this operating system. No wonder it could be used for as long as 10 years. It seemed that the owner had really invested a lot when he bought this flying car. It should be known that most low-end flying cars only had one operating system. Flying cars with this operating system were more intelligent. However, according to the information Silin gathered while he was recuperating in bed, the flying car's main operating system and this operating system were very outdated. This operating system was even from 20 years ago. It was no wonder that this flying car wasn't very agile. It would be strange for a car that was already close to Alzheimer's to be agile. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the owner had friction with other cars. The car's operation wasn't very agile, so friction of various sizes was inevitable. Silin took a look at the car's main and secondary operating systems. It was impossible to upgrade them completely. That would be more expensive, and the owner definitely wouldn't be willing to spend that money. Besides, compatibility wasn't good, so it wasn't worth it. Old Man Chong was more familiar with the maintenance of spare parts, but he wasn't so good at improving the system's procedures and internal operations. Besides, the people in this area didn't have that kind of awareness. They weren't very educated, so who would be familiar with those dizzying procedures and instructions? A simple reorganization of the main and secondary operating systems didn't take much time for Silin. 10 minutes later, the messy procedures and the system's inability to keep up with the times have been cleaned up. No matter what, when the car flew again, it would definitely be more agile than it was yesterday. Old Man Chong didn't stop Silin from fiddling with the internal operating systems. He could tell that Silin was quite confident. This was the confidence of a maintenance engineer. Old Man Chong just watched quietly from his side. After Silin was done, he started the flying car to test the results of the repair. Needless to say, it was indeed a lot better. Good job, kid. You're quite capable. I don't know much about this. I just know a little about it. No need to be humble. Come on, follow this old man to another order. Let's try to fix this machine before dinner. Seeing that Old Man Chong was done with the repairs and the partition on the other side was lowered, the triplets and Hui Mao happily came over and helped hand over the tools and parts. Many hands made light work, and this order was completed before dinner. Old Man Chong contacted a customer to come over and pick up the items. Silin, the 3 little kids, and Hui Mao went to make dinner. The 3 little kids worked hand in hand while Silin watched from the side. It was a very simple compressed capsule dinner. Old Man Chong made quite a lot of money that day. 200 MB. When the owner got into the car and took off, he could clearly feel that the car looked a lot younger today. Old Man Chong, your kung fu has improved. I'll come again next time. Old Man Chong only chuckled happily. This time, when the owner of the car went back, he recommended Old Man Chang's shop to many of his acquaintances. He said that his old car had become much younger after being repaired. Many people did not believe him. Soliciting customers for acquaintances was a common thing in this cobweb-like area, so everyone was used to such words and only gave perfunctory replies. Old Man Chong gave 50 of the 200 MB he earned today to Silin. Silin didn't refuse. This was what Old Man Chong had agreed to, so he couldn't refuse. Little Seven was very excited during dinner. Grandpa, fifth brother should be back tomorrow, right? Yeah, let's go tomorrow and bring Little Five back. Old Man Chong couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he talked about this unfortunate grandson of his. His smile faded a lot. Little Five Chong was affected by a large-scale electromagnetic radiation when he was in his mother's womb and almost died at birth. He barely survived, but his body was weak, and he was a frequent visitor to the hospital. Silin had seen the image Little Seven took out. Little Five Chong was very thin and listless, and his eyes didn't have the innocence of a child. There was only silence and gloominess in them. He was the complete opposite of the triplets. Any other child would have given up a long time ago, but Old Man Chong persisted all this time. However, some people in the neighboring streets didn't think much of him. After all, a child like him wouldn't live past the age of 10 if he didn't receive proper treatment. Little Five Chong was now 7, and the chances of him falling sick were getting higher and higher. He had to go to the hospital for treatment every once in a while, and he had to eat more pills than compressed capsules. Most of what Silin knew about Little Five Chong was from the triplets. They were very sensible and often took care of this quiet fifth brother. Compared to Old Man Chong, Little Five Chong had talked to them a lot. Now, Old Man Chong was basically saving money for Little Five Chang's treatment while ensuring his livelihood. No matter what, there was hope as long as he was alive. At night, after the triplets went to sleep, Old Man Chong was still in a daze in the maintenance room. He could basically take on 1 job a day, and it would be good if he could take on 2 jobs today. Therefore, even if Old Man Chong wanted to stay up late to work, he couldn't. In Silin's room, Hui Mao wagged its tail. After yawning, it said to Silin, "That old man seems to be crying." There were surveillance cameras in the maintenance room, but they weren't necessarily for customers. They were a basic installation in a repair shop, and they had many uses. Hui Mao saw Old Man Chang's expression through these surveillance cameras. Silin scratched Hui Mao's chin. "Since they've helped us, let's help them if we can. Life will get better and better. Yeah, make more money. I miss my dried fish biscuits. I wonder if Xianxia and the others have eaten my stash." Actually, it was paying attention to the latter part of Silin's words. The next day, Old Man Chong went to the hospital to pick up Little Five Chong. Silin and the 3 little kids stood guard in the maintenance room. In the past, whenever Old Man Chong went out, he would lock the door tightly and remind the triplets to be careful. The security in this area was not very good. Although his family did not have much money, no one could say for sure what would happen. This was the first time the triplets could openly wait for Old Man Chong and Little Five Chong in front of the shop. Where's Old Man Chong? A flying car stopped in front of the shop. The owner was obviously someone they knew. After looking around the shop, he asked, "My grandpa went out," Little Six said. "You want to pick up Little Five, right?" The person was very familiar with the family's business. He got off the flying car and walked into the shop, pinching the triplets' chubby cheeks. "Uncle Haas, you're bullying us again." The triplets pointed at the person at the same time and complained. However, their faces were full of smiles. Clearly, they were very familiar with each other. Haas chuckled. He picked up the youngest, Little Eight Chong, and tossed him up and caught him. Little Eight Chong was so happy that he waved his little arms and shouted. Little Six and Little Seven quickly took a few steps back. Silin was puzzled. Logically speaking, these 3 little guys should be very happy with this kind of tossing. Why did they seem to be repulsed? Haas tossed Little Eight Chong a few times before putting him down. Little Eight Chong ran behind Silin and made a face at Haas. "Yo, you're so cocky now that you have a backer." Haas didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As he spoke, Haas walked in front of Silin. Are you the new assistant? No, no. Big brother Silin is the child of Daddy's friend. The three little guys rushed to answer. This was Old Man Chang's idea. To the public, Silin's identity was said to be the child of his son's friend. Something had happened to the family, and he had temporarily stayed here to help out. Hello, do you need to repair the flying car? There was no need to open the hood to check. As soon as Silin heard the sound of the flying car, he knew what was wrong. There's a bit of a problem. After getting Haas's confirmation, Silin helped Haas push the car in. Haas took out a box of spare parts from the trunk. This was a replacement for the broken parts. Haas was a buyer of spare parts. If there was a problem with his car, he would always replace the spare parts directly. He had always believed that only by replacing the spare parts could the problem be completely solved. After talking for a while, Silin knew very well that Haas didn't trust his repair skills. He asked Old Man Chang to contact him when he came back. At that time, he would explain in detail to Old Man Chang. Regarding this, Silin wasn't unhappy. After all, he was a stranger, and a young stranger at that. No one would directly ask him to repair their beloved car. They had come here for Old Man Chang, and no one would feel at ease if someone else were to do the repair. After Silin gave Haas a list, Haas chatted and laughed with the triplets for a while before leaving. After Haas left, the three little guys told him why they were afraid. Big brother Silin, let me tell you, Uncle Haas once threw a child when he was drunk and didn't catch him. The child fell and broke his leg. We saw it with our own eyes. Looking at the serious faces of the three little guys, Silin was surprised. He guessed that Haas had also made a rare mistake. He had drunk too much and didn't catch him. The three little guys happened to see it, and it left a deep impression in their young hearts. Hui Mao was lying next to the spare parts rack, taking a nap. After looking at the flying car, he yawned disdainfully. What's the point of treasuring that broken thing? He curled his body into a ball and continued to sleep. When Old Man Chang came back with Chang Xiaowu on his back, Silin finally saw the weak and sickly child with his own eyes. He looked pitifully thin and pale. In terms of weight, he was far less than the triplets who were 2 years younger. His eyes were still so gloomy, but when he looked at the triplets, his eyes brightened a little. However, when he saw the stranger, Silin, he returned to that gloominess. Chapter 2:21. It seemed that the child was not completely indifferent. He was just like that to strangers. Come to think of it, it made sense. With such an experience, no one would be happy. In the slums, children of this age were much more knowledgeable and sensitive. Brother Wu. The triplets ran over. Old Man Chang felt more at ease after bringing his grandson back. Plus, business had been good recently, and he had added an upgraded version of the medicine he bought for Chang Xiaowu. Old Man Chang smiled and looked at the triplets running over. He turned to Chang Xiaowu and asked, Xiaowu, do you want to go upstairs and rest? Chang Xiaowu shook his head. Let's go downstairs. Silin could tell a lot from Chang Xiaowu's words. He didn't even need to touch him directly to examine him. He could tell from his voice that the child's lungs were weak. Perhaps that was why the child was so reticent. Okay, Old Man Chang was used to this. The triplets brought out a recliner and looked at Chang Xiaowu and Old Man Chang as if they were asking for praise. Chang Xiaowu showed a rare smile. Old Man Chang carefully placed Chang Xiaowu on the recliner and took out 2 pills and a bottle of medicine. Take the medicine first, then play with them. Children generally did not like to take medicine. This was a kind of nature, but for Chang Xiaowu, who took more medicine than compressed capsules, it was a common occurrence. He took the medicine expressionlessly and was drinking warm water to buffer it. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. It was not the strangers. Chang Xiaowu looked up and saw a Hui Mao squatting next to the shelf. At this moment, the cat was looking at him with its round eyes. The look in its eyes was not like that of an ordinary cat that did not know anything, but more like the look of a person. However, there was no contempt or pity in its eyes, only curiosity. It moved its nose and sniffed. Who knew what it smelled? And it wagged its tail. The triplets followed Chang Xiaowu's gaze and became excited. They rushed to introduce it. Brother Wu, let me tell you, this is It's called Wheeze. It's very smart. It can talk. Don't take my words. You're the one who's taking it. Silin was speechless. He was ignored. Sure enough, for children, the charm of a cat was infinite. Old Man Chong just watched from the side, amused. He didn't ask for much. He just wanted his children to be happy. Chong Xiaowu was already used to the triplets. He gestured for them to stop and looked at Hui Mao. Your name is Wheeze? Hui Mao just flicked his tail and didn't say anything. Chong Xiaowu asked again, You can talk. Under the gazes of the 4 pairs of eyes, Hui Mao lazily stretched his back with his butt in the air. Then, he squatted down again to look at the 4 children. The 4 of them. Chong Xiaowu looked at the triplets. He wasn't suspecting that the triplets were lying, but he was wondering if the cat was messing with them. The triplets were also angry, but before they could complain, Hui Mao jumped down and ran to the 4 of them. Then, he jumped lightly onto the recliner Chong Xiaowu was sitting on. Then, he went to Chong Xiaowu's lap to find a suitable place to sleep. Because there was a blanket on Chong Xiaowu's lap, it was comfortable to sleep there. Chong Xiaowu didn't know what to say to the gray cat after it found a comfortable place to rub itself against his thighs and lay down without a care in the world. However, this was the first time he had come into close contact with an animal, and he didn't know why other animals avoided him when they saw him. It reminded him of the people who talked behind his back, so Chong Xiaowu didn't have much passion for animals. This cat, however, was an exception. Silin's mouth twitched. He didn't say anything. This cat was trying to tease children. Therefore, he didn't care about them anymore. He turned around and told Old Man Chong about Haas's list. The flying car was already parked to the side, waiting for maintenance. Oh, Haas, that guy has high requirements for flying cars. He's always in a hurry and changes the parts frequently. Old Man Chong had a general understanding of Haas's situation. He contacted Haas and then hurried to repair it with Silin. Chong Xiaowu stiffened the moment the gray cat jumped onto his lap. He was a little lost for words. After all, this was too much of a surprise for him. He was already surprised that the cat didn't run away, and now it was sleeping on his lap. The triplets didn't care about Hui Mao's uncooperative behavior. They chuckled and said, It seems that Holu likes fifth brother very much. Chong Xiaowu stretched out his chubby little hand and gently poked Hui Mao's soft belly. Little 8 played with the pads on Hui Mao's front paws. Little 6 scratched Hui Mao's chin. Hui Mao squinted his eyes and let them do as they pleased. He tilted his head, indicating that little 6 could scratch somewhere else. Chong Xiaowu frowned and watched for a long time before he mustered up the courage to touch Hui Mao's ear. It felt good and soft. Hui Mao ignored Chong Xiaowu's actions. He just flicked his ear out of habit when Chong Xiaowu touched it. Chong Xiaowu's finger was flicked by his ear, but it didn't hurt at all. Instead, Chong Xiaowu found it interesting. He boldly touched the long hair on the cat's ear again. The cat's ear flicked a little more. It had to be said that Chong Xiaowu was addicted to playing with it. Old Man Chong and Silin roughly checked Haas's flying car. His eyes glanced at his grandchildren, and his face wrinkled with a smile. He said, Holu is quite popular with children. Yes, that guy has a lot of ideas. Old Man Chong shifted his gaze back and looked at the wiring diagram and the parts of the flying car. He said, Haas's car has been constantly modified. He even went to the city to modify it a few times. The structure is getting more and more complicated. Silin nodded in agreement. There were obvious signs of modification in many places, but there were quite a few places that were a bit superfluous, and they weren't the best modifications. But Silin couldn't really say anything about these. After all, the owner liked them. Old Man Chong took out the new parts that Haas had left behind and looked at them. They seemed to be some of the parts that sold very well in the city a while ago. However, I don't have much contact with these things, so I can only give it a try. Silin had never seen these parts before. However, he could speculate the specific functions of the car just by looking at these parts and the assembly of the car. Let's give it a try, Silin said. Yes, with the 2 of us working together, I believe we can take care of this thing. Old Man Chong felt that Silin actually knew a lot and had a good eye for things. His evaluation of Silin was that he was not arrogant or rash, and that he was a good young man with real talent. This was the first time the two of them had come into contact with new parts, but they quickly understood the functions of these parts. They studied the wiring diagram and the assembly. Silin, take a look and see what needs to be changed. Old Man Chong handed the assembly diagram to Silin. Silin looked at the assembly diagram drawn by Old Man Chong. He didn't directly point out the problems or what went wrong. Instead, he asked about the reasons why Old Man Chong had drawn it in such a way. There was a kind of coordination between the parts. Just looking at the parts might not be able to tell anything. However, when Old Man Chong was inspecting the two flying cars as a whole, Silin had already dissected the car in his mind. He knew what needed to be paid attention to after replacing the car with new parts. After seeing the assembly diagram drawn by Old Man Chong, he also understood which parts had bigger problems. Old Man Chong was, after all, experienced. Although Silin didn't directly point it out, Old Man Chong understood that Silin had really seen the problem. Instead of being unhappy, Old Man Chong was actually very happy. At his age, coupled with his family's circumstances, Old Man Chong didn't have much time to learn new skills. He had benefited greatly from Silin's arrival. Having been a maintenance worker for decades, he knew the value of learning new skills. It was precisely because he understood this that Old Man Chang's spirits were lifted when he heard Silin's words. After sharing his thoughts, Old Man Chong looked at Silin and said, "Silin, there's no need to hold back. Just tell me. I want to learn as well. It's rare to learn something new after so many years." Seeing that Old Man Chong was sincere, Silin didn't beat around the bush. From a macro to the micro, from the whole to the parts. Other than those few parts, he also mentioned some minor problems that didn't need to be fixed. At the very least, Old Man Chong would have more ideas when he drew the assembly diagram the next time. After some tinkering, the two of them finally confirmed the final assembly diagram. It wasn't the theoretically optimal assembly, but it was the assembly that was most suitable for the owner. Once the assembly diagram was confirmed, they got to work quickly. With the two of them working together, they quickly replaced the new parts one by one. Just like before, Silin took a look at the car's operating system. It was also a dual operating system. However, it was obvious that this owner often dealt with the system's garbage. It wasn't as cumbersome as the previous owner. However, there were a few settings that didn't work. At the very least, there were some conflicts with the new parts. So, Silin made some changes. The main settings and operations were still what the owner was used to. So, as long as he didn't check the program thoroughly, the owner wouldn't notice that the operating system had been changed. He would only feel that it was much more convenient. Once it was convenient, the flying car would also run much faster. After the maintenance and testing of the car's performance, Old Man Chong wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled happily. He had learned a lot today. After Old Man Chong rested for a while, he contacted Haas. Haas was still surprised. It should be known that this was a new part for this area. It would definitely take a lot of time to understand it. He sent it to Old Man Chong with the intention of saving money. It was too expensive to change the parts in the city, and he wasn't that rich. This can't be a joke, can it? Even though he knew Old Man Chang's character, Haas couldn't help but think in that direction. When he received Old Man Chang's notice, he couldn't care less about the business at hand and rushed over. While Old Man Chong was waiting for Haas, a few people walked into the shop. Silin knew the person in the lead. It was the owner of the car that Silin had helped him clean up the operating system. "Hey, Old Man Chong, I'm here to get you some business." "Oh, it's Band. How's your car?" Although he asked this, Old Man Chong was very confident that Band was using it well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have introduced him to customers. Now that a customer had arrived, the triplets didn't surround Hui Mao and Xianxia anymore. They ran over to bring chairs and pour water for Band to say that he was sensible. Old Man Chong was naturally very happy when his own child was praised. "Your business here is not bad. Every time you come here, you're always busy. This car is Haas's? That guy wants to change the parts again. How enviable." Band looked around and said. However, Band looked at Chong Xiaowu, who was sitting on a recliner not far away, and looked away. He told Old Man Chong why he was here. Chong Xiaowu looked down and his eyes were gloomy again. However, when he saw the disdain in Hui Mao's eyes for Band and the others, he felt a lot better. He mimicked the triplets and scratched Hui Mao's chin, asking Hui Mao why he was looking down on them. Hui Mao jumped onto Chang Xiaowu's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "That guy only knows how to brag. He's petty." Chang Xiaowu couldn't help but smile. One reason was that Hui Mao had finally spoken, and the other was that the cat was really clever. Band had been repairing cars at Old Man Chang's place, and he was very satisfied with the last repair. His relative's flying car was also broken, but he couldn't bear to spend money to repair it. When he heard Ha say that Old Man Chang's shop in this area was not bad, and the price was reasonable, he came here with the mentality of giving it a try. After all, the flying car had been bought for less than 3 years, and it looked good. He couldn't bear to sell it. You guys try it carefully. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Don't make it worse. Listening to the owner's rambling, Hui Mao whispered into Chang Xiaowu's ear, "Look, another petty guy with a crooked eye. Didn't you see what kind of car it is? This kind of car is lacking in calcium when it runs. What's the point of treasuring it?" Chang Xiaowu's face twitched. Calcium deficiency? It seemed like his old car was even more lacking in calcium. But hearing Hui Mao talk about that person like that, Chang Xiaowu couldn't hide a smile. In the eyes of others, it was just the unlucky Chang Xiaowu having fun with his pet. They wouldn't think that these two guys were talking bad about them. Silen looked at the cat that was whispering into Chang Xiaowu's ear, and he knew very well what it was saying. But speaking of which, this owner was really a pain in the ass. Although the owner's character wasn't good, he was here to give money, after all. Silen wouldn't care about such things. With a sincere smile on his face, he listened to the owner's nagging with Old Man Chang. But no one could tell what they were thinking under their smiles. One was experienced, and the other was also experienced. With great difficulty, the owner walked away, looking back 3 times with every step he took. Silen finally let out a sigh of relief, looked at Old Man Chang, and smiled. They didn't say much, and began to study the flying car. It wasn't difficult to repair the car. Its structure was similar to the rundown cars of the residents of the district who came for maintenance. It was just that its appearance was a little brighter, and its operating system was a little more advanced. Soon, Old Man Chang and Silen got to work. During dinner, Hui Mao ate at the table as usual. No one objected to this phenomenon. The 4 children took extra care of Hui Mao, often picking out some good food from their plates for Hui Mao. Even Chang Xiaowu did the same. Old Man Chang was pleased. It was rare for Xiaowu to be in a good mood, and he seemed to be in a good mood today. The recovery of a person's body was closely related to their mood. Chang Xiaowu's body wasn't good to begin with, and he had a congenital hidden danger. Coupled with his gloomy mood, it was reasonable for his body to be in a worse condition. When he was in a good mood, his body's condition would be much better. At night, Hui Mao planned to play with the little ones in the house. Chang Xiaowu had a small room to himself. He didn't sleep well, and Old Man Chang was afraid that the triplets, who loved to toss and turn, would affect Chang Xiaowu at night, so he divided the room into a small room. The triplets went to take a shower. When Hui Mao came over, Chang Xiaowu was already lying on the bed reading a book. Seeing Hui Mao come over, Chang Xiaowu put down the book in his hand and patted the bed. He wasn't afraid that Hui Mao would dirty the bed, and he motioned for Hui Mao to come to the side. Hui Mao didn't stand on ceremony, but he didn't step on the bed like ordinary cats did. Hui Mao was actually very clean. "What book are you reading?" Hui Mao looked at Chang Xiaowu curiously. He put down the book next to him, hooked his claws, and opened the book. It was filled with flashing circuit diagrams and various models, and some programs were inserted. If others saw Chang Xiaowu reading such an advanced book at such a young age, they would definitely be shocked and think of him as a genius. To understand such a book, one must have received a higher level of education. But Chang Xiaowu was basically self-taught. If he wasn't a genius, then what was he? But Hui Mao didn't think in that direction at all. He lowered his head and casually flipped through the pages with his claws. Chang Xiaowu also thought that the cat was just playing. As he read, Hui Mao's whiskers trembled again, and trembled again. "Meow." Hui Mao lifted his claws and flipped the book off the bed. He said disdainfully, Nonsense. What the best program? That's bullshit. In Silin's words, it's misleading and worse than a beast. Chang Xiaowu stared blankly at the cat that had flipped his book and was still swearing. For a moment, he was stunned and didn't know what to say. If it was really misleading, then so be it, but how could it be worse than a beast? Master Cat, did you use the wrong words in your excitement? He really couldn't figure out how this book could make this master so angry. After all, this was a book that Old Man Chang had always admired. His grandfather, Old Man Chang, used to read this book. This book is wrong, Chang Xiaowu asked. Hui Mao looked at Chang Xiaowu angrily and pointed his claws at the book that had been flipped on the floor. It doesn't have many correct words. Chang Xiaowu was silent for a moment. This book was indeed from decades ago. The current programming books had definitely improved a lot, but Old Man Chang was not very good at programming. He mostly focused on maintenance, and most of the teaching materials were old versions from decades ago. Chang Xiaowu had always been reading these books, so much so that he could recite them by heart. As for practice, unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity. Chang Xiaowu had actually thought of upgrading the operating program of the old machines at home, but since the first time he upgraded the program of the small cleaning robot, he had fainted and stayed in the hospital for 10 days. He hadn't touched it since then. He only read books and didn't actually operate it. Not to mention that Hui Mao's direction of thinking was different from that of humans. Chang Xiaowu's direction of thinking was not much normal. He didn't think for a moment about why this cat could understand these things. After thinking about it, Chang Xiaowu said, "This book is from decades ago. It's a bit outdated now. Whether it's from that time or not, this is a scam." Hui Mao was so angry that his whiskers were trembling. Who wrote this book? How dare they fool a child? Even a cat couldn't tolerate a fish. Chapter 222. Hui Mao was really angry, but it didn't realize that this book had not only fooled children, but it had also fooled many adults. Chang Xiaowu looked at Hui Mao, who was shaking his whiskers on the edge of the bed. He didn't say anything. Felines were really temperamental. However, Hui Mao's words really shocked Chang Xiaowu. Although he sometimes felt that the things recorded in the book were a little far-fetched, he didn't think that Hui Mao was talking about nonsense. Now that Hui Mao said this, Chang Xiaowu felt that he agreed with Hui Mao. Even a child without formal education like him could see where the book was twisting words and forcing logic. So other people would be able to see more. If people knew what Chang Xiaowu was thinking, they would probably jump off the aircraft. Even people with higher education couldn't understand it. In fact, books like this were generally only circulated among the lower classes. It would never appear in the upper class. Is there an electronic board? Hui Mao asked. Yes. Chang Xiaowu got up and took out an antique electronic board from behind his pillow. This was used by his father and was later passed down to his generation. Hui Mao raised his paw and pulled the electronic board in front of him. He moved his paw and began to operate it. Chang Xiaowu looked at Hui Mao's cat paw as it naturally entered characters on the old-fashioned electronic board. He wondered how the cat's paw grew. Hui Mao's movements became faster and faster. At first, Chang Xiaowu could still see Hui Mao's movements and the program that was entered on the electronic board. However, Chang Xiaowu's vision couldn't keep up with it. He could only barely see the program that was quickly appearing on the electronic board. After that, he could only see the program characters flashing, but he couldn't tell what the program was. In fact, Hui Mao's movements were just a cover. If it wanted to activate the program on this old-fashioned electronic board, it didn't need to move its paw. When Chang Xiaowu couldn't keep up with Hui Mao's paw movements, Hui Mao directly activated the program inside. However, since Silin said to keep a low profile, he would cover it up like this for now. 10 minutes later, Hui Mao pushed the tablet to Chang Xiaowu. Look at this. Stop looking at that nonsense. Chang Xiaowu took the electronic board and looked at the detailed parts assembly and program analysis. He was stunned for a moment, but as he looked, he became immersed in it. Right now, Chang Xiaowu felt as if he had come into contact with a whole new horizon. It was refreshing and surging. When Chang Xiaowu finished reading the 5th example, The screen of the electronic board turned black. Xianxia finally recovered from his thoughts. He looked at the power source of the electronic board and checked the electronic board again and again. There was no problem. Why did the screen turn black? Stop looking. I've turned it off. Your body needs rest now. Silin said that you need to maintain your sleep schedule at night. But I can't sleep. Xianxia felt extremely wronged. He was just enjoying the show, and now it was gone. What the hell was going on? Then, do you want me to help you? Hui Mao moved his claws. How are you going to help me? Xianxia swallowed his saliva. He felt that Hui Mao's gaze was a little sneaky. Silin said that a person's body will recover faster in a state of sleep. If you really can't sleep, I'll give you a push and you'll fall asleep. As he spoke, Hui Mao waved his claws. Xianxia, this kind of physical method was too intense. It was better not to use it. Xianxia touched his head and shivered. Then let nature take its course. I'll be able to sleep after emptying my mind. The gray cat shook its ears. Actually, Silin said that you can hypnotize yourself, but hypnosis affects your brain's nerves. Your memory will probably deteriorate after a couple of times of hypnosis, so you should try to sleep as hard as you can. I heard from Silin that he can even analyze problems while he's sleeping. Why don't you give it a try and put these programs into practice in your mind? There were a few more things that Hui Mao didn't say. This method would only be effective for some people. Most people would be even more excited. However, after hearing Hui Mao's words, Xianxia nodded. Hui Mao's suggestion was really good. He would give it a try. Okay, that's it then. I'm going to sleep too. Hui Mao yawned and jumped out of bed. When he left, he stepped on the book again. Good night, Wheeze. Good night. After Hui Mao left, Xianxia turned off the lights and opened his eyes to look at the pitch-black room. The voices of the triplets could vaguely be heard outside. Old Man Chong was probably forcing the triplets to sleep. Children needed to grow, so sleep was very important. Thinking about what he experienced today, Xianxia smiled. Then he closed his eyes and began to think about the 5 examples he had seen before. As he thought about it, he subconsciously got into the zone. Hey, Wheeze, why are you squatting here? Old Man Chong had finally coaxed the 3 little fellows to sleep and was about to go downstairs to clean up. He didn't expect to see Hui Mao squatting at the door of Xiao's room. After Hui Mao went out, he didn't leave until Xiao really fell asleep. Hearing Old Man Chang's words, Hui Mao got up and shook his hair. I'll go right away. When Hui Mao arrived at Silin's room, Silin was thinking about something. He saw Hui Mao walk in and said, "That little guy is asleep?" "Yes, it's similar to you." They both used the same method. Jumping to Silin's side and lying down, Hui Mao continued, "Although Xiao's body isn't that good, he's not stupid. Among humans, that child's brain is already considered a genius. Genetic mutation? Triplets don't have this kind of behavior. It's probably because he experienced an electromagnetic storm in his mother's womb. His brain cells are a little different from ordinary people. With that body of his, can he use strengthening drugs? I don't think so. He has to undergo thorough treatment." Hui Mao rubbed his ear and said with some annoyance, "Won't that require a lot of money? How about Silin? Let's go rob him." "Fuck off. We don't have anyone to rely on now, so we can't act recklessly. But we can use another method. Although it's a little slower, it'll give Xiao some time to adapt. This way, when we go for thorough treatment in the future, the success rate will be higher." Silin touched his chin. To slowly nurse Xiao's body, the drug aspect had to be the main consideration. Actually, Silin had some drugs stored in the League of Stars in the ring with the curly leaf pattern. There were all kinds of drugs, and he could secretly add them when Xiao took his medicine. He just needed to pay attention to the dilution ratio, which was easy to solve. Then it was time to make money. Recently, Old Man Chang's shop's business was getting better and better, and Silin's dividends were also increasing. The two of them worked together, and the efficiency was high. The maintenance effect was good, and the regular customers even introduced more customers. Silin had discussed the problem of the drugs with Old Man Chong in private, but he didn't let Xiao know. If Xiao knew that Old Man Chong was going to give him a thorough treatment in the future, With Xianxia's personality, his mood would be affected, and that would be the opposite of what he wanted. Old Man Chang believed that the drugs Silin had in his hands were all brought from the Imperial City area, so the quality would definitely be much better than the drugs from their small place. They were also much more expensive. He was a little at a loss. Hey, how much? He estimated that even if he sold the whole shop, he wouldn't be able to afford the drugs in Silin's hands. Silin said that this was a repayment to the family of his savior, and that he didn't want money. Old Man Chang didn't pretend to refuse. If he said that, it would be hypocritical. Sometimes, Old Man Chang couldn't help but sigh. It was just a coincidence that he saved a person. Not only did he help himself, but he also helped Xiaowu. Therefore, from then on, Old Man Chang would give half of the daily income to Silin. Originally, he was prepared to split it 30-70, but Silin rejected it. On this day, Silin and Old Man Chang finished the 3 orders they received and were preparing to have dinner by hand when the triplets ran over. Grandpa, we're almost out of compressed fish capsules. The triplets and Chang Xiaowu all looked at Old Man Chang. The look in their eyes made people feel that even if they didn't eat, they would buy compressed fish capsules for Huimao. Looking at the sky, there was no time to go out today. Old Man Chang said, "I'll go buy more tomorrow." "I'll go tomorrow. I haven't been out of this place yet," Silin said. The triplets looked at Silin, their eyes full of hope. Needless to say, the 3 little ones wanted to go out and play. In the past, there was only Old Man Chang, so the triplets were a bit more self-conscious. But now that there was Silin, there was someone to take them out to play. Not this time, maybe next time. I want to familiarize myself with this area, or it'll be troublesome if I get lost. Although they couldn't go this time, Silin said that he would take them out the next time he went out. However, they would take turns, from a youngest to the oldest, and only one at a time. The triplets didn't have any objections to this. The next day, Silin woke up early and made a list of the things Old Man Chang wanted to buy. It wasn't much, just some daily necessities. Old Man Chang wanted to pay for them, but Silin didn't accept it. Silin had more than 1,000 MB on hand for the past few days, so it would only cost him 200 MB to buy these things. Little 8 Chang woke up early for once, and it seemed that the girl was too excited to sleep well last night. Although she didn't have enough sleep, she was in good spirits and ran over happily when she saw Silin. Huimao didn't go out. In fact, it had learned a lot from the large and small surveillance devices in the area. Silin was just strolling around the civilian area, not entering the city, so there was no need to follow him. It also wanted to test Little Five's recent studies, and it was addicted to the feeling of being a teacher. To outsiders, the 4 little ones called Silin cousin. Silin carried Little 8 and walked on the street. It was noisy, and the old cars flying in the air would often fly over the sidewalk area without anyone stopping them. Not only that, the people in the flying cars would often throw trash at random and hit people on the sidewalk. Sorry, you're unlucky. The repair shops on the repair street weren't high quality, and they only catered to the needs of some low-end customers. People in the city wouldn't lower themselves to come here to repair cars. Of course, it was a different story if they ran into people like Ban last time. Little 8 Chang looked excitedly at the shops on the street and the flying cars flying in the air, his face flushed with excitement. He had only gone out a few times in his life. In the past, Little 3 Chang and Little 4 Chang had taken them out when they were still here, but they basically didn't go out anymore. Therefore, every time they went out, the little ones were especially excited. Everything was new. Having seen the prosperity of the city, Silin didn't have any interest in the scenery here. First, they went to the shop to buy what they needed. Silin looked at the shelves and pinched Little 8's face. "Tell me what you want to eat. I'll buy it for you." Little 8 pursed his lips and shook his head, but his eyes couldn't help but drift to the shelves. Silin sighed inwardly. Old Chang would buy snacks for the little ones, but not often. After all, there were too many things that needed money. He raised his hand to pick up some lollipops and some small biscuits, but he didn't see any fish biscuits. Then again, who would buy high-end pet snacks in this area? After settling the bill, Silin carried Little 8 in one hand and a bag in the other. Little 8 was shouting a lollipop in his mouth and eating it with relish. "Cousin, I can walk by myself. Little 8 felt bad that Sillin had to carry her and carry the bag. It's fine, Big Brother is strong. The security here wasn't very good, and he was worried about letting the child walk. A flying car was flying low just now, and half of it was in the sidewalk area. If something happened, these guys would run faster than thieves, and it would be too late for regrets. Sillin was walking when his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. After Sillin's footsteps came to a halt, a packaging box smashed into the ground 5 meters in front of him. The people above were littering again. As Sillin walked, he told little 8 about the dangers here. Children weren't as fast as adults, and there was still a difference in their reactions. It was also more dangerous to walk here. Suddenly, there was chaos above. Sillin looked up and saw that the owners of the flying cars, who had been arrogantly flying low to scare the people on the sidewalk, were now hurriedly driving their flying cars away as if they were fleeing for their lives. They were also much more obedient when flying. Sillin noticed that many flying cars were directly in the air and were careful not to fly. "Cousin, what's wrong with them?" Little 8 asked crisply while licking his lollipop. "Nothing." "Little 8, don't make a sound later and speak quietly. Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here." "Okay." Although he didn't know what had happened, little 8 still nodded obediently. Sillin walked into the sidewalk and looked up at the sky. Not long after, flying cars flew past. Looking at the flying cars, he knew who they were, the planet guards. No wonder those arrogant people, just a moment ago, were obediently hovering in the air, not daring to make a sound. The planet guards. Almost everyone in the area was awed when they heard the term. They were an unshakable existence. It seemed that these flying vehicles of the guard army were the vanguard. After these dozen or so flying vehicles flew past, another dozen or so flying vehicles appeared a few seconds later. Then, a large, beautiful flying car flew over, escorted by several smaller flying cars and almost 100 flying cars. This meant that the previous 2 batches of flying cars were clearing a path for them. People couldn't help but wonder, who is this big of a force? Many people who had been cowering earlier were craning their necks to look at the sky. Others couldn't see the details of the scene in the sky, but Sillin could see a fire eagle emblem on the large, beautiful flying car. The Mist Bodhisattva Empire had 1 emperor and 3 kings. Apart from the ruling royal family, the other 3 kings were Fuji King, Fuji family of the Upper Tree Fuji family, Fire Eagle family of the Fire Eagle family, and Blizzard Windiska family of the Blizzard family. There was no need to mention the Gen family. That Sillin was planning his next move. Right now, it was the Fire Eagle King's men flying in the sky. The emblem on the flying car was the Fire Eagle family's unique emblem. It was even more ostentatious than the emblems on the starships or flying cars of the 4 great hunter regiments in the League of Stars. The Fire Eagle on the flying car took up too much space, as if it was afraid that people wouldn't know that it was the Fire Eagle King's men. Why would the Fire Eagle King's men come to a small place like this? Listening to Old Chang's rambling, Sillin learned that it was rare to see a high-ranking noble on this planet. So what was going on this time? The planet's media hadn't reported anything about this. Regardless of the status of this person in the Fuvig family, he still represented the Fuvig family's reputation. Some people saw the emblem on the flying car through their telescopic devices and shouted, "It's a fire eagle! A fire eagle!" The words "blazing eagle" immediately caused the silent atmosphere to explode. The emblem of the Fulvig family of the 3 kings. That was a high-ranking noble. What kind of concept was a high-ranking noble? Those who were called untouchables in this civilian district might not even have seen a 3rd-class noble before, but this person was someone that a 3rd-class noble couldn't even catch up to. A 3rd-class noble was standing in front of them. Even if the Fire Eagle King called you a fart, you had to admit it with a smile. 3rd-class nobles were nothing. The guard army is nothing, not to mention commoners. The exclamation attracted even more exclamations. The people who were hiding in their homes immediately ran out. To be able to see a fire eagle with my own eyes in my lifetime, it's worth dying. Fire eagle, it's a fire eagle. Some people shouted with red faces and thick necks. Their bodies were twitching from excitement as if they were sick. The Fire Eagle King's men are here. Are they recruiting people? Someone hypnotized himself. If the Fire Eagle King's men took a liking to you, even if you went to the Fire Eagle King's faction to be invisible, it would be a silent honor. Those third-class nobles and second-class nobles would have to think twice before you. But why do they have to come to this poor place to recruit people? Because the number of people surging out of the street suddenly increased, it was almost impossible to move an inch. Thus, Sillin moved further in and signaled Chang Xiaoba to cover his ears. Chang Xiaoba wasn't like other children who were frightened by the crazy people on the street and started crying. It was mainly because the lollipop in his mouth comforted Chang Xiaoba. Furthermore, Sillin was still hugging him. When the little fellow heard Sillin's words, she covered her ears and looked at the strange behavior of the people on the street. Are these people sick? But what made the crazy people on the street feel regretful was that the Fire Eagle King's aircraft was only passing by and soon flew further and further away from this area. Although the aircraft with the Fire Eagle emblem left, the commotion caused by the Fire Eagle King's aircraft did not subside for a long time. When Sillin returned to Old Man Chang's shop, he heard many people saying that they wanted to go to the city to try their luck. If the Fire Eagle King's men took a liking to them, they would have a meteoric rise. Chapter 2:23. The atmosphere of the entire area changed because of the appearance of the aircraft with the blazing eagle emblem. Some of the people in the shops began to pack their things and rush to the city. This was the world here. The hierarchy was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people did not have strong personal strength, but by chance, they managed to ride on the coattails of a certain aristocrat and soared overnight. It was no wonder that the people here had such a reaction to the commoners, who did not dream of becoming rich overnight. On the other hand, Sillin was calm. Originally, he was going to return to the shop directly, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the spare parts shop on the next street instead. There were many crossings between the two streets, so Sillin did not take a long detour. All he did was turn a corner and walk a few steps. It was different from what Sillin had imagined. Because many people dreamed of being appreciated by the aristocrats, the items on display in the shop were also being packed. Some of the parts that were in a hurry to be sold were left unattended. This was Sillin's goal. After comparing a few shops, Sillin bought a lot of second-hand parts at a lower price. The owners of these shops wanted to sell them quickly and leave as soon as possible. They could also earn some capital to spend in the city, so Sillin took advantage of them. However, when Sillin was about to leave the spare parts street, there was a small dispute in one of the shops. Haha, that brother's face is messed up. Chang Xiaoba laughed as he pointed at the person who was being pushed out of the shop. Sillin originally did not plan to pay attention to it, but when he heard Chang Xiaoba's words, he looked over. The person that Chang Xiaoba was talking about had traces of dark fruit juice on his face. He was not old, about 20 years old, and had a good appearance. At this moment, the young man who was pushed out of the shop was arguing with the shop owner. Didn't we agree to hire him for 30 days? It's only been 2 days. How can you go back on your word? So what if I go back on my word? I'm the shop owner. I have the final say. Besides, we didn't sign any contract, so it doesn't count. Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. The two of them argued for a while. In the end, the shop owner pushed the young man away and quickly closed the door, isolating the young man outside. The young man glared outside the door, looking a little depressed, and muttered, "Why is it so hard to find a job?" The young man turned around and looked at the other shops around him. The people who had been watching the fun hurriedly looked away and began to pretend to pack up their parts, for fear that the troublesome kid would accidentally come to their shop. Sillin was about to leave when a young man looked around and his gaze landed on Sillin. His originally depressed face suddenly broke into a smile. Sillin lifted his leg and left. "Hey, wait, brother, don't go." That person quickly ran in front of Sillin and smiled brightly, making people want to kick him. Sillin didn't say anything. He just looked at the person in front of him. "Brother, you must be from one of the shops here, right? Can you do me a favor? I want to find a short-term job for about 30 days. The salary can be discussed later. I don't ask for much. I just want a place to stay and food and a place to live, the young man said. Sillin looked the man up and down. He was dressed about the same as everyone else on the street, and there was also the smell and stains of the care fluid on his body parts. However, the feeling he gave Sillin was different. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man shouldn't be here. Of course, there was no dangerous aura or malicious intent, which made Sillin feel relieved. Big flowery face, shame on you. Xianxia looked at the young man and said. However, the young man just smiled and wiped his face with his sleeve. I've let you laugh at me, little sister. I was hit by a glass of fruit juice that fell from the sky and didn't wipe it clean. It was common to be hit by fruit juice, but the young man didn't wipe his face clean, so the marks faded a little. You want to sell parts? Sillin asked. The young man's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of being rejected. He was afraid of not saying anything. As soon as Sillin spoke, he felt hope. I'm very familiar with parts. I've raced with people before. I repair my own car, so I'm familiar with many related parts. I've looked around. Most of the parts sold on the street are related to flying cars, so I'm quite confident. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Sillin shook his head. But I'm not selling parts. I'm from a maintenance street next door. Sillin's words made the young man's eyes light up even more. He said eagerly, That's even better. I'm experienced. If you don't believe me, you can test it too. Seeing Sillin frown and remain silent, the young man thought that Sillin was going to refuse. He put on a pitiful look and said, Don't they say that people who take care of children are more soft-hearted? Sillin was speechless. Was there such a thing? Besides, even if there was such a thing, did he have to say it in front of others? Xianxia looked at the pitiful big brother in front of him, and then looked at Sillin. He didn't say anything. Grandpa had said that children shouldn't speak up when adults made decisions. Take me. I'm very diligent, and I don't ask for much of a salary. I heard that a lot of it is linked to performance. I think I can do it. I'm really good at repairing cars. I also know the latest models of parts. Oh, and I've dabbled in several smart operating systems in recent years. If you don't believe me, you can test me. The young man said with an expression that said true gold feared no fire. Sillin walked around the young man and continued walking forward. Hey, brother, don't go. Think about it. You can't miss out on such an excellent labor force like me. How am I going back to the shop if I don't walk? Sillin said without looking back. When the young man heard this, he knew that he had agreed. He hurriedly caught up to Sillin and even took the initiative to help Sillin unscrew the 2 boxes of parts he had just bought. On the way back, the young man didn't stop talking. He told Sillin about the things he knew, but he didn't tell Sillin about his hometown or his experiences. Sillin didn't ask either. The young man's name was Bell. He didn't mention his surname. He asked for Sillin and Little Eight's names, and then he started talking to himself. It was the shop owner's decision whether to hire him or not. This was what Sillin had told Bell. Bell said that he would use his skills to impress the shop owner, and he was quite confident in himself. Actually, many shops wanted to hire people like Bell, but the situation was a bit special. Most people who hired short-term workers didn't have the mood to open their shops, and some shop owners didn't want to hire people who would only work for 30 days. The time was too short. Bell was still talking nonstop. He glanced at the lollipop that Little Eight was licking, then at the bag that Sillin was carrying, and then at Sillin. Sillin handed the bag over, and Bell picked a flavor that he liked without hesitation. Then he and Little Eight started licking the lollipop, competing to see who had the longer tongue, the faster, and the better technique. Sillin regretted bringing this guy along. Why was he so stupid? When they returned to the shop, Sillin put away the things he had bought. Old Man Chong didn't immediately ask why Sillin was selling so many second-hand parts. There were some things that couldn't be said in front of strangers in Bell's presence. Sillin briefly explained Bell's situation, then took the triplets and Xianxia to distribute the snacks. Hui Mao also joined in the fun. Hui Mao was a bit disappointed when he heard that there were no fish biscuits in the shop. He reluctantly chewed on some children's biscuits to grind his teeth. As for Bell, Old Man Chong did a quick check on his skills. He was a real talent, and he was very familiar with the principles and structure of a flying car. Old man Chang didn't hire people before because he didn't have enough money to pay them. However, Bell didn't ask for much. He said that his salary could be deducted from the commission of his performance. Plus, he only had to work for 30 days, and there was an empty house in his house. Old man Chang really wanted to give it a shot. If it worked out, he could still try to hire people even after Bell left. Bell was very happy that he was able to stay. He rushed to finish the work that Old man Chang was doing. Old man Chang nodded as he watched Bell work. In the most prosperous part of the city, a few important figures of the planetary government were sitting in the lavish reception room of a tall building. Two people sat in the highest seats of the reception room. One of them had a stern expression on his face, and the other had a kind smile on his face. But no matter who they were, no one for the planetary government dared to look them in the eye. They were afraid that they'd make a mistake and anger them. There were a few guards standing around the guest hall. The guard were all wearing the same uniform with the emblem and pattern of the Blazing Eagle. These were real soldiers belonging to the Blazing Eagle royal family. Compared to the guards on the planet, even a fool could tell who was better and who was worse. A few hours later, the people from the planetary government retreated from the reception room with their backs hunched. They only straightened up after walking a long distance and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Do you guys think those two really just happened to pass by and check on us? One of them asked. The other wiped the sweat from the corner of his eyes. The two of them had played the good cop and the bad cop earlier, and they were all scared out of their wits. Who cares? It looks like those two aren't planning to do anything to us. We just need to make sure that we don't get into any trouble in the near future. That's true. I'll bring them back to decorate and show off the development results of our city. After the people from the planetary government left one by one, the two people in the reception room sighed at the same time. They no longer had the imposing manner they had just now. They looked at each other and lamented the helplessness in their companion's eyes. I feel haggard again. Sigh, why was it again? That person's smiling face was now filled with helplessness. That person's cold face was no longer cold. He rubbed his forehead. I really don't know what to do with him. They had flown to the civilian area just to see the progress of His Royal Highness activities. Otherwise, who would be so bored as to check on them? We've been following behind His Royal Highness, but for more than 10 years, right? Tell me, when will it end? I want to know too. The current Fire Eagle King only had one son and one daughter. Not long after his son became sensible, he expressed that he had no interest in the throne and wanted to pursue his own freedom. In the end, he was beaten up by the Fire Eagle King. But no matter how hard he beat him, he couldn't get rid of the decision he had made in his son's mind. Then, a group of people's miserable lives began. As for the right to inherit the throne of the royal family, it didn't necessarily have to be the current king's biological son. As long as they had the bloodline of Flaming Eagle Falvig, they had the right to inherit. No matter who it was, the successor had to go through a strict and long selection process. The ruler of the Fire Eagle royal family couldn't afford to make any mistakes. His son had no interest in inheriting the throne. After spurring him for so many years, he still hadn't made any progress. The current Fire Eagle King was at his wit's end. As his son grew older, it became harder and harder to pull him back. In the end, he could only give up and choose a few outstanding children to focus on nurturing. There was no need to doubt the character of the current Fire Eagle King and his consort. The Fire Eagle King was definitely an outstanding ruler, and the consort was definitely a gentle and refined person. When the consort was pregnant, she had imagined how outstanding her child would be, but it turned out to be a bucket of cold water poured over the consort's head. When he came back to his senses, his ideal daughter had already stolen bird nests, raced on flying cars, and swung a metal stick that was thicker than her to chase a 5-meter-tall bear through the forest. The son that he had high hopes for had also developed abnormally. The amount of time he had played truant in school was much more than the amount of time he had spent in school. The unreliable part of his brain would occasionally twitch, and he would always do some unimaginable things. At the beginning, this prince, who had high hopes on him, had ignored the opinions of the Fire Eagle King and Princess Consort and followed the media to report on some important battlefields. Later, he had become a spy on a whim. What was strange was that with his stupid personality, the rioters did not suspect this kind of spy until the end of the battle. The rioters probably thought that a spy wouldn't be so stupid. It had to be known that at that time, the prince had been receiving higher education. Which young person of his age didn't want to get a higher education mark to pave the way for the future? The children of the royal bloodline all fought to show off, but this was how the prince had acted? Not just the current Fire Eagle King. Even the former Fire Eagle King was so angry that he had destroyed several flying devices. But it was useless. In front of elders like the Fire Eagle King and the consort, the prince's perfect filtered ears could filter out the words he didn't want to hear. As for being beaten, he had gotten used to it after being beaten for so many years. His body's resistance to beatings wasn't something that people of the same race could compare to. In short, the things that this unreliable prince did made the Fire Eagle King angrier and angrier. He had punished and beaten him, but he just wouldn't turn back. The Fire Eagle King said, "Just give up on this thought." The prince, "I can't help it, my heart isn't stripped." The Fire Eagle King, after a beating incident he had been punished. The Fire Eagle King's face was cold. Only this time, no next time. However, most of the time, this is the only time and not the next time was nonsense. If there was a first, there would be a second, and if there was a second, there would be a third. The prince, who was lying on the ground and almost beaten to death, automatically filtered out these words. Every time His Royal Highness was forced to write a letter of repentance by the Fire Eagle King, his literary skills would improve each time. All kinds of rhetorical devices would be used, and the article that he wrote would definitely be excellent in terms of writing style. But looking at the content, it was nothing. Even if the whole article was filled with touching words of repentance, there would never be a promise like no next time. Just like this time, he had just finished his semester exams at school, and his brain suddenly twitched. He ran to this poor place and said he wanted to experience the life of a lower class. Experience my ass. Your Highness, you have experienced more kinds of life than all of your subordinates combined. The princess sighed 3 times a day, unable to understand. She and the Fire Eagle King, as well as the environment in the Fire Eagle royal family's territory, how could they let their children develop like this? In the end, the princess consort attributed the reason to skipping generations of inheritance. This was a problem left over from history because His Royal Highness grandfather had a similar temperament. Because of this, when the Fire Eagle King was fighting for the throne in that generation, this old man had withdrawn early. As for the prince's actions, his grandfather raised both hands in approval. Several times, it was this old man who urged him to cooperate in the crime. Thus, the current Fire Eagle King and the former Fire Eagle King worked together to separate the old man from the prince. These two, grandfather and grandson, were really unconventional in the Flaming Eagle Fulvig family. If these two unconventional people worked together, wouldn't that turn the world upside down? As long as the prince didn't go to find his grandfather, the Fire Eagle King would let him do as he pleased. Thus, the two people who followed behind the prince to clean up the mess became haggard after that. The two haggard people sighed at each other, and the prince they called intermittently twitchy was currently working with Sillin to repair their flying cars. It was just as Sillin had predicted. Since everyone was going to the city to try their luck, every family's damaged or faulty flying car hurriedly rushed over to repair it. There were also a lot of people on the repair street who had driven their flying cars to the city a long time ago, so any repair shop that was still open was doing very well. Right now, people no longer cared about the repair fees. What mattered most was the quality and speed of the repair. If they were even a second late, they would feel like they had been taken advantage of. Right now, Old Man Chang's hands were numb from receiving so many orders that his hands had turned to jelly. Right now, Sillin and Bell were the ones doing most of the repairs, and Old Man Chang was only responsible for the final inspection after the repairs were completed. Sillin and Bell's work was flawless, and they were even more efficient than Old Man Chang's. Sillin hadn't paid much attention to speed before, so he had held back a little. But now that the orders were coming in one after another, he couldn't hold back any longer. Actually, he could go from 1 flying car per hour to 1 flying car per half an hour, but that would be too conspicuous. Sillin still had some sense of propriety. Bell wasn't slow either. He repaired a flying car every half an hour, which made Old Man Chong smile happily. He'd picked up a treasure again. Sillin thought that Bell could repair the ship faster than Sillin, but he had the same idea as Sillin. He didn't want to stand out too much and just show off a little. That was why the two of them had a tacit understanding to maintain a similar speed. There were many people waiting in line for repairs, but the line moved quickly. Many repair shops had increased their prices, but Old Man Chang's didn't. Or rather, the increase wasn't too obvious. Right now, the gray cat wasn't in the mood to discuss procedural issues with Chong Xiaowu. Instead, it was calculating today's profits with Chong Xiaowu. As the numbers grew bigger and bigger, the gray cat felt that its beloved fish biscuits were swimming towards it from not too far away. Chapter 224. Thanks to the Inferno Eagle, Old Man Chang's repair shop was raking in over 10,000 every day. One day, it even hit 30,000 at its peak. 30,000 MB wasn't much to most people in the city, but it was an astronomical sum in this area. Old Man Chong was so excited that he couldn't sleep for a few nights. At this rate, he would be able to pay for Chong Xiaowu's medical expenses. 7 days later, Old Man Chong gave Sillin and Bell their salaries after dinner. Sillin's salary was agreed upon a long time ago, and Bell's salary was calculated based on performance and other factors as mentioned earlier. Sillin had 50,000, Bell 20,000, and Old Man Chong almost 100,000. Old Man Chong had wanted to give them a bit more, but Sillin and Bell refused. Old Man Chong didn't object to the fact that he needed to save up for Chong Xiaowu's medical expenses, but Old Man Chong took care of all the food. Hui Mao licked its paws while wondering when Sillin would buy some fish biscuits from the city. It was already missing that. All right, I noticed that we're running low on some parts today. A couple of big clients need some important parts for their flying cars these days, but I don't think we have them in this area. I think we'll have to make a trip to the city, Sillin said. Hui Mao's ears perked up as it stared at Sillin with sparkling eyes. Old Man Chong nodded and handed over 20,000 to Sillin. Sillin didn't turn it down. Old Man Chong was never one to turn down money like this. After accepting the money, Old Man Chong asked if there was anything else he needed to buy. After a moment of thought, Old Man Chong listed them all down one by one. Most importantly, he asked Sillin to keep an eye on the big hospitals in the city. A full treatment cost at least 100,000 MB a few years ago, and that didn't include the recovery fees. He just didn't know how much it was now. All right, I'll ask. Sillin had recently checked on Chong Xiaowu's condition. He was a lot better after the buffering medicine. At the very least, the success rate of a full treatment project would be much higher. In addition, Chong Xiaowu had been in a good mood recently. The number of times he smiled was also increasing. This was a good sign. Then it's my turn tomorrow, Bell said eagerly as he patted Sillin's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Sillin, why does this sound so awkward? Knowing that Sillin was going to enter the city, Chong Xiaoqi did not sleep at all. He was even more excited than Chong Xiaoba last time, causing Chong Xiaolu and Chong Xiaoba to be jealous. Entering the city? It seemed like they had never entered the city in their entire lives. Early the next morning, Sillin carried Chong Xiaoqi and boarded the passenger flying car, heading to the city. After all, Old Man Chang's family's flying car had long been dilapidated, and it would not be good for them to fly into the city. The passenger flying cars had also been overcrowded recently. They had opened up many more cars, and the price had increased again and again. However, up until now, every single one of them was full, and those who were a little slow would not even have a seat. In the past, they could squeeze as many people as they could into the cars as long as there was some space. However, the security at the city's entrance was very strict, and there were strict rules that forbade overloading. If an overloaded car was found, it wouldn't just be a matter of a fine. The car would be detained, and the driver would be sentenced. Therefore, everyone was more obedient now. Many of the people on the passenger flying cars were heading to the city to try their luck. When Sillin was at the repair shop, he could often hear the waiting car owners talking about the recent happenings in the city. They talked about who had gotten lucky, who had won the favor of who, and so on. Each story was more exciting than the last. Regardless of whether these rumors were true or not, there were more and more people heading to the city to try their luck. Some of the people who had been waiting to see what was going on couldn't sit still anymore after hearing the rumors. They packed up their things and ran into the city. Even the owners of the repair shops that were doing better couldn't sit still either. They closed up their shops and rushed into the city. No matter how good their business was, it was still the life of a lower-class commoner. How many generations of people have been guarding a shop in this small and poor place? If they could win the favor of an aristocrat, if they could get a chance, who would care about this small shop? Therefore, Old Man Chang's shop had made a lot of profits. He had bought a lot of spare parts and some other supplies several times at very low prices. He had earned a lot of money from Old Man Chang. Even on the bus, the topics of the passengers' conversation revolved around those few successful cases. When they talked about it, it was as if they had been there at the time. They spoke passionately, but secretly, they couldn't hide their jealousy and yearning. Chang Xiaoqi was someone who couldn't sit still. After getting on the bus, he leaned against the window and looked at the scenery outside. Even the most boring natural scenery could be watched with great interest. Look, look, that's the Star Tower. A passenger shouted excitedly. It's true. Let me see. Let me see. For a moment, the passengers in the bus stopped talking about the previous topic. All of them stuck their faces to the window and looked outside. There were images on the screen, but after all, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Only by seeing it with their own eyes would it be something worth showing off. The Star Tower was the tallest tower on this planet. It was the landmark of the city. When one saw the Star Tower, it meant that the city was not far away. Looking at Chang Xiaoqi's face that was about to be squeezed into a big pancake, Sillin smiled and rubbed Chang Xiaoqi's head. What's the hurry? You'll see it clearly in a while. Although Chang Xiaoqi responded, his small face was still squeezed outside the window. If only little 6, little 8, and 5th brother could see it. It's okay. We'll come together next time. Really? Really? Okay. Chang Xiaoqi smiled brightly. The little bit of guilt and regret he had just now was swept away. After entering the city, Chang Xiaoqi was very quiet. This was what Old Man Chang had told them before. They shouldn't talk nonsense in the city. Although he remained silent, his eyes couldn't stay still. He kept looking around. The passenger flying car was parked in a parking lot at the edge of the city. This parking lot was set up for the flying cars that came here from the civilian area. As far as the eye could see, there were people dressed similarly. It was just that there was no difference here. There were also private manors or large factories of rich families outside the city. However, those people and factories had special parking lots in the city. The conditions were much more luxurious, not as crowded and old as here. Moreover, some of the small shops around the parking lot were almost not completely from the city. Just like the customer that Band introduced, they only lived at the edge of the city. Even so, they felt that compared to the civilian area, they had an absolute sense of superiority. As for the people who were completely from the city, they had always looked down on the people here. If they were passing by, they would basically take a detour. They felt that this place was full of filth and would lower their status. There were many people at the station, especially at the exit. There were people coming in and out. Sillin carried Chang Xiaoqi out of the parking lot. There were no taxis in the station, and there were very few taxis around. It was as if there was a plague here. However, as long as they walked out and turned a corner, they would see more and more taxis. It turned out that these people weren't going against money. It was just a matter of face. It was as if they were afraid that others would say that they had something to do with the people here. Before he came here, Sillin had inquired about the situation here. It wasn't hard to get an ID in the civilian district, so Sillin only needed to spend some money to get a fake temporary ID. In any case, people without IDs were basically treated the same as people in the civilian district when they were in the city. They wouldn't carefully check a person who had a civilian identity. After the identity verification, Silin carried Xianxia out of the station. He followed the route he had inquired about and walked a little further. After turning a corner, he saw a taxi parked there. After hailing a taxi, Silin reported a place. 300, the driver said without looking back. 300. No wonder people in the civilian area didn't dare to run to the city in the past. They couldn't afford to take a taxi here. It was only after Silin was done paying that the driver finally started the car with a look of reluctance on his face. The traffic control in the city was very strict, so it would take about an hour to reach the place, Silin said. An hour wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Perhaps the driver was bored and found a topic to chat with Silin. Although he was the one who started the conversation, his tone wasn't very good. There was a sense of superiority in his voice. "You are also here to try your luck, right?" the driver asked with a sarcastic tone. "That's not it. I'm going to buy some spare parts. The store is short of spare parts." Regarding the driver's tone, Silin didn't seem to hear it and said with a smile. The driver was familiar with Silin. As soon as he heard Silin's words, he understood and said, "At least you know your place. You didn't get involved in this matter. Why would Noble choose someone from the civilian area? What a joke." Silin didn't say anything. The driver then patiently explained some of the wishful thinking of the civilians outside the city after they entered the city. Silin only listened with a smile and made a sound of assent from time to time. He didn't express his own opinion, and the driver probably didn't want to hear Silin's opinion either. The flying car finally arrived at the place Silin had mentioned. It was a parts market, and for the city's upper-class citizens, this was a busy market. They didn't come here for long, and if their flying car broke down, they would just send it to the repair shop. They didn't care about the parts at all. As for those who didn't have a high standard of living, they would often buy the important parts they needed themselves. After all, it was cheaper. As for those who didn't have money, they would sometimes secretly go to the civilian area to repair. Replacing the same spare part in the city was more than 3 times more expensive than repairing in the civilian area. Perhaps the quality of the repairs in the city was guaranteed, but many people with a low income preferred cheaper repairs. Silin arrived at the parts market. This place was much livelier than the parts street in the civilian district. Just a glance from the outside was enough for him to see a lot of high-end parts. The shops were also a lot more lavish, and the prices were absolutely high. Silin mainly looked at second-hand parts. In Old Chang's shop, customers might not be willing to use first-hand parts. Seeing Silin walk towards a second-hand parts store, some people around him looked at him with disdain. One look, and you can tell he's a kid from the civilian area. He doesn't have money and still wants to buy spare parts. He's just a kid who buys second-hand parts. Hey, why care about that? Let's talk about the last time we went to the casino. Those people's voices didn't stand out in the noisy downtown, but Silin could still hear them very clearly. For those people's words, he directly ignored them. Silin walked into a shop that sold second-hand parts. This shop wasn't particularly eye-catching among the many other shops, but if he really had to point out something special about it, the only thing he liked about this shop was the order in which the shop owner displayed the parts. Many merchants who sold parts weren't necessarily familiar with the specific usage of these parts, so the parts they displayed were arranged according to their personal preferences. However, the order in which the owner of this store arranged the parts was different. At first glance, a layman would think that the owner's aesthetic view was not good, and the order of the parts was not good. But those who were familiar with maintenance would find that these parts were arranged according to the order in which they were assembled, which also showed that the owner was really good at maintenance. When Silin walked in, the owner was immersed in drawing something. He didn't pay attention to the customers who came. Only 2 service robots that looked rough were dealing with the customers. The prices of the parts were marked, and no bargaining was accepted. There weren't many customers in the store. Compared to other stores, this second-hand parts store was a little less popular, but the owner didn't seem to care. He leaned over the table and drew. He didn't use an electronic board, but paper. Sometimes he frowned, and sometimes he smiled. A few customers originally wanted to chat with the owner, but when they saw the owner like this, they gave up the idea and left. The owner was a middle-aged man, a little stout. He didn't seem to care about the customers leaving, and he just did his own thing. Silin just took a look at the arrangement of the parts outside. Now that he walked in and saw that some of the micro parts had a specific order, it could be seen that the owner was a little paranoid about the placement of the parts. Sillin put down Xianxia and looked at the prices of the parts he needed. They were not bad, at least not as expensive as the previous few stores. Although the previous stores were slightly more expensive, the price could be negotiated. This was only the final price, and the prices of a few parts were similar to the initial price of the other stores. No wonder the popularity of this store wasn't high. Just as Sillin was looking at the parts, a few more people left the store, and finally, only Sillin was left. The store was a lot quieter. Even a service robot came to serve, but it didn't introduce the functions of each part to Sillin. After looking around, Sillin said to the service robot, "I want to know. 3 blade of the inner spinner, the J7 primary activator, the PV5 metal contact wire." Sillin said the parts he needed, and one of the robots began to pick up the parts. But when Sillin said the parts he needed, the owner, who had been burying his head and minding his own business, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed, he laughed, put down the pen, and said, "You're an expert." The fat owner turned to the robot that was picking up the goods and said, "I'll give you a 20% discount." Sillin looked at the fat owner in surprise. This was an interesting person. The fat owner walked over and looked at Sillin and Xianxia, who was standing next to him, curiously looking at the 2 service robots. He took out an unopened bag of candy from his pocket and handed it to Xianxia, but Xianxia swallowed his saliva and didn't take it. Instead, he looked at Sillin. "Take it. This is the owner's kindness," Sillin said. Only then did Xianxia take the bag of candy and said politely, "Thank you, uncle." "Ah, you're welcome." The fat shop owner chuckled and rubbed his fat belly. "I have a habit of eating sweets when I'm thinking. It gives my brain more energy to think about problems. So every time I draw, I put a bag of sweets in my pocket. Hee hee, that's how my belly grows." Don't be fooled by the fat owner's indifferent attitude. Once you look at his words, you can tell that he's actually a lively person. Sillin looked at the packaging of the bag of candy. It didn't look cheap. Maybe the price of this bag of candy was comparable to a second-hand good part. He couldn't tell that this owner had some status. The fat shop owner chatted with Sillin for a bit about the parts. The shop owner's attitude towards a knowledgeable person was pretty good, and he didn't show any disdain towards Sillin's frank declaration that he came from a civilian district outside the city. "I know. There are some capable people in the maintenance street outside the city. My old man has a saying, 'Geniuses are buried in the common people.'" Sillin smiled and didn't say anything. The fat owner chatted with Sillin about the maintenance of flying cars, but in the blink of an eye, he said gloomily, "Some of the models I painstakingly made a few days ago were smashed. Otherwise, I could have shown them to you. Maybe you could give me some inspiration." Sometimes, inspiration just likes to throw a tantrum. It doesn't come out at the critical moment. Sillin felt that the fat shopkeeper was pretty special after listening to his complaints. He loved flying cars a lot, or rather, he loved designing flying cars a lot. However, his family looked down on this hobby of his. Did they send someone over to cause trouble for him and destroy the model he had painstakingly made? The only reason the shop was able to survive was because the fat shopkeeper had threatened his life with it. After the robots sorted out the parts and handed them to Sillin, Sillin said goodbye and left. He still had something to do. The fat owner asked Sillin to visit the next time he went to the city. He might be able to see his new flying car model next time. After Sillin left, he went to a big hospital in the center of the city to learn about the situation. In another building not far from the big hospital stood 2 people. They were the 2 that the heads of the planet's government had treated respectfully. "That's the kid." "Yes. His Royal Highness is now experiencing life in his house." "Sigh. It seems that His Royal Highness is going to experience a poor life this time. It's rare for the Inferno Eagle royal family to produce such a freak who can afford to eat fine goods." "Poor life? Not necessarily. According to what I know, our arrival has caused a commotion in the civilian area. Even the business of the repair shop is booming. I guess the poor and cold people won't be able to feel it." "When will the people that His Royal Highness mentioned be transferred over?" "In a few days. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.